U.S. state claims to be the diner capital of the world? We're going to go to Rich, see if we can get an answer. Yo, Rich, good morning.
Good morning, it.
Good morning. Good morning to see you. Rich, do me a favor. Good morning to see you. Which U.S. state claims to be the diner capital of the world?
That would be my home state of New Jersey.
Jersey! Of course.
Would have been my guess. Yeah.
Thanks, Rich. Hang on the line, bud. We're going to set you up with a pair of admission tickets to Dorney Park and Wildwater Kingdom. You can enjoy your favorite coasters and thrill rides in Dorney Park, family fun in Planet Snoopy, and over a dozen water slides in Wildwater Kingdom, and all for one admission price. You can get the best deal on admission tickets today at DorneyPark.com. Got a lot of stories to pass along to you. We'll start with this one. Shannon Doherty shared another video to Instagram on Wednesday, documenting her battle with cancer. Last week, the Charmed star revealed that the stage 4 breast cancer she was diagnosed with in 2020 has spread to her brain. She wrote, January 16, 2023, surgery. I had a tumor in my head. They wanted to remove and also biopsy. I am clearly trying to be brave, but I am petrified. And the video shows her in a hospital bed with a gown and cap on, talking to medical staff. The fear was overwhelming to me, she said. And then she added, scared of all possible bad outcomes, worried about leaving my mom and how that would impact her, worried that I would come out of surgery, not me anymore.
Yeah.
This is what cancer can look like. So
she has that thing, and we all do it. I think when you're there with a doctor and you're nervously trying to converse and you don't know what's going on, and in anything, even if you're getting a test that you're not familiar with, and your heart goes out to her because she's clearly nervous, but she's trying to be pleasant and talking to the nurses, and it's tough. It's incredibly tough.
Yeah, she's being very candid too.
Yeah.
She's not sugarcoating stuff.
Well, she's helping people by doing that too.
She's scared.
Yeah,
and so she's documenting this along and maybe helping people to be proactive in getting tests done like mammograms and things like that ahead of time. All right, 9 women filed a joint lawsuit in Nevada on Wednesday against Bill Cosby.
This is goddamn ridiculous.
Each woman accuses Cosby of sexual battery, assault, and abuse between 1979 and 1992, some in Las Vegas hotels, and that's important. So the women claim that Cosby drugged or attempted to drug each of them. While filed in federal court, the lawsuit cites Nevada's updated sexual assault reporting law passed this legislative session, which eliminated the 2-year limit to file civil assault cases. So since it happened, some of these happen in Vegas. That's important.
It gives them latitude.
Man, I read this entire news story that I got, went through each and every case of these women. And it's the same.
Yeah, it is.
It's every time. Almost.
It's the same with all of them.
There's like a couple of them that vary a little bit, but for the most part, he handed them a drink at some point. He coaxed them in, hands them a drink, and at some point they started feeling dizzy, started losing memory. Some people remember like him, putting a pillow over them or something like that. But I mean, it's just like one after another of just like he found this thing that worked for him and he kept doing it.
For years. There were rumors that he had done likewise. He used to be a regular at the Hefner Mansion, the Playboy Mansion, going all the way back.
Lawyers for the women said Cosby admitted to obtaining drugs to use on women with whom he wanted to engage in sex in a deposition.
That was clearly, listen, however this works out, and whatever the truth is, it seems that having complete control over a helpless victim is what appeals to him, because you don't think Bill Cosby could have gotten, all that he wanted?
Yeah. Wow, messed up. All right, different direction. Tom Holland is so gaga about his girlfriend Zendaya in a new video he just went off. The Hollywood Reporter, he explained that he has no need for Riz.
I didn't know what Riz was.
It's British slang for charm.
Right.
Because he's happy and in love, so he doesn't need no Riz.
He has every reason to be. He's awesome.
He said, our relationship is something that we are incredibly protective of, and we want to keep it as sacred as possible. He said, we don't think that we owe it to anyone. It's our thing. And
I bet he rizzes in his pants.
He said it has nothing to do with our careers. He continued sharing that he thinks Zendaya is arguably the most talented person I've ever met. Holland and the Euphoria star met on the set of Spider-Man Homecoming. He said, my first impression when I first met Zendaya, she was the only person auditioning for MJ, and it was such a home run. I was so blown away by how unique her performance was, and also just so interested in the fact that as soon as she left the room, there was a unanimous decision that she was our MJ.
I love the sequence in No Way Home when Andrew Garfield shows up as his Spider-Man and she throws the role at him and she's asking, do you have that tingly thing? And she's kind of testing him to see if he's really a Spider-Man. And she's so funny and it's done so well.
He said, and obviously, I'm very happy that she came in and tested that day, and I'm sure you can guess why, but no, she's fantastic, he says. So they're just happy.
So good.
Isn't that lovely? So to celebrate Pride Month, Harry Potter actress Miriam Margolyes posed naked for the cover of British Vogue at the age of 82 years old. It is a hilarious picture.
Is it? I haven't seen it.
So
Wait.
she's sitting in front of on these kind of see-through plates like pastries and stuff like that,
Yeah.
and two really big ones are covering up her boobs.
Oh, okay.
Farted in my face.
That's her.
That's her. Yeah.
So
She's had her face farted in.
it's really funny. She came out as a lesbian in the 1960s. And she said, I'm still a bit of a child. She said, I can't resist naughtiness. In the cover shoot, the Romeo and Juliet actress can be seen sans clothing behind an assortment of pastries. Yeah, a picture of it. It's great.
What was the movie Schwarzenegger farted in her face on? Do we remember?
End of Days.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah.
I remember that
Farted
movie.
in my face.
Yeah, so these big pastries have cream and cherries right in the middle. It kind of reminds me of, was that Friday Night Lights where...
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
no, Varsity Blues.
Varsity Blues,
Blues.
Mel and Ackerman.
No.
comes in-
No.
Or no. Yeah, damn it, I know who you're
Al-
talking about.
Allie.
Larder.
Allie Larder.
Yep.
Comes in with her
Whipped
boobs all
cream
done up with whipped
thingy,
cream and everything.
yeah.
It kind of reminds me of that. Speaking about her role in Harry Potter, the actress spoke with candor. She said, for me, Harry Potter was important. I was very glad I got the part, and I enjoyed being in it and meeting all the people, but it's not Charles Dickens, she said. As for being a member of the LGBTQIA community, she said, I think gay people are very lucky because we are not conventional. We're a group slightly apart, and it gives us an edge. We're good artists, we're good musicians, and I like being gay, she said. So she is on the cover of British Vogue, buck naked, except for a few pastries.
I love the picture.
At 82 years old, so that's awesome. Kevin Costner and Christine Baumgartner's divorce does not seem to be smooth sailing at this point. Court documents obtained by TMZ show that, according to their prenuptial agreement, Baumgartner had 30 days to move out of the house that the former couple shared. However, Baumgartner filed for divorce from Costner on May 1st and is reportedly still on the property.
So that's a tough legal battle, right? When someone's already in a house like that, when you're going through a divorce and it gets contentious, it's very tough. I know that people have gone through situations where the law is actually, if someone's there, it's hard to get them out.
Yeah.
It's in their favor.
Right. The documents allege that she has not left because she's trying to force.
Get away from me.
Wow, she sounds like Rizzo.
Yeah, she does. She's trying to force the Yellowstone star to agree to various financial demands. A source told People that Costner has gone above and beyond what the prenup specified, including giving her an additional $1 million.
We're looking at this aerial shot of his house. I mean, for Christ's sake, it's just gorgeous, right on the beach.
They were married for 18 years, by the way, but apparently it is not going very well.
I don't want to talk to you.
That's right.
She doesn't want to
My
talk.
associate.
Jennifer Aniston is not giving up on love.
This is great
A
news.
source told Us Weekly on Wednesday that the Friends actress believes she'll eventually meet the right person. She was married to Brad Pitt from 2000 to 2005.
I want to kiss you.
And Justin Theroux from 2015 to 2018. And the source added that the murder mystery actress is, quote, not going to beat herself up if it doesn't happen because she's truly fine on her own. But she still believes in love.
She believes in love. She's holding out for Mr. Right, but she's not going to
What does
force
it mean to you now
Oh,
when the team
man.
is struggling?
What is
I want
this?
to kiss you.
I want to.
Hold up, yeah.
wanna kiss you.
Yeah, back that up. Hang on.
I want to kiss you.
Dude,
Joe Namath.
poor
my
Joe
God.
Namath just
Gotta love him.
bombed out of his mind.
I want to
don't-
kiss you.
I want to kiss you. I don't care about any of all this. National television. Well, that's what
I
caused
want
him
to kiss you.
He quit drinking after that. Yeah.
You remember during the Kennedy Nixon debate, he said the same thing.
No.
Hey, I want to kiss you.
So just days after John Hamm admitted to being a Vanderpumper, the Mad Men actor got the chance to play Vanderpump Rules star James Kennedy in a scene from the season 10 reunion. Hamm reenacted this scene alongside John Slattery, who played Tom Sandoval on Tuesday's episode of Watch What Happens Live.
Oh, man.
And Slattery asked Hamm, am I supposed to have an English accent? And Hamm angrily called him a, quote, worm with a mustache and a poo-poo head.
That's what we've heard he's referred to as.
You poo-poo head.
Slattery is Papa Stark, right?
Yep.
Wait, who is it?
John Slattery plays Tony Stark's dad.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God. I was thinking of, I don't know why I was thinking of Game of Thrones when you said that.
Oh, well, yes.
Well,
I can see
Arya
that.
Stark.
Yeah,
Stark family.
Like, I don't know. He seems a little young to be Papa Stark.
Yeah.
Isn't Doug Benson buddies with John Hamm?
That's what we hear.
Yeah, I think he's done a whole bunch of Doug Loves movies, and it'd be cool to get John Hamm on the show.
Yes, it would.
He's fascinating.
And he seems to be pretty light and easy to.
Yeah, he does not take himself seriously.
Yeah. According to Entertainment Tonight, Lily Rose Depp took to social media Tuesday to wish her girlfriend, rapper 070 Shake, a happy 26th birthday today.
I love that.
Is that how you say your name? I don't know.
I'm going with it, man.
When I see names of performers, influencers, whoever that I do not recognize, and it's a different odd name. I never know how the hell you.
I saw it and I thought it's exactly the way you said it.
070 Shake.
That's what I'm going with.
So she shared a mirror selfie of the pair together.
Have you seen any of the clips? I saw a little bit of her show. Lily Rose Depp is on.
Yeah.
She's into like almost like torture porn and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, she looks like $1 million on the show. I think it's on Max.
Idol.
Idol,
Is it about her life?
No. It's fiction. It's not about her at all. Yeah.
Okay.
But her character's really.
Oh, I thought you meant her in real life.
No,
like
no,
Lily
no,
Rose
no,
in a
no.
torture porn. But okay, her character is okay.
Yeah,
All right.
like really into demeaning stuff.
Wow. Okay. According to the Hollywood Reporter, James Cameron has shifted the expected release dates for the forthcoming Avatar sequels. Avatar 3, which was originally scheduled to be released on December 20th of 2024, is now expected a year later, December 19th, 2025.
I don't know how much more Avatar I need.
Meanwhile, Avatar 4 is set for release in December 2029. And the outlet reports that some of the industry have found December 19, 2031 release date for Avatar 5. They found it to be humorous, it says. One distribution executive said, I started sending people emails asking what they're doing in 2031, and I told them, mark your calendars. Zoe Saldana, who stars as Neytiri in the franchise, responded to the news on social media saying, great, I'm going to be 53 when the last Avatar comes out. She wrote, I was 27 when I shot the very first movie.
Sigourney Weaver plays a character in this one that is a young teenager, or at least a teenager. And, so you're timeless in those things.
In the most recent one?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. CBS News reports that Rust armorer Hannah Gutierrez-Reed was likely hungover when she loaded the gun involved in the fatal shooting of cinematographer Helena Hutchins.
I think that's a job you probably shouldn't be lit up for.
Yeah, witnesses told prosecutors that Reed was drinking heavily and smoking marijuana in the evenings during the shooting of Rust.
What do you do? Oh, I make sure guns aren't loaded.
Prosecutors said in a court filing, it is likely that defendant Gutierrez was hungover when she inserted a live bullet into a gun that she knew was going to be used at some point by an actor while filming a shooting scene with the other actors and crew members. Gutierrez-Reed's lawyer responded to these claims in a statement that said the prosecution had so mishandled this case, and the case is so weak that they're now resorting to character assassination tactics to further taint the jury pool.
It kind of amazes me that they went through with finishing this movie.
Right. The investigation and prosecution has not been about seeking justice for them. It's been about finding a convenient scapegoat. Deadline reports that longtime friends Bradley Cooper and Will Arnett are going to co-star in the forthcoming film Is This Thing On? Arnett co-wrote the script alongside Mark Chappell prior to the writer's strike, and Cooper is set to direct the pick.
They're buddies?
Plot details are being kept under wraps for now. Yeah, apparently they're friends.
Well, then we're friends with Will Arnett because Bradley Cooper's one of our dear friends.
Yeah, by association.
Yeah.
That happens, right? And then one last story. Deadline reports that Carrie Fisher's final movie, which was titled Wonderwell, will have a limited theatrical release beginning on Friday the 23rd. The Star Wars actress finished shooting scenes for the film.
It's the unofficial sequel to Loverboy, right?
In 2016. I don't think so. Just weeks before she passed away at the age of 60 due to a heart attack, Vlad Marzavin, the director of the film, said from filming to screen, it has taken us 7 years. The visual effects on a movie of this magnitude takes time. But we're challenged with COVID lockdowns and, of course, the passing of our wonderful Carrie Fisher.
You know, and it was observed by, I'm not the first one to observe this, but they had the opportunity to have Harrison Ford and Mark Hamill and Carrie Fisher together, at least for one scene in the most recent trilogy, and they never got to do it.
What's that?
They never had them all together.
No
you know, they
kidding.
had all those original components of the Star Wars legend, and they had not one scene where they were all three together.
So the director said now is the perfect time to share her magical on-screen moments as Hazel. So that is who she is portraying.
The maid?
Yeah, maybe that's coming back.
Mr. B?
The Hazel show.
I got plans for the Death Star, Mr. B.
1950s. All right, we are ready to do some clips now.
Ooh. These are not mystery, correct?
Nope, fresh off the presses.
All right.
All right, so historical drama Outlander is back for the first half of its final season, and here actor Sam Huygen talks about the show's extended run.
It's been an amazing journey, honestly, with each other and with our fellow cast members and crew, but also with the fans, right? I mean, 10 years, it's been an epic journey, so we're excited for this week when it's finally out.
I don't give a
The seventh season of Outlander releases tomorrow on Stars.
You have been talking about this
Season
so
of Outlander.
much because, and you're not. You said you weren't happy with seasons 5 through 7.
Yeah. I've never heard of that.
5 through 6, I should say. You're very excited about 7.
All right, here's the next clip. All right, Wes Anderson has a very in-depth process for his movies, and his movers too, probably, I would
All right,
imagine.
we want that couch in the bedroom.
Here, Asteroid City actor Bryan Cranston talks about the steps after receiving the dense and confusing script. Here we go.
When you see the cartoon, it'll make more sense. And the cartoon is an animatic that he makes where he voices all the characters, and you actually see the rudimentary sets that he's built, and then you do your own homework and you bring some ideas in. Here he goes, I like these two, maybe not that one, and go faster, faster, faster. And you're getting closer and closer to what he's envisioned.
I don't give a
Asteroid City opens tomorrow, by the way.
I like Wes Anderson a lot. I'm not always super thrilled by everything that he does, but it's always interesting to check it out.
Yeah. I don't. It's not my thing.
You don't think you want to see it?
Well, I've a few of the Wes Anderson movies I start and then I'm like, nah, doesn't speak to me.
I hear you.
You know, and I get it. I think the visually they're really cool looking, and they certainly have their own stamp of style. And he has a very specific style. But the kind of droning characters are a little bit not my thing.
I completely understand.
So, but
Yeah.
but I get it. I totally get it. I wish I liked him. That'd be kind of cool.
I don't think I want to see it.
I like the parodies. I saw one yesterday of Succession as if it were done by Wes Anderson, and there are a million of them floating around on Instagram, but that one made me laugh out loud.
I got to see that.
Yeah, it's good. I'll send it to you.
All righty. We have a lot happening today. We've got a rowing captain. We have the sultan of a new nation, and we have a porn star all on the program today.
Yes.
Yep, it's all
Should be
happening
very exciting.
right here. And we also have a meet and eat. Sabrina's Cafe stopping by, so we'll do some giveaways with that. We're going to take a break, come back in a second. Stay right there. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
Don't discuss.
Ever agree on ever.
And that's not a hole in the relationship.
Right.
That's just smart. You just don't agree on some things. That's totally fine. If it's an agitation, there's an entire rest of your lives to live. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you know what, my wife and I don't
Whether Hulk could beat Hulkbuster.
I don't think we'll ever agree on is which way the toilet paper goes on the roll.
Yeah.
And
or whether or not you should use it.
No. We both agree that you should use it, but I put toilet paper on the right way and she doesn't.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, yeah.
Top down?
Yeah.
Yeah, it goes over.
Does it matter?
You don't pull,
It does matter to you guys?
No,
You know what? Consider this.
No,
You're balling it up and jamming it in your butt.
It comes off of the toilet paper roll easier.
There
For
you
some
go.
perspective,
There you go.
Mr. Morrison.
Aesthetically.
By the way, did you guys see my notes in the bathroom this morning?
No.
You didn't?
No.
Oh, is it still out of toilet paper?
Yeah.
Oh, I saw that
Dude,
the
it was
other
out
day.
of toilet paper yesterday.
Did you do that last week?
No.
Because
I did it this
someone
morning.
had the courtesy to put up on the door.
Yeah.
Out of TP, so I went to another bathroom.
Can you fill me in here?
I saw that. So we were out of toilet paper, and
In the men's room?
In the men's room. So this morning I went in there and I did my business. It was a flashback to Casey when you caught me with my pants down in there.
Did you have to move stalls?
I did it. I moved over to the second stall, and Kathy was out in the second stall.
Did you have to use regular?
Fortunately, it wasn't so messy that I could pull my underwear
use your
up.
shirt.
And I walked in. I used my shirt.
You just sit there with a sink?
No, I got some paper
Ass
towels.
gaskets.
Paper towels.
You had to use paper towels?
Yeah, but I
wet them.
I moistened them, so it didn't rip.
The
my
man played
butt.
it right.
And so anyhow, so what I did after that is I happened to have my highlighter on me.
You put that in your butt?
No.
What is that?
I got 2 pieces of paper towel, and I wrote no PTP.
Yeah.
And set it over the toilet paper dispenser.
Awesome. Because if you go in and you see that, and you don't want someone to replicate your horrible situation. Someone actually stuck a note on the door going in last week, and I appreciate them doing that.
Fortunately, everything was a clean movement this morning. It wasn't mushy.
It was like a good cellist person has a clean movement.
Yeah.
So anyhow, not every argument has a resolution.
Exactly. Getting back to the core issue.
When you start to hit these sub-freezing temperatures, anything below 32 degrees, and then when you get down into teens and the freezing happens even faster, there's all kinds of things that you can do with the weather.
You can play with the weather.
You can play with the weather.
So one of the downside is, of course, the needless loss of life. The plus side is you can do stupid stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So we decided we'd try an experiment or two while we have these conditions.
So what's the boiling water thing?
It is very cool.
So here's what you do, and this is a few years ago. This little thing started to happen and pop up. If you take a pot of boiling water, when the temperature gets well below freezing, if you go outside, Kathy, and you throw it up in the air, it turns into snow. Like immediately.
Why boiling water and not cold water? Yeah,
because it gets out. I guess because of the heat shift. Can we get our physicist back on the line?
I don't know.
Right?
I'm not sure. I didn't research it, to be honest, but there's a reason for it. So.
Yeah, and I watched a video the other day of a guy in Minnesota, and I think it was below zero where he was, and he had peed outside, and there was steam coming out.
Yes, that does happen.
Like just flat out.
In fact, maybe you'll have Nick take a dump and see what happens.
I don't know. Nick, you got one cooking?
Yeah, man. I'll do whatever you guys want.
Really?
Nick looks very uncomfortable. But Nick, should we just right out of the gate do the hot water?
I'm going to take the lid off. Max, you're going to toss it. Try not to toss it in my face. Okay.
No, wait, Nick. Before you do it, I would step away from Callie and step away a further. Step out to the lot.
Yeah, all right. So Max is going to throw it into the lot, but I'll take the lid off because Max has both hands on the pot itself. Boiling water. You guys ready?
Yeah, we're ready, man.
Makes sense.
All right,
Watch the video. Nick is going to give the description.
2, 1. Here we go. Took the lid off. Max tosses it in there. Oh my God! Now, not all of it turned into snow, but a decent amount of it did. Also, a decent amount immediately turned into steam.
And it's so windy that it went 50 yards away in the blink of an eye.
It was down the parking lot. That was
gone.
We did get instant snow.
Yeah.
But the wind is whipping so much that by the time Nick was done talking, it was already half a parking lot away.
It was gone.
Two things also happened. Max's foot was burnt, and the pot of water is now empty.
Oh.
Ooh. Thanks.
All right, so let's see Callie's hair now. I don't want her to weld to the.
Well, I don't know. I don't think they poured more water on it, Steve.
Well, we don't want her to freeze to the thing, right?
She's still not laying down.
At this point, I'll take it.
Well,
anything.
Yeah, I mean, her hair is frozen solid, guys.
All right.
It's not sticking up like we saw in some of those hot tub photos.
Yeah.
Where people, but I mean, like it's coated with hairspray and it is completely frozen solid.
All right, because she's got very thick hair, so to get that sucker to freeze up the way we want it to would be a lot of work. But you can see the tips; it looks like icicles.
Wow. Okay, so we've learned that water
freezes in cold
temperatures.
Yeah.
All right.
And that if someone's hair is wet with that same type of water, it will freeze in cold temperatures. Then we're looking at Callie here. I just don't want her to freeze to make sure she moves a little bit.
Yeah, we can. How long has she been out there? Anybody know?
She's going to look like Wendy O. Williams. What was that?
About 5 minutes.
The punk rocker?
Yeah, about 5 minutes?
Yeah.
All right.
Can she move her head so we can see if it's frozen?
There we go.
Yeah, all right, we have frozen hair.
Yeah.
It's sticking straight out.
No, that's cool. We got it.
All right.
It actually looks like, what does that look? It looks like the when Maleficent turned the forest dead.
Yes. Oh, like all those
Oh, the
branches.
three
and
branches,
stuff?
yeah.
Yeah, it does look like that. Bill calling us?
Yeah.
Okay, Bill's calling us.
Bill's not wearing gloves.
Hang on, let me go to him.
Did he come in on his motorcycle?
No, he is. He just took one glove.
Why does he have a chafing dish?
There's no way he came in on his motorcycle. Bill Weston, Man About Town, are you there?
Good morning, my warm southern friend.
Hey, so first of all, what do you have in the crook of your arm there? Are those peppermints?
They're peppermints that my wife went to Costco and got like the 30-gallon size.
Yeah.
Realized that she only needed a dozen for her candy dish. And she said, well, why don't you take the rest into work? I said, that's really economically wise.
All right, fair enough. And so what did you want to, you wanted to jump in on this frozen hair thing, I guess, huh?
Well, first I see an intern out here freezing her tail off and with no hat on.
Yeah.
You know, your mother always said, don't leave the house without your hat and gloves.
Yeah.
And zip up your coat. And so I said, I hope you get extra credit for your internship program for this. She says, no, there's no credit for this. So, Marissa, we need to have a little chat.
Well, Bill, can you just actually go over and just have her raise her head? Because I think her hair's probably properly frozen now.
Yeah, let's check on the hair.
Hold on just a second.
All right.
All right.
We just don't want her to freeze to this building.
Oh, yeah. We've got some nice...
All right, that's cool.
That's it.
She's good.
It's frozen solid.
Have her come in.
And it's rigid. It's sticking straight out.
Yeah. All right, Bill, how long are your pubes?
Oh, Jesus.
That's my second question. When Casey asked if they were gray.
Casey asked if they were gray.
All
right. Bill, you can tell her to come in, Bill.
Yeah, you guys can come in. We want to see this.
Hold on, Marissa has something. Marissa?
Just want to say this is Callie's last week, so this is like her last hurrah.
There you go. We love Callie.
Yeah.
All
right.
Don't want to get me in trouble.
All right, Bill, you and Callie can come inside. A Volvo that was owned by David Bowie was auctioned off for approximately $218,000 in Switzerland. His Volvo 262C was one of the last of that line produced in 1981, and it was delivered to his Swiss home in June of that year. The car was initially registered under Bowie's own name, David Robert Jones, before transferring over to the record company Bellway Brothers.
This is the beginning of Philly Loves Bowie Week is today.
Can you do a commercial for the Chili Dogs place?
No, that was Cinderella.
Cinderella. Yeah. Pat's Chili Dogs.
Chili Dogs.
Ground control to chili dogs. Hi, I'm David Bowie with a passionate message about any fan who loves a good chili dog.
How'd you get Bowie to do this?
Well, he was in town.
Well, look who it is.
Yeah, hi. Bing, I'm here to tell you about the best chili dog I've ever had.
Sounds great. Do tell.
It's Pat's Chili Dogs.
How did they get him in the first place?
If you like a chili dog, bum.
Where is it?
I don't know. But anyhow, he definitely
Do you like a good chili dog?
he definitely owned a Volvo, and that's.
Oh no, I've got chili all over my Volvo.
Pat's Chili Dogs is a We Buy Gold place now.
Oh, is that what it is now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anyhow, David Bowie.
Do you have extra gold you'd like to make some money off of?
All right, and then finally, what?
What?
Oh, there you go.
I am David Bowie. I just had an otherworldly experience. As Major Tom, I took you into space, but now it's time to explore your belly. I'm introducing my new character, Ziggy Chili Dog.
Did he have Diamond Dogs? Chili Dogs. Was that what his album was? Diamond Dogs?
Was it?
This new one's called Chili Dogs.
How bizarre would it be just out of nowhere?
He just becomes enamored of chili dogs.
That he is all of a sudden he is a proponent of chili dogs. Oh, this is Diamond Dogs, yeah.
Yeah, Diamond Dog.
Did you guys hear the news that Khloe Kardashian is pregnant? You may have heard that, right?
Yeah. She was on Ellen, right?
She made the announcement, of course, a little while back. She may be head over heels in love with her boyfriend, NBA star Tristan Thompson.
Yeah, head over heels.
But the revenge body star has no desire to get hitched anytime soon. She told Ellen DeGeneres in the first TV interview since announcing the pregnancy that we're not in any rush for that.
We're in no rush to get married.
She added, as you know, I've rushed quite a few things before.
And I've made some mistakes, and I regret those mistakes.
Referencing her marriage to Lamar Odom after knowing him for 30 days. I forgot that's how quickly that happened, yeah.
It was just 30 days.
Oh, my God. Look at this picture.
Yeah.
She does look like a
It looks
giant.
it looks like a scene from Pacific Rim.
And
She's a
listen,
kaiju.
not fat.
No.
She's just a tall person.
I love you, Ellen.
Do they have her stats on Wiki, like how tall she is?
6'9".
So, Nick, type in how tall is...
I think she's 5'11".
But like, even in their
Khloe
family
Kardashian.
pictures, I don't think she's towering over the rest of them.
No, she's bigger.
I don't know how tall...
It's because OJ's her father.
Ellen is either.
She's 5'10".
5'10".
There we
That
go.
would make Ellen like 3'11".
Yeah, because that's how tall my wife is. She's 5'10".
Yeah, that's not like
5'9", 5'10", somewhere in that range.
bare range.
But I think the other ones are just, everybody else is just tiny.
Tiny?
Yeah. So anyhow, as you know, she said I rushed into quite a few things before. Right now, I'm so loving the place I'm in and very happy with how things are. We talk about it for sure. What's meant to be will be.
I just love spending time now foraging through garbage cans. It's really a zen thing for me. Ellen.
Kardashian adds that she knows her 26-year-old beau is a good dad after watching him parent his 1-year-old son, Prince, in a previous relationship.
Okay. That's the tip-off.
She said, he's such a good dad. He's so great just during pregnancy, and he makes me more excited, too. I'm excited. That's unbelievable that he has just a 1-year-old and has moved on.
He's a great dad.
He's fathering
He's a
another one
great
over
dad.
here. And
Did he bring Chloe to the birth, Preston? Did she say that?
That's a good question.
Exemplary
To the first
dad?
baby? Yeah.
Sweetie, I'd like you to meet my girlfriend.
How long is her gestation period? Do we know?
I don't know.
Dude, we're going to have breakfast tacos this morning.
No kidding.
Sabrina's Cafe is bringing in breakfast tacos. And they're bringing in, hold on a second, stuffed French toast, chicken and waffles, and homies.
Homies?
What are homies? Is that home fries? I bet
That's
gotta be home
probably their
fries.
version of it. I love Sabrina's. That's like one of my favorite places.
Really? I've never been there. All right, well, we'll do some giveaways for friends from Sabrina's a little bit later on. So we're looking forward to that. Yeah.
We likey.
Yeah. Kathy, there's something you wanted to share with us.
Oh my gosh, yes.
morning.
Should we dim the lights?
No, you don't have to dim the lights. You guys know how fanatical I am about my teeth.
Yes.
And so
Gorgeous.
I went to the dentist the other day, and had my cleaning and my checkup and all of that, and I was extremely disappointed by something that happened. So, when you leave, you get your goodie bag, you get your toothbrush, you get your toothpaste, a little dental floss.
Mm-hmm.
They don't give out goodie bags anymore.
What?
Exactly.
Hold on. Just at your dentist?
I mean, they definitely don't at mine. I don't know.
Because at mine, they open up the closet and go, "What do you want?" And they start. It's like the price, or it's like the old Wheel of Fortune when you just get to pick things.
Man, that's awesome.
Yeah.
And it's even more disappointing to me because I wait for the toothbrush that I get from this dentist. It is. So I've been doing this for years. I use the automatic toothbrush at night, and then in the morning, I use a regular toothbrush, and I use the toothbrush from my dentist's office. It's soft. It's like the perfect toothbrush. I love it when I travel. I take it with me. One time, they gave me two. So I had like a travel toothbrush, and then I had the toothbrush that I kept at home.
You didn't mention this to them, or
No,
you?
I
you
did.
Kick up a stink?
No, I did.
So what is this crap?
I asked her, Steve, and she looked at me. She goes, "I know." She goes, "Everyone is so disappointed. We're not giving stuff away." And I don't know if it's because the sales reps are now not giving the dentist the toothbrushes.
They don't give them. They sell them, and that's why your
So they're
dentist
not
is
buying
too.
them.
Your dentist is too cheap to buy these.
Time for a new dentist?
Really?
Time for a
Well,
new dentist that actually cares about their patients.
I am, and I'm more disappointed in, not that I'm not getting the free toothbrush, but that specific one, and I can't find it. Like I can't find it at Target or any of the places.
Do you know what brand it is?
It's a Colgate brand, and it's like a super soft, has super soft bristles on it, and I don't know if it was something that was, that just the dentist got, and that's where you could get it. But I so far haven't been able to find it. I searched Amazon, and I did find it 1 year on Amazon, but I can't find it now.
What?
I know. I'm so upset.
So it is one specific type of Colgate toothbrush that you adore. Your dentist has elected to not purchase them. You have to be a stellar client for that dentist, and he's not. He's turning his back on you.
Well, I will
or
say,
she's turning her
I will
back.
say a larger company bought the whole dentist office. I'm wondering if it has something to do with
Yeah.
that.
Son of a bitch.
Kathy, on your drive home, how much thought did you put into switching dentists?
No.
Really?
But you know why? It's like the same thing with like a hairstylist or like my eye doctor.
You're loyal.
Or the king of
I mean,
brows.
loyal, and I trust them.
Yeah, sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've been going to the same dentist for like 15 years or whatever, and they're in Center City. It's not at all convenient for me.
God.
But I'm loyal and I love them. And Kathy, I get free goodie bags.
There are a number of people texting in, Kathy, saying the same thing.
Getting screwed out of your goodie bag?
This one says, went to the dentist yesterday. No goodie bag either, but offered coupons.
Yeah.
Coupons?
Coupons for what?
Wipe my ass with coupons.
You literally could wipe your ass with
Yeah.
coupons if you were in a pinch.
There was a little basket at the checkout where it had the travel size toothpaste. Then it said, please take one. But I have no toothbrushes. My toothbrushes weren't
I think
there.
they should give you complimentary scones. Something. I mean, that when you're looking forward to it. But by the way, they're looking to promote. Have you ever had? You have not had a cavity or anything, right?
I have a cavity.
What?
Yeah.
What?
I have a cavity. Is that what you said?
I think I might. I had one when I was a kid, like a bad one, like it was a big one.
Really?
Yeah, I know. But when I go in, if they tell me that I have a cavity, it's like not a good day. Like a couple of years ago, they said I had a little one. Remember, I went and I had to get it drilled with no Novocaine.
Right.
It happened to Jace,
right,
and then
'cause you don't
like a
want-
few
you
weeks
had
later, it
needles,
happened
right.
to me. No, they just said it's so little, we don't have to give you the Novocaine. We're not going near the.
I have so much lead in my mouth, I could set off a Geiger counter.
Absolutely,
probably.
yeah.
Here's a text that says, mine too, Kathy. Are used to get a brush. Okay, I think they misspelled it. I used to get a brush, mouth, rinse, and floss, and now nothing.
Nothing.
But they do have chapstick, which is mint and burns.
That sounds good. It's mint and it burns.
Yeah.
Who doesn't want that? When you were a kid, I used to love getting the Tuffy Tooth. Tuffy Tooth was your toothbrush, and there was like a special sort of candy or some type of thing, like a mint or something you'd put in your mouth, and it would highlight the areas on your teeth that you weren't brushing properly.
Oh.
Do you remember those?
No.
Tuffy Tooth.
Yeah.
And it had a comic book and everything.
There's some more people saying, Kathy, I feel your pain. I can't find the same toothbrush that I get at my dentist.
See?
Yeah, okay, hang on.
Read that message from the guy who's getting a limb amputated today, Preston. He says he can understand what Kathy's going through.
Let me go to Amy, who works for a dentist. Hi, Amy. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. What's up, Amy?
Okay, so I work for a dentist in Haddonfield, New Jersey, and we do give out goodie bags and toothbrush, toothpaste, floss. We also give out chapstick, too. So.
Would you like a new patient? Would you like a Kathy Romano to be your patient there?
Absolutely. We're the best office around. So we buy our supplies. They don't give them to us for free. And, so every time you come in for your 6-month checkup, you get a goodie bag. New patients get swag bags.
Flag bags?
Yep.
Swag bags.
Oh, I thought you said flag bags. Like, look at that. That's Czechoslovakia.
So do you think it's just that
what flag am I going to get this time?
that the company isn't buying the products? Like, that's just it?
Yeah.
United Arab Emirates.
It's not cheap to buy them,
right?
But we do buy them. We provide.
Amy,
them.
I always assumed that the companies sort of gave those out to promote their products, and so that was sort of the understanding.
Some do, but Colgate and Oral-B do not. We do buy them. So, like, if there's like Sensodyne or some other like little promotional things, we get those as samples.
Getting tchotchkes from a place.
Thank you, Amy.
It's
nice.
It's nice.
I like it.
I like the little. I like the little things that you get sometimes, and it's more just the gesture.
Well,
you know?
even when the Army is out somewhere and they have like things
coming
on the
to your
table.
neighborhood.
No, yeah, but they'll have like a table set up with things to give away. People love it, and sometimes it's
Kathy,
like a squishy ball.
I will laugh like it's season 3 of some show that was canceled 18 years ago. And somebody go, oh, my God.
Casey, didn't Diane work for a toothpaste company at one point? I'm not going to say who or anything like that.
No, and that's how I know that like these people aren't buying it. And,
I am so surprised. I always thought that was
promotional.
Part of a, promotional.
No, that's what she did.
And therefore, the patient gets this free stuff. They try it and then they go buy it. That's what I thought the whole thing behind it was.
So you gave all of us a ton of stuff.
Yeah.
And that's yesterday I was mentioning, or was the day before, about this bubblegum toothpaste. That was awesome. That came from Diane.
Yeah.
I'm like I'm using that sparingly because it's so awesome.
You know what is also great about the goodie bags? Travel size stuff.
Travel size.
I love little travel size stuff.
What other places give you little
travel size versions
or just
of
little things for coming in and doing the deal? The proctologist should give you a goodie bag.
Well, Nick used to say your a pediatrician did, right? As a little kid, didn't you?
Yeah, yes, my pediatrician did, but then also Ben's dentist, when he went to the pediatric dentist, and this was the one out in Collegeville, I'm happy to give him a plug because they had a massage chair set up. So you would go into as a parent, you drop your kid off, they get their teeth drilled or whatever, and I have to deal with severe pain. Meanwhile, you're getting a head massage.
All right, good question. Who else hands out goodies besides the dentist? Besides doctors? You need to let us know, 215-263-WMMR, because nothing's coming to mind right now.
I'm gonna offer my doctor's tchotchke. This is from years ago when I was a kid. He would give out like big lollipops. Dr. Del Toro was his name. And Preston, he chain smoked during my visit.
Oh my God, seriously?
I swear to God, Dr. Del Toro. He'd always come in and he'd look at me and go, look at you, you're a brick.
Now, Dr. Mike offers you coffee. And a warm towel.
Yes.
A warm towelette.
Yeah,
He's listening, by the way. He texted me.
Did he really? They got to restock on those Kind bars because I missed those.
They had Kind bars?
They used to.
Okay.
Pre-pandemic.
You're listening, Dr. Mike. You know this, right? But I'm trying to think of...
Mike didn't like my idea of handing out a sockeye salmon.
When you would go to the bank back in the day, you could get a lollipop.
Lollipops
were
or some
awesome.
people call them taffies.
Or pens.
Yes.
At the bank.
The dry cleaner. Or at least our dry cleaner, same thing, would have the lollipops.
A murder bag.
When Jace was little, he would if anyone was going to the dry cleaner, he'd be like, "Can I go?" And it was because they had lollipops.
Do you like as a kid, you're excited. I don't know if they do it anymore or why they would do it, but the communal breath mint bowl at a restaurant as you're coming in and out.
Yeah.
You know,
those still are around.
Do you still see those?
Oh yeah.
But they're sealed individually. Yes.
We were at Fogo. Yeah, they're individually.
I remember places that didn't do that.
Yeah, totally.
We went to Fogo last weekend, and my son grabbed like a fistful of them on the way out.
And why do they taste the best? Is it because they're free?
And Uka has them as well in the North Wales area because they have
Uka.
tasty ones. Yes,
Susha.
And the sushi. What?
Sushi. Sushi.
Do you like sushi?
Well, yeah, it's a new thing.
Okay.
It's a knockoff. They actually cook it.
Hang on, I'm going to go to Loretta. Hi, Loretta. Good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, Loretta?
I work for a dentist in Conshohocken. He's been there for like 30 years. We do give really nice toothbrushes out. So if Kathy's looking for a new dentist, we're right by the Liberty gas.
Are they Colgate? Are they Colgate brushes?
They are Colgate.
Okay.
They're Lee Trevino autograph, right?
Lee Trevino.
Extra soft. Yes.
All right, and
That
extra
might be
soft. That
them.
might. And you guys are located where in Conchi?
Right by the Liberty gas station on Butler Pike.
Yeah, I know.
Mark
I know where that is.
Dubner.
Okay.
Dubner.
And he operates out of a gas station?
Yeah.
No.
Perfect.
Across the street.
Oh.
Dr. Dugler, is that what you said?
Dubner.
Yeah, Dick Dugler.
Dubner.
Dubner.
I love that. Well, good for you for giving that out.
Thank you, Loretta. I'll be by for a toothbrush.
All right, we'll see.
I liked in bank drive-thrus where they would have dog biscuits. I always thought that was nice.
Yeah, in some ice cream places will have little doggy ice cream
Yeah, that's cute.
cones.
You
But
look like a dog.
That's not a goodie bag, though.
Right.
You know,
Just a treat.
Yeah.
Something that's a little, hey, thank you for your business, and here's a little amenity, a little thing to make your visit that much more memorable.
It might be just dentist because I don't
think
know
you're
what kind of
right.
response we're getting. Hang on, we got the good doctor on the line. From Penn Medicine and Fox 29, Dr. Mike Sirigliano joins us. Dr. Mike, good morning.
Well, what you guys are experiencing, Kathy, is the corporatization of healthcare. That's what's going on.
Well, damn it.
And the problem is, you said it. They were bought. I don't know the circumstances, but, the way I get around all of that is by dealing with my, if you look in my waiting room, I went to patients of means and I said, look, I want to offer a very high level, quality, patient focused experience without being a concierge doctor. I don't charge anybody anything but a copay. And so that's why we have the hot towels, Preston. That's why when you call, you get someone on the phone.
Yes.
I'm worried about the future because it's becoming very algorithmic, very based on the bottom line, and that's not what healing and healthcare is all about.
They call it corporate capture. Now, let me ask you. So it is a wonderful experience when you visit, and your waiting room is very nice, and there's a TV on, and there's amenities. Is there something that you had offered but decided not to offer because it might have been a little off, a little bit of a mistake? Like, I know that you didn't like my sockeye salmon thing, so I. But what had you offered, or is there something you would like to offer but just can't because it's cost prohibitive?
Well, you know what's really cool? Nick just mentioned the massage therapist. We're going to get a massage.
That's sensational.
We've been trying to get a massage therapist, but because of and you know this, it's hard to get people in general. So now we have a whole new full accoutrement of folks. We have a great team, and now we can go back to doing that.
You're the best, and we love you for doing that. Would you ever consider adding a go-go dancer?
Like in a cage?
Yeah.
That type of thing?
In the waiting room.
I thought you'd be excited with the KY warming gel that I offer.
Yes, that's right. Like it comes out of one of those lather machines that you'd find at a barber
You
shop.
didn't mention that, Preston. I always give you a little bag with KY warming.
It's tingling. I love it.
Nice.
It does tingle.
All right.
Anyway.
You're the best.
I love you.
We love you, Dr. Mike. Thank you.
And he's again, he gives, it's one of a dying breed. He gives a rat's ass about his patients. It makes a big difference.
Yep, he definitely does. Let me see here. By the way, Kathy, I think that you, personally, how long have you been going to this dentist?
Probably since I moved to Conshohocken when I started working with you guys.
I think that you have such a radiant smile that they should just buy toothbrushes for you.
Wait, so my dentist, the guy that I had been seeing for years, he actually said to me, he goes, you can tell anyone you want that you come to me as a dentist.
Right?
He goes, even though I have nothing to do with that smile, he's like, tell them I'm your dentist.
When Kathy does her biggest smile, you literally, even though you don't audibly hear it, in your mind you hear that bling noise that is associated with someone with a crystal clear, beautiful, shiny smile.
Yeah, at this point, shouldn't they be paying you?
That's what I'm thinking.
That's what I was saying about that and the toothbrush.
Well, between that, right? And your gynecologist
There it
is
is.
the same thing, right?
That's when Kathy smiles. By the way, Kathy, can you do your half smile for me again, please?
Wait, what was that?
Remember, you had said
I can't not show my
you can't
teeth.
not show the full smile.
Oh, it's creepy as hell.
God,
Yeah.
don't do that.
It's
I can't
it's like
not.
the Evil Dead.
I don't want
I
you to do
have to
that.
smile big.
If you do that, do it towards Steve because I don't want to see it.
No. Mom, do it.
That's awful.
I can do it. That's disgusting.
Well, thanks, guys.
It raises insincerity to a new level.
Yes, it does.
I'm going to go to Marianne talking about what other companies or organizations will actually give away swag bags. Hi, Marianne. Good morning.
Hi, thank you for your cervix.
Oh, for your cervix. Yes, our pleasure. What's happening, Marianne?
Oh, my God.
So I work for a insurance agency, Bodie Borneman Insurance, 4 locations.
Oh, my God.
And we give a ton of swag. We have canvas bags.
Ooh.
We have mouse pads. We have the ID card holders. We have pens. We have magnets. Everything your heart desires.
You know what? You're right. So that's another industry, Preston. And do people? I assume people respond very favorably to that, Marianne. Correct?
Oh my gosh, yes. Pandemic. During the pandemic, we couldn't get the mouse pads, and they're 2-year mouse pads.
What about
calendars?
They blow up after 2 years.
Those are cute. I get things, and thank you, by the way, Marianne. I appreciate that. Those things, a lot of those things, I'll just kind of discard. but a toothbrush I will actually use.
I know.
I brush my teeth with a mouse pad.
Would it be odd for an insurance company or something like
out
that
toothbrushes?
to give you toothbrushes? You know what I mean?
Well, so here's the deal. You know, it's another industry that does it. Travel agencies.
Oh yeah, they'll send you tons of swag if you book through them.
So I'm going on a trip in a couple of weeks, and the company sent me a little passport wallet and all these little things. So they're sending me little things.
You know what would work for them is travel size little shampoos,
right.
and things like
Lube.
that too. Lube as well, if that's your thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Cialis.
I'm so glad you guys are having this conversation. Just last night, we had an open house at Phil Abundance, and everybody got a little bag as you walked out. I went home, opened it up, Preston. It was a wooden spoon, a spoonula, and a whisk. Abundance.
All for food, all
and
food
a
related.
spookula.
Yes.
I like that.
My two favorite kitchen utensils.
I like that.
I mean, what about Preston and Steve toothbrushes?
We've actually had good
buy one?
tchotchkes.
That's not a bad idea. I'm working on one.
Yeah.
Eric and I have been working on one for a long time, and it finally might be coming to pass very soon. I'm saving. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but I think we have a really cool tchotchke.
Is it a
coming up
sockeye
soon.
salmon?
It's not a sockeye salmon. It's nothing that will rot or that you have to put in your refrigerator.
Steve, don't let that idea go, though.
No.
Maybe a camp out this year.
Hold on.
But what about Preston and Steve toothbrushes?
I like that.
I love that.
I like
We'd
that.
have
I
to
love
get
that.
the Colgate toothbrushes, though. We need a rep for Colgate.
We do. Casey probably could track somebody down for us.
Well, or we don't even have to do that. I mean, we could just go online and.
Nah, but she wants quality.
Yeah, I know.
But she's doing the system that I do. I use the water pick,
Yeah.
full deal.
At night?
And then at night, so I actually do it in the reverse.
Opposite?
I
Okay.
use the toothbrush at night. So
I'm doing a little bit of research.
All right, let me go next to Chris. Hi, Chris. Good morning.
Hey, morning, guys. How are you?
Good. What's up, Chris?
So hair salons, especially around Christmas time, giving out like travel size products.
That's exactly right.
I've never had a hair salon give me tchotchkes before.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, but Kathy, all don't your places do that?
I mean,
buy
not,
it there.
Yeah, not during the holiday season or anything like that. But I mean, when we did the events, I mean, True Beauty gives us products to give
right.
away.
We set that together. But normally, when I'm at a salon, they have all the products for you to buy there, so they're not going to give you anything.
So Peyton, Chris, how does it work out with you?
Okay, so I was in a salon in Langhorne. Now I work for myself, so I don't do it as much because it's just me, and it's a little costly.
I got you.
Okay.
But our color companies would offer deals to get these like travel size, and we would just put together little packages: shampoos, hairsprays, whatever. But travel size for our guests that come in. And I actually work in education, and they'll give it to us too, the stylists, when you go to education classes.
Interesting.
So yeah, we get a lot of swag.
Yes, I think it makes a difference.
Thank you, Chris. I do too. You mentioned the name Peyton. That's who's online. It's our former intern.
Yay!
Hi, Peyton.
Hey.
Hey.
Guys. How are you?
We're wonderful. It's nice to hear from you.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. So you had a little tchotchke story to share?
Yeah. My ex-boyfriend worked for a bank, like as a teller, and he in the drive-through would give lollipops to kids or dog biscuits
to ugly kids. No, so
he gave a dog biscuit to a kid on accident and didn't realize until after they pulled away.
You gave a dog treat to a kid? Oh my God. Okay.
So we assume, Peyton, that if somebody has a dog in the car, that's when you put the dog treat through, correct?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Traditionally, I think that's the idea.
Okay, I mean, you just don't randomly guess they have a dog at home, so that's part of the deal.
Right.
I like that. To have that, and I've been at banks where they put lollipops through, and that's actually I did. We were at one a while ago where it, it was just an adult in the car and got a lollipop. So there you go.
Yeah, adults like candy too.
Absolutely.
Almost that.
You know what? This is also tangential, Preston, to waiting room stuff, as you said before. Like, not just leaving with the bag, but what do they lay out for you to enjoy while you're waiting?
Thank you, Peyton. Appreciate it.
Preston, you know where I got one time, actually not that long ago, is I signed up for the membership at Hand and Stone, and this is not a plug, but I joined their membership because I wanted to do that, and they give you a nice little goodie bag. So when you, like, it's got oils and, I don't know, like a sleep mask in
Toothbrush?
They didn't include a toothbrush.
Okay.
But it was a nice little goodie bag.
Well, yesterday we're looking for a place for my dad to live. So we went to this place called Arbor Square. It's an independent living place. And the woman who's showing us around, Heidi, had a full plate of chocolate chip cookies, or fresh,
Whoa.
made straight from the restaurant.
I'm living there now.
Steve, there was like a dozen of them. We ate a couple, and she's like, take them. So she gave us little bags that we filled up with cookies and left.
I
were
would
still warm.
If you have a senior citizen that is not too lucid, I need to know. I need to go over there, put them into the place.
Yeah, Steve wants to do a fake interview. So
yeah,
you get
this
the
is
chocolate chip
my.
cookies.
What's your name again?
Did it sell your dad? Did the cookies sell your dad?
Totally.
It did?
Oh, yeah, he loved it.
Look at Steven Singer. Steven Singer with the Otis Spunkmeyer cookies.
Okay, there you go.
They've got
Steven Singer
Yeah.
gives away tchotchkes.
beer.
He's little footballs.
The mini
Yeah.
footballs.
All that stuff.
That was sitting right under our nose.
Right.
We didn't even realize
Love it.
it. All right,
Go
so
on, take it. It's
that's
free.
a good one.
In the holidays, I love the New Year's sockeye salmon.
Oh my God.
Is that from the old Eddie Murphy bit? Yeah.
No
where
one's
he-
looking. Go on.
He pretends to
take
be
it.
white. And they're at the bank. He's there to get a loan. Go ahead, take it.
No one's looking. It's free.
Nobody's looking.
There's a great skit that they do, Preston, about the Amazon stores where you can walk in and it just registers who you are, and then you walk out. In case you've seen
Right.
it. And so they have black Ike Keenan, I guess Thompson is in there.
Okay.
And he's looking around. He's going, so you're saying I can just walk out with this?
I have Krista who's on the line. Hi, Krista. Good morning.
Hi.
Hey, what's up,
So,
Krista?
I used to do direct sales. We always said it was women or like women's sexual health, but I mean, we'll be honest, it was like adult toys and everything else. And
Right.
we always had our girls' parties, and everybody always got a goodie bag. Like, it was guaranteed, and it was full of all sorts of fun little gels, lubes, things that tingle.
Little travel size versions of these things?
Yeah, they're like little packets. Like,
Yeah.
So, Krista, you were
I know
saying
what you're talking
you
about.
would. So this would be sent along with product, or if you had one of those in-home parties, everyone would get a complimentary bag. How did it work?
Well, it kind of worked both ways. So, like, if I had somebody order something and I mailed it, they
Yeah.
would always get free stuff in the mail. And then on top of that, of course, if you have a party, like, you could tell, like, who was interested in stuff. So you'd put together a bunch of the little packs together with, like, a pin and, you know, just little things that, you know, you sold, and you handed that out at the end of the party in hopes, like, with your name and stuff on it, in hopes that they call you wanting it because they're going to try it and hopefully them in there.
And would you get a return sometimes on people saying, "Oh, this was in the bag. I'd like to buy more of this."
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, there you go.
All right.
So there's your clarion call to people to start amping up those tchotchke bags.
That's how you do it. This sounds like a cool idea. I'll go to Mike next. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, Mike?
Yeah, I work for a tire wholesaler, and one of our suppliers gave us Hot Wheels cars with our logo.
I love that.
That's pretty cool.
Hot Wheels cars.
cool.
I have one right in front of me that the Batmobile Hot Wheels. I play with it all the time.
Well, that's a fun little tchotchke to get, you know?
Oh, just give away a tire.
You could do that, too. Here. Here's an SR-71 or whatever. No, that's a plane.
Yeah.
Here's a plane.
Yeah. What was it in My Cousin Vinny? What were they?
Oh, Positive Traction?
No, but the actual tire. They say the model number tire over and over in that MR14. Let me go next to Rob. Hey, Rob. Good morning.
Fire truck.
Fire truck.
Yeah. What's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up? I work for a lumber company down here in Florida, and our contractors love it. They come in, they ask for T-shirts, hats, and we'll just give it to them because it's basically free advertising. Not free, but advertising throughout South Florida and here. And it's funny watching these, 60-year-old guys walk out with a bag with a T-shirt and a hat and a lumber pen, the black contractor.
And Rob, they will wear them about. You'll see people wearing them out.
Oh yeah, where I live is near the water, so I go to tiki bars and stuff on the weekends, and I see our shirts. I'm like, where'd you get that? In Boynton Beach, and they're like, yeah, man, you work there. I'm like, yep.
That is cool. You know what? Who does in a sort of a similar thing? Rob is John from Sequoia. He does basically his tchotchke bag is that party he throws for his customers.
They get bags?
They get stuff, yeah.
They don't get bags.
Well, that's for the contractors.
Right, yeah, I'm saying, but they're customers.
I like the Preston
Thanks,
Steve bags that we give out. Those are cool. Like
They're
reusable
nice.
bags.
Yeah.
I use mine
Each
at the
one
grocery
has
store.
a sockeye sand.
By the way, it was a Michelin model XGV 75R 14-inch wheel.
Right. And you can say, from my cousin Vinny.
Identical. And you give them as a tchotchke.
Yeah. Michelin model XGV, size 75R, 14-inch wheel.
Let's keep that handy for random moments.
Michelin model XGV, size 75R, 14-inch wheel.
You know what? Let's get, if they're still available, let's get some of those to give away as my cousin Vinny tchotchkes.
Okay. Yeah. We could do that. All right, but like I said, I've been working on something with Eric for a while, and I think we're going to have a cool little tchotchke giveaway.
Is it from Michelin by any
chance? The
chance?
Preston and Steve show. It is not. It is not. So anyway, Kathy, I'm sorry to hear that about your dentist. They're no longer giving away goodie bags if you're just tuning in, and there's a very specific toothbrush that she absolutely loves.
Go to that gas station dentist.
I'm going to try there.
Okay. Well, listen, we don't have tchotchkes to give away, but we do have some $50 gift cards for Sabrina's Cafe.
Smells good.
Who have brought this morning stuffed French toast, chicken and waffles, breakfast tacos, and homies.
Oh, my God. So we're assuming homies are home fries, yeah?
I'm guessing that. Also, homemade watermelon juice. That sounds interesting. And Natalie's fresh orange juice. So we'll take call number 12, 215-263-WMMR. By the way, Philadelphia institution since 2001. Sabrina's Cafe operates 5 locations serving classic and unique breakfast, lunch, and brunch dishes to Philly and South Jersey food lovers 7 days a week. And you can go to sabrinascafe.com for more information. We'll take that 12th caller and we'll give you a $50 gift card right now. Thank you to those who are on hold and we didn't get a chance to get to. I apologize. We're going to take a break, come back in a second. We'll get to the B-Files. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Forage for itself when it comes out.
There is a picture here of the 4 girls, and she is significantly taller.
Significantly. I'm a little bigger. And you know they're wearing heels, Kathy.
Yeah.
When she gets into her laughing fit, man,
she's so
watch
Can't
out.
stop. It's a runaway train. Her gynecologist actually zip lines in. It's crazy. Okay, everything looks pretty good. Is that a stalagmite? What is that? Oh my God. One-eyed Willie.
Chester Copperpot.
There's an entire pirate ship in here. Hey, you remember when we fought that octopus? Oh, that was in the edited scene.
Yeah, they took that out of the movie.
By the way,
The Gooies instead of the Goonies.
she's really pretty.
She has.
She's yes.
She doesn't look anything like she used to look. My assistant. Come on over here, man.
Hey,
look
Sloth,
at this.
come here.
Look at this. Navajo cave etchings.
And then when they have to do the look around the back end.
Goonies taking place inside Khloe Kardashian. Quickly, hide in the fallopian tubes. I'll use my chattering teeth to pull us up.
Oh, God. All right, so anyhow.
Okay.
They'll name the boy, if it's a boy, Tristan Jr.
Okay, cute.
Just to let you know. Here's another bit of trivia for National Trivia Day. Long before rap battles, there was flighting, the exchange of witty, insulting verses. The verbal throwdowns were popular in England and Scotland from the 5th to 16th centuries. So it was kind of like, your mama jokes, I guess, going back and forth. But back in the 5th to 16th
Your mater
centuries.
gives handies to the house staff.
Your mater.
Yeah, mater. Your mater inhales snuff through her buttocks.
Burn.
Got you.
Dude, you know what that made me think of? Is we talked about knock knock jokes being a big thing in the 1930s and 40s.
Yeah.
And you were FDR.
He was trying to
doing a knock knock. Who was that? Your mother manually stimulates migrant workers. Oh my God! Yeah, so they it was called flight hating.
Yeah, flighting,
and they would jab do little jabs at each other.
Your mater is so corpulent, when she sits around the house, the spire sticks in her rectum. Snap.
Oh, snap.
Snap.
Oh my God! All right, so that's what they used to do apparently. So that's been going on for a long time.
I think we talked about this one time, the history of humor and what makes us want to laugh and makes us want to make others laugh, and it goes back. A lot of times, the basis of everything is in insults.
I felt like an idiot yesterday because my 8-year-old daughter got me with a little bit of a joke.
Did she?
Yeah. Can I get you with it?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, righty. Steve, would you remember me in an hour?
Yes.
Steve, would you remember me in a day?
Yes.
Steve, would you remember me in a month?
Yes.
Knock knock.
Who's there?
I thought you said you would remember.
You got me.
Snap. I was like, how did I fall for that?
My daughter got me one yesterday too, which was what do you call a suspicious noodle?
What?
An impasta.
I was like, spaghetti?
All right.
It's like beef stroganoff.
Yeah. Have you heard of jerking cattle?
Beef stroganoff. Or did you hear about the peanut walking through the park? It was assaulted. I mean, they're so stupid.
I know, and they're great.
Yeah.
I don't even necessarily know how to verbalize the feeling that I have inside when I see like lame Eagles chants and people making up their own lame Eagles fight songs and lame quote unquote pep rallies.
As you were,
like forced pep rallies.
Forced pep rallies.
Forced
Okay.
pep rallies. All right, here's one. Yeah, and these I love the outfit and I love the zeal for it.
Can you describe it, please, for those who are listening to the radio?
So it is an older couple. Married couple that has made up, and they're dancing. They're wearing Eagles gear. She's got a cool little Eagles tinsel wig on, and Steve,
Yeah.
I know you love
I'm
tinsel.
a huge fan of tinsel.
Right.
And they're making up their own Eagles song.
So you hate this elderly couple because they've made up their own Eagles song?
I think it's a lame song.
So what? They're having fun.
You know what? And you're right. They are having fun.
Here, Marissa, pull the audio. She heard us talking about this in the break, so she pulled up the audio. I haven't heard this. I've just seen this video footage that we're watching right now. So here we go. This is them, and their Casey says lame Eagles fight song.
Fly all the way up. Fly all the way up. Fly all the way up.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Eagles, do your thing. We need a Super Bowl ring. Fly all the way up.
Yeah.
Fly all the way up.
Yeah.
Fly all the way up.
Get behind this, right?
Fly all the way up.
I agree with you, Kathy. Yes, they're having fun.
E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles.
I I love the genuine zeal, the energy. What you don't know is that this woman is an Army veteran
who
donates her time on the... No, I don't know what the story is. They're having a great time.
Yes.
I was trying to run a CSI diagnosis or analysis of, I think, what... These are clearly... long-time Eagles fans.
They're really happy.
Really entrenched in it. Are you more pissed off about what you perceive to be bandwagon jumpers? Okay, then I'm at a loss.
I just don't. Why do you have to make this a lame song? We have a good song.
But they're not.
Because they're having fun. They're a couple. They're having
you know
fun.
what, Kathy? I'm with you. I am
Listen, they're
totally
not out performing it somewhere.
Fly all the way up. Well, yes, they are.
They're
And
in
now
their
it's
house.
on my Twitter feed.
Let me
I have
ask
no
you
control.
something.
Don't
In
watch
defense,
it.
and Kathy, I know you're going to back me up on this. What do Eagles do?
They fly all the way up.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
And then they also swoop down and
Wait, I love his participation. Where there's like one time where he's like, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Well,
listen, I don't think they're trying to rewrite the Eagles fight song. They're just having some fun.
Listen, and I know because I bought the stinking dog mask. And anybody that wants to criticize the dog mask craze, I say, shut up. We're just having fun. You know what I mean? I'm totally contradicting myself.
He's admitting the hypocrisy here.
Yeah.
So you're saying on a completely visceral level, and you don't understand it.
Right.
Is it all just based on the fact that you think this song sucks?
Yeah, I think.
When I think it's brilliant?
Well, all right. So I think I'm mad about the song because it was presented to me, and I believe it was presented to me on Twitter like, dude, this is great.
What do you mean? It was posted.
No, yeah, but it was somebody sent it to me.
Oh.
So somebody added me, and they're like,
as in-
this is great. And I was expecting it to be like this awesome song, and then I click on it, that's
not their fault. It's the person who sent it to you.
I think what they meant by this is great is look at this older couple having fun. That's probably what it means.
Fly all the way up.
Yeah.
Fly all the way up.
Did you see?
Fly all the way up.
I love that.
Fly all the way up.
Yeah.
Come on, Eagles, do your thing. We need a Super Bowl ring. Fly all the way up.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's it. Wait, it's not even a whole yet.
It's like this.
Well,
It's like, yeah.
I'm on camera too.
It almost sounds like a someone from Maine. Fly
all the way up.
Yeah. Can we have some goddamn dinner now?
We should try and start a new chant. I think this one is
S-E-A-G. No, not Seagull?
No, not Seagulls. No, fly all the way up.
Fly all the way up.
Yeah.
Fly all the way up.
Hang on, we have the actual.
Fly all
You've
the
come
way
around
up.
on this, haven't you?
We have the.
Fly all the way up.
I think we have the song that that inspired the
Come
whole
on, Eagles, do your thing. We need a Super Bowl ring.
Wait, here's.
Fly all the way up.
That's part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it. It's just. I've been with this woman for 33 years, and every day is a living hell.
Here we go.
Shorty, what you want? I got what you need. I'm all the way up. I'm all the way up. I'm all the way up. All the way up.
I hear his part now.
I'm all the way up.
All right, so that's what it came from.
I hear his part now.
Yeah.
Oh.
What? Is the dinner ready? Yeah. They're an adorable couple. They're having a blast. Yeah.
Well, I think that is the guy filming. The guy in the background, I don't think he
Doesn't ever
does
say anything.
I don't think he does
He
anything.
is dancing.
He is dancing, yes.
Yeah.
He's got some moves.
Is this song done now? Did we win the Super Bowl yet?
Have you seen these tattoos that people will get of waveforms?
Of what now?
And you can use an app on your phone that reads the waveform and actually plays your tattoo. A gal got a tattoo, a waveform tattoo of the last voicemail that her grandmother left her before she died.
That's freaking wild.
And it was like, hey, honey, just wanted to call and say hi. All right, I'll talk to you later, something like that. And so she took the digital waveform, which any digital audio equipment, you visually see a waveform, and they managed to tattoo it. Here's a video of it up here on the monitor here, Steve. And they tattoo it on their skin, and then you hold this app up to it, and it reads it and plays it. How?
In their voice?
In their voice.
Shut.
Because the waveform is precise to the the
tonal quality of the voice.
And it's amazing. Now, my question is how long is that going to last? That tattoo is eventually going to, bleed a little bit in the size.
Hi, sweetie. I just called you.
But
now I regret getting that tattoo.
But it's pretty amazing.
Probably should have watched my weight.
Yeah.
I see it's grandma.
A stretch mark for it.
Yeah, put it in a spot that's not, put it like on your gut or anything.
Yeah,
like that.
something that's not going to expand or contract over time.
Isn't that cool?
That is cool. Talk about a tattoo that has some meaning.
My breakfast taco, just as you were wrapping up traffic there, Kathy. It's courtesy of Sabrina's Cafe, by the way. That was fan-freaking-tastic.
Yeah.
Wonderful. You should see the French toast. It's ridiculous.
So you were talking about that, and then Marissa loves the table pancake, apparently, that they do.
The French toast looks like the size of a birthday cake, like each slice. So, yeah, and you need to share that. You definitely need to share that. So we thank them. We'll do some more giveaways in a little bit with them. We have a guest who's coming up, but I would like to do the bizarre file first.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Sequoia Outback. You can make your deck or outside space a source of comfort and pride. Shop 4th of July sale at Sequoia Outback, Route 309 in Hatfield, or at decksupplies.com. In Florida, a man is in the hospital after officials say he jumped from the second floor of a home that he crashed into and then tried to burglarize.
Wow.
Residents called 911
That's
about
initiative.
4 a.m. on Sunday. Callers said the driver of the car was breaking into multiple apartments. The sheriff's office identified the driver as 44-year-old Corey Payton. They said he rammed it twice, according to a witness. He said he came once and then he hit it again. This is Keith Ketchum saying that it sounded like somebody was trying to break into the house, so I ran to my son's room. Ketchum lives next door. He's grateful his son was not home when the crash happened. He showed the impact of the inside of his child's bedroom, and it was trashed. The sheriff's SWAT team responded to the scene. Ketchum said, I came outside to meet law enforcement. The guy just walked past me. He was all full of blood and ran around the building, took off, and then there was a chase from there.
I didn't plan this well.
Deputies say Payton barricaded himself inside another home on the second floor. He's accused of breaking in and trying to burglarize it. Payton then began threatening to shoot deputies, prompting surrounding apartments to be evacuated. They were able to talk to him through a window on the second floor. Negotiators worked for several hours to get him to surrender peacefully.
I don't want to come out.
Well, and then he jumped out the window. Fire crews were on the scene and able to initiate life-saving measures before he was flown to an area hospital. He has an extensive criminal history.
I'm a really bad thief.
With a total of 139 prior felony charges and 30 total felony convictions.
Listen, that deserves some sort of plaque.
Deputies found Payton's ankle monitor inside the home that he broke into as well. So
those things work.
A Lake Barrington man with a revoked FOID card, and I believe a FOID card, F-O-I-D, is a permit to carry a weapon.
Okay.
Has been arrested and charged after he accidentally shot himself while he was dreaming. Deputies said that they responded to a report of a person with a gunshot wound. When deputies arrived at the home, they found 62-year-old Mark DeCara with a gunshot wound to the leg. Deputies applied a tourniquet, and he was losing a significant amount of blood. Further investigation revealed that DeCara had a dream that someone was breaking into his home.
Did this person have large knives on one glove?
They didn't elaborate.
Okay.
In his dream, he retrieved his .357 Magnum revolver and shot at who he believed was the intruder.
Sleep shooting is a bad thing.
When he fired, he shot himself instead and apparently woke up from the dream at that point.
That would wake you up.
DeCara was taken to a hospital where he was treated for his wounds and later released, and it is also confirmed that there was not a burglary or anything like that. Deputies later learned DeCara had a revoked FOID card and yet still possessed a firearm. He is released on $150,000 bail after posting bond. A longtime and award-winning Penn State professor allegedly performed sexual acts with his dog in a sickening display that was captured on a state forest trail camera.
I love his explanation.
Themis Matsoukas was charged after he was allegedly caught earlier this year naked from the waist down except for socks and shoes with his collie near bathrooms at Rothrick State Forest in Pennsylvania. Matsoukas, who is on leave from the university, was identified through a North Face backpack that he was carrying from an incident in April and also in May. He allegedly tried to record himself while performing the lewd acts with an electronic tablet, according to the trail cam footage.
Well, you want to see if you're doing it right.
After Matsoukas was identified as a possible suspect, rangers from the PA Department of Conservation and Natural Resources searched his home earlier this month, and he went into a panic. At one point, investigators told him that they think he knew why they were searching his home, leading to Matsoukas to reply repeatedly, "I'm done, I'm dead." And he also begged rangers to shoot him, saying, "I need to die," and additionally told investigators, "I do it to blow off steam."
To blow off steam is the explanation.
The Rangers...
Yeah, I bang my collie when the day gets a little rough.
The Rangers were reportedly able to find the backpack and ski mask that was visible in the April footage. They also saw a collie in his home that matched the dog in the video. Matsakis, who was a chemical engineering professor dating back to 1991, receiving at least 3 teaching awards during his tenure. His attorney didn't have much to say Wednesday, other than it would be inappropriate to make any comment at this time.
Other than to say, I'm dealing with a client who humps dogs.
Matsakis was charged with open lewdness, indecent exposure, sexual intercourse with an animal, misdemeanors, and summary charges of cruelty to animals and disorderly conduct. He allegedly has been partaking in the lewd acts at the forest since 2014.
The notion
He's a good decade into this.
that he sets up an iPad to record himself doing it. Amazing.
Yep. All right, and then one final story. A 28-year-old woman was arrested along with her mother after she posed as a 17-year-old student at a Louisiana high school by using false identification. Martha Yesenia Gutierrez Serrano and her mother, Marta Alvarado, were arrested Tuesday morning and charged with injuring public records. St. Charles Parish Public Schools notified the sheriff's office about a possible adult attending Hanville High School.
This just happened like 5-6 months ago, another case.
Yeah, the school had received a tip that a female student listed as 17 in school records was in fact an adult, possibly in her mid-20s. After an internal investigation, school officials noted the sheriff's office about the findings. The investigation found that Serrano Alvarado had enrolled her 28-year-old daughter in the school using a fraudulent passport and birth certificate. It's not clear why Gutierrez Serrano would have been enrolled or how long she would have been at the school. And I'm wondering, since we've had a couple of these pop up, I'm wondering how many in history went the distance and nobody ever knew.
Listen, do you want to take a crack at enrolling me in KinderCare?
We could do that.
Yeah.
And see what happens.
See if it would raise some red flags.
Why not? And that's what I have in the bizarre file. And speaking of high schools, St. Joe's Prep, their crew team is headed to compete in the United Kingdom's Royal Henley Regatta.
This is amazing.
And from what I've been told, this is like the premier event of the sport.
Yeah.
And it's a big, big deal that they're going. In fact, there's going to be a little send-off party tonight at the Robert M. Gillen Jr. Boathouse around 6 o'clock. And we happen to have the head coach of the crew team, and it is John Fife who is joining us this morning. Hey, John, good morning.
Good morning.
Nice to see you. Sorry, I butchered your name earlier this morning. I told it was John Rife, but it's Fife. So
it's Fife.
Wanted to correct on that. So how long have you been the head coach at the Prep?
This is my 6th year.
Okay. And have you guys ever come this close to entering something like this before?
This is actually the 14th time that St. Joe's Prep has raced at Henley.
Wow.
Then you've got an exemplary record there. So, I mean, not knowing all that much about this, the word coming in from all different sources is that you guys are strong potential victors here. How do you feel about this?
I feel really good. This is a really talented team, big senior class. This is part of a group that swept the Stotesbury Cup Regatta last month here on the Schuylkill. There's a lot of really good teams that have gone before us here at the Prep, and we're hoping to live up to the expectations those guys set.
How did the team do in Sarasota this weekend?
We did really well. We came away with 3 bronzes, and this was the national championships down there, which includes high schools and clubs. We came away with 3 bronzes. I think we were the only high school to pull that off. So our varsity didn't do as well as we wanted to, but we have our sights set high at Henley in a couple of weeks.
How many different events are you participating in?
So the way Henley works is we'll just enter one event. It's called the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup, and that is an event for high school and junior aged boys, 8s. So we'll be racing against other aged appropriate 8s from all around the world. I'm aware of crews from the United States, United Kingdom, Australia, and I'm sure there'll be some from Europe as well.
So, like in professional tennis, you play on grass, and you can play on clay, and you can play on, different surfaces. Are there different? Are there nuances to different, courses and bodies of water and composition of said water?
Totally. Henley is completely different from any other race that's out there. It's side by side, so there's only 2 boats, and we're racing upstream in a part of the River Thames, in Henley on Thames, and it's just side by side. If you win your race, you advance to the next day. If you lose, you're done. And so it's very different than what we're used to, which is normally 6 lanes across, and you advance through a regatta. This is very different, and we're racing against the current, and there's different currents in different lanes at different points of the race.
Is that
you have to know what you're doing?
Is that the anomaly to race against the current, or do you mostly go with the current?
Normally, we race with the current, or there's no current at all. Like
Okay.
when we at nationals, it's just a lake.
Huh? That's pretty wild. It's a fun. I mean, we used to broadcast down, from on the Regatta Dad Vale. It was a blast to watch that. So the sport has remained popular. I assume this is a revered. I wasn't familiar with this particular competition, the Royal Henley Regatta. So is it the pinnacle event globally?
I would say it is, with the exception of the Olympic Games. This is really the pinnacle for rowing. It started in 1839, so it's the oldest regatta out there. And it's, the best way to describe it is the Kentucky Derby meets rowing.
Wow.
Okay.
Those horses would drown.
All right, so you guys are having an event tonight. Is this to help cover travel costs and things like that, Coach?
It is. Yeah, we're having an event here at the boathouse at 6 p.m. And this is to help defray the costs to send the team over there. We're heading to London on Monday night. So we'll have a week over in England to train and get acclimated. And then we start racing on Tuesday, the 27th of June.
Okay. And so there's people buy tickets, and that's going to help fund this event, right?
Yeah, people can buy tickets. They can go to sjprep.org and buy tickets there, or they can come to the boathouse and pay at the door.
When we were out there, there was a guy who would actually hum and sing into a road cone. You might want to seek him out.
He could be your coxswain.
Right.
Yeah.
Right?
Using a road
cone. You could hear him all over London.
Oh, my God.
Now, listen, my son is going to be a junior at the prep. We tried to get him to join the crew team because not only is it a great program, and by the way, it's like one of the flagship programs at the school. That and the football program are kind of like second to none. Also, rowers have it's a great path to college as well.
Yeah.
But it's also you run a tight ship over there, and my friend Johnny Walker, his son is a freshman there, and he was down with you guys in Sarasota, and so I know the commitment that all of these boys. Young men have made to the program, and so the fact that they get to go and do this and experience this, it just all that hard work for the last 4 years has really paid off. So my hat's off to you and your program.
I know that Jack Daniels and Buddy Weiser agree with that.
Your dear friends.
Yeah.
Have some of the kids that are seniors signed with colleges?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. The seniors in this boat, we have a guy going to Harvard, Brown, Princeton, Stanford, Drexel. So not too bad.
No, not at all.
Nice.
Not at all.
Is it tough to get on the team, John?
No, at the prep, we don't have cuts. As long as you show up every day and you work hard, touch it. So we'll carry as many kids as we can.
A listener texted this in, and I thought initially it was kind of a silly question, and then I was like, actually, that's a really good question. How do you get the boats over there?
So row them over.
we used to actually ship our boats over on a container, and we stopped doing that because it just became too expensive. So we will actually borrow a boat from another school in the UK.
Is that problematic?
Yeah.
No, it's the same identical boat that we row here.
Because they say scheduled differently. I would wondered if that would affect the rowing.
It might.
So will you find a school that uses the same boat as you do?
Yeah, I'm friends with some of the coaches over in the UK, and we have like a mutual agreement with one of the schools, the Shrewsbury School, and they're providing us the same boat that we have here. And whenever they come to the United States, we'll do the same for them.
That's terrific.
Question though about it, about the equipment. Is it like stock cars? Are they supposed to be somewhat identical in these events?
No, there are rules that we can't modify the boats in certain ways that would make it unfair, but really
no motors on the back.
No outboard engines.
Yeah, motors would be nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's really just you can pick whatever manufacturer you want to use for your boat, but they're all kind of the same.
It's a great workout. I mean, obviously, we know people who one of our former interns kind of got involved with it and got into extraordinary shape doing it. It's one of the best exercises possible. Have you ever had someone just want to join simply for that purpose of getting a good workout?
Oh yeah, we have guys join for every reason under the sun. I mean, guys want to, go to Harvard, or they want to just be part of a team. It's
Yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine. All right, so the event is tonight. It's at the Robert M. Gillen Jr. Boathouse. And again, Coach, if people want to buy tickets, how do they do it?
Go to sjprep.org or just show up at the boathouse right on Kelly Drive.
Awesome. Excellent. Support these guys. And
It's
they
very
can
cool.
represent the area and maybe come back with a victory. Excellent. Good luck to you, Coach. Thanks for checking in.
Thanks, guys, and go prep.
All right. John Fife, St. Joe's Prep head coach of the crew team, which is really cool. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back in a moment. We will have the head of a sovereign nation when we return. Slowjamistan. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
How that work? How it's their actual voice and not? Do you know what I mean? Like,
because the waveform is represent. Now, it may be what happens is, I don't know the specifics. In the perfect scenario, the waveform represents exactly all the tonal aspects of what it's representing. However, maybe what it does is the app plays it back through a stored recording that matches that waveform.
Let's find out. I'm looking
All right.
it up right now.
Because it almost seems.
Where are my cookies?
Yeah, it almost seems impossible, and you want them. You want the
In their
waveform to in their best.
Right, yeah.
I have to piss.
It's great hearing him again.
You don't want me dead. Okay, you can have my money, you blood-sucking bastards.
I also like to look at animated feature film because we watch a lot of animated movies in my house. The Boss Baby. Nick, you liked that, didn't you?
I did. Yeah.
I saw it. It's funny. It's funny for adults.
Yeah.
The Breadwinner.
Oh, is that one of those lame ones?
And from Czechoslovakia, the breadwinner.
I didn't know you spoke Czech.
They show a clip or something. You don't even know what it is.
It's the Czech Republic now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Or the cashier's
But
Czech
Steve's
Republic.
right. This is a headstrong young girl from Afghanistan. She disguises herself as a boy and blah, blah, blah.
All right, the Breadwinner.
Because she wants to learn and then go to school and go to college and have a life. Shut up.
Okay.
Kathy, Coco's on here.
Yay, that was so good. I loved it.
Yay. That was so good.
I like two chickens to Coco, please. Yeah.
Really how it sounds?
It's two chickens to Coco. I think you need the photosensitive screening.
It's fine. I hate myself.
I like Coco.
So Coco's on there.
It was very good.
Ferdinand, which none of us have seen.
It's John Cena doing the voice of the Ferdinand the Bull.
I would like to see that. And then Loving Vincent. That's got to be another one of those, right?
Yep.
From Romania, Loving Vincent.
It's
about Vincent Van Gogh?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds like a great cartoon.
Boring.
Yeah. Maybe one of the guys from The Bachelor would be there.
Yeah, I love it. I love you. I cut my ear off.
Saoirse Ronan's in that too.
He has a talking cat.
I love it.
Oh, this is rotoscoped. So the process of rotoscoping is taking live film and coloring it in.
Oh.
It's not even animation. Shut up.
All right, stop me on a category that you care about. All right, foreign language film, film editing, production design, costume design.
Ooh.
She's back.
Ooh, I say Coco.
All right, here we go. Beauty and the Beast.
You know what?
They had great outfits in there.
I was a sucker for that. But did you see it?
I didn't see it. No,
Kathy,
I didn't see it.
I was not, I wouldn't say I was resisting it, but I'm like, how are they going to improve on the original French version?
Right.
And then the animated version. They did a great job.
All right, so this is a costume design. Darkest Hour, Phantom Thread, why does it have an L there? It's The Shape of Water.
The Shape of Elvis.
No, it was L, The Shape of Water.
Okay.
And Victoria and Abdul. I don't know that one.
That's the Queen Victoria goes to like
right.
Iran or something.
Okay. Makeup and hairstyling.
Nah.
Original Score.
Yes, yes.
And,
Michael Giacchino.
Michael Giacchino has anything on here. I don't know.
He did Coco.
Coco.
Yeah.
And the last Coco. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from the Preston and Steve Show in Philadelphia, Kathy Romano.
The world of animation is a wonderful world.
All right. Here are the original score. Dunkirk. Lisa Marie Presley.
Wow.
Lisa Marie turns 50 years old.
That's right. It's little Lisa Marie.
Yeah, little.
It's okay. It's okay. She's 14.
Well, it was a different time.
It was a different time, man, when you could date a 14-year-old and have sex with a monkey in the room.
Well, this is his daughter. This is the king's daughter, Lisa Marie, not Scylla.
Scylla, yeah.
So
I get them all confused.
I know. But she is, she's turning 50 years old today, so it's a big one for her.
Now, she was married to Michael Jackson and Randy Keough.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Who's Randy Keough?
I think
that guy. Or?
Danny Keough.
Danny Keough.
Yeah, and then she was also married to Nicolas Cage, and then she was married to a guy named Michael Lockwood, and
it's a whole morass of stuff.
Currently single.
She participated in probably one of the most awkward kisses ever televised, which was the MTV. And he said it wouldn't last. Look, I'm hetero.
It was so weird. It was so weird.
Look, I can kiss chicks. All right, here we go.
Let's just count down.
It took every bit of effort.
Your little boy, your little boy, your little boy.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
I did it.
Oh, Jesus. That's what's going through his head.
Your little boy, your little boy, your little boy, your little boy. Your little... I did it.
You donked it. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, Lord.
They said it wouldn't last. In your face. I'm a little boy forever.
Has she ever said anything?
She says, she actually says it was a good relationship, like a regular relationship. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's how he powers through.
Your little boy, your little boy.
All right, here you go. Your little boy, your little boy, your little boy, your little boy.
All right, Jesus.
It's like when we were eating the surströmming.
Yeah, you're like,
all right.
This is prime rib. This is prime rib.
And there's only one waterbed store in New Jersey. And they have, I'm looking up the pricing, but it's conveniently located near Route 1 and 287.
That's like when you call him, yes, hello?
That's close to
Dear God.
Yes, hello. What?
Oh, that's a pizza place. You got the wrong number.
Hang on, let me.
What a message is it? Yes, hello. Can I help you? Yes, Buddha. Yes, we have them, and we're open.
It's like,
yes, hello.
I don't think I've ever heard you yell into that filtered microphone for it.
Go ahead, kid.
He's looking for it. Hang on a second.
Yes, hello. Yes, waterbeds. We have them. Waterbeds, hello. You're the receiver.
You know, falling on the book.
Yes, hello.
Wait a minute. Do it with the receiver.
All right,
here we go. All right.
Yes, hello. Yes, waterbeds. We got them.
I don't know. That's got to be a lonely gig.
I grew up, where in St. Louis there was a place called the Waterbed Store, and they had several locations around the city and everything.
Yes, hello. Yeah, who is it? What? No, wrong number.
Damn it. They sell them on Amazon.
Please stand, please. Yes, we're open. You just say, I'll come to you.
Is this the Waterbed Store?
Don't even drive here. I'll come to you. Where are you?
Jim. I'm going to go to Jim, uses a waterbed still. Hey, Jim, how you doing, man?
Good. How are you? Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, I own a waterbed. I use it every night.
Oh, no, we're talking about waterbeds, not waterbeds.
Different product.
Different product.
What is
Jim,
that?
how long have you had it?
20 years.
Yeah, Jim, is that you? You want to buy another one? Jim!
I said to buy another one about 3 years ago and had to order it from California.
Okay.
Jim, is that you? Jim!
He's the last Waterman owner.
Jim, is that you? Jim!
By the way, here's a text that says Jordan Woods is her best friend. How do you report on them all the time and not know this? I don't pay attention to my
Yes, of
reports. Are
course.
you kidding me?
Yeah, this
I
is
just
all-
report this stuff.
Yeah, seriously.
Our goal is to not retain any of this.
At 6:58, we have forgotten everything about the Giants.
Absolutely. And that's the way it should
Well,
be.
Jordan Woods was never, ever spoken on this show.
What?
No, I don't know the name Jordan Woods either.
I'm sure at some time or another. We'll
If I have, I think through therapy I was able to forget it.
But anyhow, as Kylie's baby news took over the internet, her mom, Chris, was whooping it up
Jesus Christ.
at Chrissy Teigen and John Legend's house.
Stop it.
And they were watching the Super Bowl. But it looks like, hold on, it looks like Jenner may have had too much fun. Tegan shared a shot of a broken table on Snapchat explaining that Jenner crashed into it.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
Kris Jenner smashed into the table, apparently, and took it out while
Oh no, that's my favorite table.
that's while she was
It's
whooping,
Shelbyville, isn't it?
whooping it up. Our next guest is an accomplished writer and director. A couple little things you may have heard of before, like Loopers and Star Wars Episode 8, The Last Jedi.
Yeah.
And you want me to play his case? There you go. Need a fanfare when we bring somebody on board. But he is here to promote the film Knives Out, which is star-studded, looks really, really cool. Please welcome writer and director Ryan Johnson.
Thank you.
Hey, Ryan, how are you?
I'm doing great, President. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely, man. We're excited about this.
Tremendously.
We're fans of the murder mystery, the whodunits, and all that, and you just don't see them that often. And
This style, in the vein of Agatha Christie, and in the vein of 12 Little Indians, Murder on the Orient Express, the Hitchcock, that sort of stuff. And when they're done well, there's nothing like them. They just totally bring you in.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite genres, man. Like I grew up reading Agatha Christie's books. I grew up reading like the movies based on them, and it's so much like everybody loves a good murder mystery, like a good whodunit, you know?
Oh, absolutely. And what also is one of the few that allows for great ensemble work.
Yes. Yeah. You got like a rogues gallery of suspects.
Yeah.
The idea with this movie was let's do a star-studded cast. It's kind of like old school like that. Let's have it be so like everyone who pops up on screen, you're like, oh, it's that person.
Let me rattle off the names, okay, for those who may not be familiar. Christopher Plummer, Daniel Craig, Chris Evans, Jamie Lee Curtis, Michael Shannon, Toni Collette, Don Johnson, who's been doing some great stuff.
The Watchmen.
Yeah.
Frank Oz, even.
Yeah, we got Frank in there.
Awesome.
Christopher Plummer.
The
great
legend.
Christopher Plummer.
The legend, yeah.
And it's exactly, also you get a chance to, with a cast like that, and Jamie Lee Curtis, I think, I remember when I first saw the original Murder on the Orient Express, and that actually got me reading Agatha Christie. You can high concept characters a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. They're just on the verge of caricature. You can really, and that's the thing with this. It's a fun movie, and the cast, all of these stars, they just showed up ready to play.
I love
they're having a blast.
I love Daniel Craig. And Chris Evans looks to be.
He's playing a jerk. He's playing a real jerk.
And savoring. Everyone seems to say Michael Shannon is super intense, and yet he gets to.
Oh, he's having fun. Daniel Craig. If you just know him from the Bond movies, you would think he's a really serious, intense guy. He is so much fun in real life. He's like a blast, and he's having a ball in this movie.
So what's it like? I would imagine you have scenes where everybody's in it at the same time.
Those were my favorite ones.
What's that got to be like? That where in between takes where these people are just kind of it's got to be fun.
It was a party, man.
Yeah.
And also, we shot in a house in Massachusetts. It's like in a murder mystery mansion, but we were in like a real house. And so everyone liked each other, and in between takes, people wouldn't like go back to their trailers and get on their cell phones. They would all go down in the basement of this house, like around the pool table and hang out.
Exactly what you want.
It was like summer camp for movie stars. It was great. It was really fun. And I think you can see on screen how much fun everyone's having.
The conceit is a celebrated writer, 85 years old, I guess. He's having a birthday. The family's a little disenfranchised. He wants to bring them together, reunite them. And in classic fashion, he ends up dead.
Yep.
And and then you have
93.3 WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. I had mentioned a story the other day about a fairly new nation. What I didn't know is it actually declared independence from the United States in 2021.
I didn't know that. I thought it was more recent.
Me too. But
there must have been some sort of bloody war involved.
Possibly. You know, we're going to find out all the details in just a moment. It is the official title is the United Territories of the Sovereign Nation of the People's Republic of Slowjamistan. And I may be pronouncing this incorrectly because we actually have the portion of the national anthem to play for Slowjamistan, or it might be Slowjamistan. Okay. So let me play a little bit of this for you, and then we're going to speak to someone, an official, who can bring us up to speed on this. Here we go.
And I think it's gonna be an awesome place. This country brings a smile to your face. Inside our nation, you are never alone. Oh, no, it's this Slowjamistan.
Slowjamistan.
Slowjamistan is where I'm from. This is my home.
Standing for the anthem, Preston.
Oh, yes, he is. Right now, actually, we do have him via Zoom. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Sultan of Slowjamistan, Randy R-Dub Williams.
Yeah, Randy.
Good morning, sir.
First of all, is the microphone working correct?
The microphone is working wonderfully, yes.
Okay, sometimes the Americans scramble my Zoom. I don't know why. I did notice on the Zoom you were sitting nice and comfortable eating your French toast when the anthem turned on, which we are not off to a very good start.
Oh, I am sorry. I apologize for my indiscretion. Sometimes these... there can be some misunderstandings.
Well, we had no idea it was
customs.
the actual anthem. Yeah, we had no idea. So it just seemed to be just a regular slow jam. Where exactly is this tract of land located?
Yes, well, our country, if that's what you mean, is located approximately 90 minutes south of the American city of Palm Springs, California. Right. So you go south, and our neighbors to the South America, and then Mexico in 30 miles. So very close to Mexico, completely surrounded by California.
Ah, okay.
All right.
Very cool.
And it is, how large is the country, Sultan?
Yes. Well, okay, it's important to know it is ever expanding. We have our eye on some neighboring territories we cannot yet speak about. But as of today, it is just over 11 beautiful acres.
11 acres.
So you're talking about, you have your eye on other territories. You're not talking about military advancement, are you?
Well, look, Slowjamistan is a peace-loving nation. We will hopefully annex some land in the most peaceful ways possible. Real estate in California is very stupidly expensive, so I do not know. Maybe a barter system. We may figure something out. But look, 11 acres is a lot for the 10,000 citizens currently registered for Slowjamistan.
10,000. Now, how large is your military?
Been a busy week. 3 people right now.
3 people.
Good friends of mine. They have been boyhood friends in elementary school that wanted to be a part of this project. So
would you describe them as good scrappers?
Oh, what is it called in America? Do F around and find out?
Yeah. That's what you need.
What are some of the basic beliefs and tenets of Slowjamistan? If you could share with us the culture a little bit.
I will give you 2 or 3 because I have an appointment in Parliament in about 10 minutes, an emergency meeting. Mm-hmm. But our foundation of Slowjamistan comes from a problem that I suffered, and you are probably suffering right now in America. Over the past 5-10 years, there has been a pandemic, a plague of, I don't even want to call them shoes because that is too generous, but they like rubber clogs with holes in them that people have been putting on their feet. I think the Americans call them Crocs.
Oh, Crocs. You see
And
that
so-
as a huge issue.
All right.
And well, it's tearing the world apart in a fashion sense. And so, despite all of my calls to Congress and Senate and local and national law enforcement agencies, they have done nothing about it. So, I said we can resort to violence, but again, we are peace-loving people in Sloyamastan. So, look, we just made our own country where Crocs are strictly prohibited, and that is kind of the basis, the foundation of why we created Sloyamastan.
Okay. First of all, is the correct way to address you your sultanship? I don't want to be disrespectful.
I'm glad you asked. There are three options right now, legally, since we are speaking. Your Sultan, Your Excellency, or Big Daddy.
Big Daddy. Then I'll go with Big Daddy because I like that. Big Daddy, I do have a question about micronations because I've read about a few of them. Do you have any diplomatic relationships with the Republic of Molessia, I think is how you pronounce it, and also there's the Conch Republic. These micronations in the United States have started to pop up, and just like yours, they are, in many respects, legitimate.
Yes. So in America, we did something called show prep, which is we prep before the interview. And if you had correctly show prepped, you would see on our website that Molossia actually, I'm joking by the way, Molossia actually visited Sloyamastan last May. So like a month ago, Sloyamastan came out. It was our first diplomatic visit. It was one of the very few experiences where two of the greatest micronations in the world came together without incident. It was fantastic. So the answer is yes, and it was a great inspiration for your Sultan. I also have plans to see Sealand, hopefully, if not this year, next year.
Big Daddy, I did read a little bit of stat in our one of the stats in our prep that you have visited every country in the world.
Correct. Yes.
193 separate countries. Over how many years did that take?
Look, and I must underscore, there is a lot of fun and fantasy and satire in Sloyamastan, but Sultan swear, this is not a fabrication. I just finished my last country in March. I'm 46, so you can say it took me 46 years, but really over the past 10 years, I've had this crazy mission to see every country in the world. So we did it, including North Korea, 3 nights in Pyongyang, Syria in March, Afghanistan. I enjoy the crazy places. I like going to Rome and Tahiti and France and those nice places for the lattes. But I do like going to the places that you shouldn't go to. I went to Libya, places like that.
Oh, okay? So you'll push the boundary, so to speak. You mentioned North Korea, Kim Jong-un. The claim is he does not defecate. Do you make that claim as well?
No. The Sultan does take a nice. My claim is that I am very regular. It's very
okay.
regular for me.
Yeah, I think that leads to peace.
I'm proud of that. Yeah, you understand me.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. Yes.
A well functioning excretory system makes you more easy to deal with, I think.
100, yes.
Okay. So we played the national anthem, and I apologize again for not standing up during that. And did I hear correctly, are you attempting to sway the Elton John to record that anthem if possible?
Side note, in Sloyamastan, it's illegal to play only partially of the anthem. I noticed you cut it off.
Again, I apologize.
Maybe a small issue coming up. You will hear from my people. I was not familiar with the gentleman name. Is it Elton John?
Correct. Yes.
That is his name. So the gentleman that did our anthem, his name is Shelton John.
Shelton?
We put the song out, and all of a sudden we get these mails from the people in the DMs that, hey, this sounds just like Elton John. And apparently this Elton John has a lot of hits. So that being said, we said, yes, you know what, let's put a little petition out there. I sent him a DM, and he did not respond.
Right.
So now we have a petition. So if the people want Elton John to sing our glorious anthem, I will say maybe he will do a demo for me, and if I like it, we will make it the official one. I don't know.
If someone does decide to come and visit Sloyamastan or Sloyamastan or however you prefer to pronounce it, what are some of the features? What are things? Some of these sites that someone can see?
Well, you have to understand that. Look, a lot of Sloyamastan is in the future. It's the vision. They say Rome was not built in a day. Coming soon, we have what's it called? The Sultan's Lazy River.
Okay.
And It's trademarked. Right now, it is under construction. It is a gulch, muddy gulch right now. You can still bring your intertube. And every second Wednesday, we bring the sprinkler out. So you don't really move a lot on the river, but that's what makes it lazy. It's a very lazy river. Interactive armadillo farm, because what is fun about armadillo farm where you cannot do anything with the armadillos. And finally, an all-you-can-eat Mongolian barbecue emporium. But I know you were asking like right now, like if you wanted to come this weekend, you behind me, you see this is our
There's nothing.
Independence. No, this is look at it's hold on. You can see the flag.
Yeah. Oh, yes. And a desk.
That is the Sultan's desk, the monument, the flag, of course. We do have a border gate and border control. We have begun building the wall.
Oh, you're building the wall? Okay.
Yes, we have many signs as well, warning you of the landmines as well.
Okay. Landmines, you got to have them.
And
check that desk.
Did I read correctly that people can purchase kind of a little piece of Slow Jamistan by buying bricks and tiles and things like that?
So your dictator is a friendly one, yes? Most countries tax their citizens to death. I lived in California for many years up until the move to Slow Jamistan, and the taxes were just stupid. So in Slow Jamistan, instead of forcibly overtaxing the citizens, it's by choice, right? Maybe you call it libertarian.
Yes.
They can buy merchandise. So the bumper stickers, they can buy beautiful passports we have.
Very nice.
Very sexy.
Very nice.
And let's see, look at the Sultans there. There we go.
Yeah, it's sort of being lost to your
in the
Zoom
green
connection.
screen.
Yeah, there we go. There you go.
Okay.
Nice.
And it has, instead of the founding fathers quotes at the top of the page, it is the quotes from the hip hop people. For example, on page 7, it says, "Never trust a big butt and a smile." Bell Biv DeVoe.
Bell Biv DeVoe. I love it.
So yes, you can buy a brick. You can bribe the cabinet to be a member of parliament if you really want to get inside. You can do a small bribe.
The bribes ensure that you have a real government. That's how you know you have a real government, with the bribes, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. But we don't really call them bribes. More like just
gifts.
Yes.
So there's a website for all of this, correct?
That is a website, and that is the social medias. The website is slowjamistan.org. And the Instagram and the Facebook and the MySpace, it's simply Slow Jamistan. On Tinder, I could not take Slow Jamistan. It was taken, so I think it's like Slow Jamistan 123 or no, hold on. It's Slow Jamistan _sexy on Tinder. If you're swiping and you see the Sultan, please make sure to swipe right.
Nice.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. You're covering all bases, and it looks like you're off to a good start.
Yeah.
When are you coming? That is the question.
Yeah.
Welcoming you.
We'll work out our vacation schedule, and we'll come in for a visit sometime in the very near future.
Honestly, Preston, I don't think we go unless we get a parade. Yeah.
I don't know. Big Daddy, could we work that out?
You can participate in the Sultan's Parade, yes.
Okay, fair enough. Excellent. All right, well, wonderful. Congratulations on your successful nation, and we appreciate the time out of your busy schedule.
It takes a lot to put together a nation, and we commend you.
Yeah, so thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you, my friends. Take care.
Take care. All right, there you go. The Sultan of Slow Jamistan, who is known as Big Daddy, by the way.
Yes.
And it's legit. It's a real place. It's in Nevada.
We don't think about these things, but he did.
Or was it?
You can do it.
California. I'm sorry. It's in California. Yeah. So, actually, his name is Randy R. Dub Williams, and he does a syndicated Slow Jam radio program.
like that. Like we just heard. Yeah,
exactly. All right, you know what? We've talked about foreign nations. We should probably spend a little time about talking about this area, because I got some City Beat stories.
Oh, my God.
With you today. I do. Yeah. All right. Some things that are happening in and around our area.
Perhaps on the very street you live.
Yes. I'll start with this one. It's a little ways off. But Marisa sent this to me.
Like a little doll.
So you can play golf at Citizens Bank Park. They're doing upper deck golf. Yes. The event runs from November 16th to the 18th and gives fans an exclusive opportunity to play a round of golf inside the ballpark.
So we assume this is a miniature golf kind of situation, yes?
No, it is not. You actually hit from the upper deck down below, I believe, and some things like that.
Yeah, I saw them doing this at Fenway. I think it was last year, and I was like, I wonder if they're going to bring this to Citizens Bank. The cool thing about this is it's happening during Camp Out for Hunger Week.
Dude, you have to do that.
I have to do that.
You have to do. So we're looking at the layout here, Case. You're right. So It's up on a platform, and so you're basically driving down to the field.
Yep. So
I'm surprised the field. You know how those groundskeepers are.
Oh yeah, they're very protective. But there will be custom greens on the field below. There's going to be live music, drinks, food, multiple golf challenges at a clubhouse sports bar. Registration for Tee Times opens in September, but you can register now for early access, so that's why I'm bringing it up now.
Maybe they'll allow you to autograph a ball, Preston, and yell at you for putting it in the wrong case.
Maybe they could do that.
Yeah.
Tee Times are limited and are expected to sell out quickly, and they're going to offer standard and VIP Tee Times for the event.
That'd be pretty wild.
7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Because they have the lights and they can go into the the evening hours. VIP Tee Times include free entry into driving, chipping, and putting challenges and complimentary food and beverages. It's a 9-hole course and a foursome around the ballpark, and each player receives their balls and a scorecard so that they can record their scores at each stop around the ballpark. Shots landing on the designated green will result in a par. Off of the green is a bogey. If you get the inner circle around the pin, it is a birdie, and you never know, you might get a hole-in-one as well.
Isn't that
so awesome?
What is the price? Do they say?
It does not say.
Okay.
The typical round will take about 90 minutes. However, you can start an annual round at the Clubhouse Festival as well, so you can stay longer if you want. Standard registration, each player receives 18 balls, which is 2 per hole. And if you choose VIP registration, you can have an enhanced experience and get 22 balls, which is 2 per hole with 4 mulligans if you need them. You are allowed to bring your own clubs, but it's not necessary. And they do stipulate no drivers or fairway woods.
Could you use a baseball bat?
I don't know. You'd have to ask him that. But no drivers or fairway woods. That'd be, that you'd hit them way too far.
Okay.
So if you choose to bring your own clubs, lockers are not available for that. But
I think this is a cool idea.
Yeah.
You could add other types of sports. What else would you be able to do in there? Duck hunting?
Marlin fishing.
Marlin fishing.
Something
if you
like
fill
that.
it up with the... I mean,
Sure.
Because volume-wise, it could hold enough water for big game fish.
Plenty of them to live in there and have lots of room.
Yeah.
So, by the way, it's 12 and older. Only individuals with a reserved tee time will be permitted into the ballpark. No spectator tickets, and it is rain or shine.
I love
so
this.
It's coming up in September, but you can go ahead and get the early access for that now. So that's why I went ahead and brought that up. All right, let me see. All right, man, I was bummed out to see this. Did you know a cannon was stolen from Fort Mifflin?
What?
Like how?
Sometime earlier this month, and police are investigating it. It was a 300-pound signal cannon.
How's there not security cameras around there?
That was taken from its spot on the wall surrounding the fort in South Philadelphia. You'd be surprised, man. A buddy of mine was on the preservation group.
Yeah.
A part of that. It's a nonprofit. I mean, they don't have it's a historic spot. But they're kind of very thin in their staff
In
to
the
be able
budget and
to keep
everything?
an eye on that place. Yeah.
I thought that they would just use the original Revolutionary War security cameras.
No, unfortunately, those are
They don't work anymore?
Outdated. Yes.
The guy on the stool.
Beth Beatty, I think, is the executive director of Fort Mifflin. She said, we're a small nonprofit, and this is sort of a sentimental cannon for us. It's a replica, by the way, was about 4 feet long, sat on a box on top of a 14-foot tall wall, so stealing it was not easy. She said it had to be removed from the box and then removed down from the top of the wall, and then it would have to be moved across the parade ground and loaded into a truck, and all that happened in early June.
Miserable bastard.
Officials don't have an exact date because the cannon doesn't sit in a visible area.
You know the likely culprits. The British.
And the first person to notice it missing thought that it was taken down for maintenance, so they don't know when it happened. Philadelphia police confirmed that they are now involved in the search for the cannon. It's valued about $3,000. Officials searched the entire property. They checked Facebook Marketplace to see if it was for sale.
Yeah.
But they don't think it's worth much as scrap because it's made out of cast iron, so it's not like
going to yield a lot.
Yeah.
It's stupid. So Fort Mifflin is awesome. We've been many times. We did a couple of haunted tours around Fort Mifflin.
Love that place.
And had a sensational time. Regardless of that, the history, everything, the casemates, walking around the grounds, and also, Preston, the fact that the airliners, as they're coming into the airport, are right overhead.
It feels like you can touch them.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it was the main
defense
protection in the Revolutionary War.
Yes.
Of anybody who was coming up the Delaware River. That was our first and last line of a barrage.
And they talk about the bombardments at certain points were just so incredibly loud. You could hear them for miles and miles.
So I was a little bummed out to see that.
It sucks.
Yeah, okay. Let me get to it. Then we have a guest standing by, so I'll move along quickly with these City Beat stories. Marissa sent this to me. There was a woman who posted this on Facebook, and her name is Kim O'Hallahan. And she wrote on Facebook, if anyone out there can help us with this Hail Mary of a request, I'd be forever grateful. She said, I spent about 13 years saving all of, it's their son, Tommy's T-shirts from sports teams, volunteering, his first job, etc., with the plan to have a blanket made for him when he graduates from high school. She said, so many memories. I couldn't wait to give it all to him. I had it in a plastic tote and had another tote with all the extra shirts that weren't used. As usual, I was crazy busy, and I was squeezing in an extra errand on my way to a lacrosse game, and I drove to the Goodwill on Grove Street in Haddonfield to drop off the extra shirts. 2 weeks later, I went to wrap the gift, and with horror, I realized that I gave the wrong tote to Goodwill.
Preston, if you read a little further, she said she was distracted buying a cannon.
She said, I gave away the blanket, whose sections I spent 13 years collecting.
It
sucks.
God, that's terrible.
She said I cried all morning long and several times since then.
Dude, and there's that when
There's
you
no
drop
way.
something off
Dude.
there. Remember my mom gave away all my purses.
I remember that.
And it was, she said when she walked back there, they were like, you can go back if you want. And it was floor to ceiling. She said just bags and things.
She said, I've been to a few Goodwill stores. I've emailed corporate with the photo, asking them for to send it to the stores in our area. No luck. And I'm getting discouraged. And she's asking for Facebook miracles. But then she did a follow-up. She did an update and said, blanket has not been found yet. To my knowledge, I'm so overwhelmed.
Could she change her son's name to Nike?
She said, I'm overwhelmed by the response. I literally can't keep up with all the posts and comments. If anybody sees a comment on any of these posts that someone thinks they've seen it,
blows.
So
please tag me or send me a message on Facebook Messenger or email me at kimriley1@verizon.net.
So was the blanket made?
Yeah. So
Okay, so it's the finished blanket was in with the extra T-shirts that she doesn't really care about.
Yes,
She's really just looking for the blanket.
Yeah, she had the leftover shirts that
Okay.
she wasn't going to use, and that's what she kept and
Okay.
accidentally gave the blanket.
Well, and that's unique enough that if enough people are checking their Goodwill stores, like maybe we could find it.
I hope so. So I want to kind of put the word out there. So we'll see. But again, her name is
Two missing things.
Kim O'Hallahan, and her email is kimriley1@verizon.net. So
This
good
is
luck.
like
That's
lost and
terrible.
found.
When you lose something of sentimental value,
It's the worst.
it's horrible.
Yeah.
You know? And especially one that was collected over a long amount of time, hadn't even been presented to the recipient yet, and was going to be a big surprise, and it's gone.
So something of sentimental value that I thought had disappeared actually just found out resurfaced yesterday. My mom says, hey, did you ever hear of Ernie Banks? And I said, yeah. She goes, before she even finished her sentence, I said, yeah, like when I was a kid, probably 30 plus years ago, I bought my dad an Ernie Banks baseball card for Father's Day. Listen, I was a child. I didn't know what I was doing, but I went to an old baseball card memorabilia store. It was in my price range. I think it might have been like $15. It wasn't a rookie card. But anyway, I got it for him for Father's Day. And then it disappeared. And she was fingering through.
Had you had the chance to give it to him, or you never got the chance?
No, I gave it to him. And then it just disappeared at some point in the last however many years. And like when he passed away, I went through his dresser drawer, and I'm like, oh, that and Ernie Banks card's not here anymore, She found it. It was in a book. And she was just kind of like paging through this book, and she ended up finding the card. And I was like, that's great. Like, I have no idea what it's worth or whatever, but
it's sentimental.
It was sentimental.
It's
like,
priceless. This is priceless at this point for this woman who put this work in.
Maybe this mom should go looking through some books, and maybe she might find it.
Well, no, I think she's
the
doing
big
the
book
right,
of quilts.
Yeah. No, I think she's doing the right thing. I mean, just
Getting the word out.
Getting it out there.
Yeah. So, well, good luck to you. We wish you the best. All right. Can we do one more?
Yeah.
I know we got our our guest awaiting to pop in here in just a moment. But this is a really cool event, and Vincent James emailed me about this, and I've mentioned this before, so I'm happy to do it again. The Make Music Philly event is coming up next Wednesday, June 21st, and this year's festival features over 110 musical performances and special events at 45 venues in and around the city, including the main event down at the Free Library of Philadelphia. The marquee event will be held in Shakespeare Park, adjacent to the library, and will feature a huge, it says, musical instrument petting zoo. And several musical performances and demonstrations.
Can you feed the tubas?
Ranging from the Philly Drum Project to Noteworthy Philly a cappella group. So I think this is the event where they just encourage people to get out and play music. And I think there's usually, because I only printed up part of the story and I don't have the whole thing here.
Damn it.
But where there are music lessons provided. Remember we had talked about that in years past. So do a quick search on Make Music Philly and their event coming up next week to get the full details. And I apologize that I don't have all the full information here with me right now. So that's all that I got. All right, you know what? With that, since I only had partial information, let me do one more thing.
Oh, okay.
One more thing. City Beat.
Super wow.
Steve actually sent me this article. It's interesting. Why doesn't the art museum use the fountains by the Rocky Steps anymore? Readers asked through Curious Philly, the Inquirer's repository for questions about the region. And ultimately, the decision to no longer use the Cascade fountains isn't the art museum's to make. The fountains, as well as the famous steps, are actually city property.
Didn't realize that.
And are under the domain of the Parks and Recreation Department. So as a result of ongoing drainage and masonry issues, the fountains haven't been used in more than 20 years. Yeah.
I would have
fix it.
I don't know. Have I ever seen them?
No, you haven't, because they turned them off in, I want to say, 1995.
But other ones work, like the ones in Logan Circle?
Logan Circle works, yeah.
I spent a long time and a lot of money rehabbing the ones at Longwood Gardens, and that fountain show that they have now is world class.
It's amazing.
But it was closed. And it wasn't closed. They were just there, existing, not working for a really long time.
I'd like to see them return to their earlier vigor.
Yeah. Didn't we try to have a raft party, like a floating raft party?
At Logan Square, and Logan Circle, yeah.
You should do that.
Yep, we did that. Today, they're just for decoration. They will remain that way for the foreseeable future.
Couldn't you fill them up with dip?
They have been shut down due to maintenance since 1995. That July, all the museum's fountains were shut down for repairs to the labyrinth of plumbing pipes, pumps, and valves feeding the support to support them. As it turns out, the area under the famous steps is hollow and houses machinery that runs the fountain. So that's what's underneath the steps, is the machinery to run the fountains.
Yeah,
because actually, if you go to Longwood Gardens, they have the pump house that you can go into.
Pretty wild.
It's extensive, and that's old. They don't even use that equipment anymore. That's what used to run the fountain.
Would hummus flow through that if they turned it on?
There's only one way to find out.
Let's try it.
Yeah. According to a study commissioned by the Fairmount Park Commission in the 1990s, water had been leaking into the area and caused some deterioration of the structural beams and walls supporting the steps. A project to repair the issue was announced in 92 and then scheduled to be completed in Thanksgiving 1996. But the fountains were never turned back on after that fateful day in 1995.
I forget how they classify. For example, like the Eastern State Penitentiary is a landmark. It's a historical landmark, but that they're allowing to, continue to fall into disrepair.
Right.
And that's part of the understanding that it's supposed to do that they won't patch it up or repair it.
But at some point,
yeah, I don't know if there is a some point. What would happen if a wall collapsed? Would they rebuild that wall?
I don't know.
I mean, because that's I forget what the classification is, but that's they let it.
Well, yeah, it depends on would money from the state do that
Right.
or not? I don't know, because I think that's privately owned.
Hell.
I don't know. By the way, this isn't the first time the Cascade fountains were turned off. After debuting their first test in 1927, the fountains were periodically turned off over the years for various reasons. Chief among them was Philadelphia's using them as swimming pools. In 1971, the commission voted to shut off the fountains and drain their basins after two people were reportedly paralyzed.
Oh, man.
As a result of injuries, so jumping.
Yeah, they had a high dive.
They suffered by diving into them. Those episodes were among a string of injuries over the years that included skull fractures and concussions, skull sealers.
Yeah.
They're not deep.
The shutdown, which ended the following year, was not a decision that was made lightly.
Kath, I sent you the video yesterday.
I couldn't even watch it.
It's crazy. There's a place, and I don't know exactly where this is, but I feel like it's somewhere either in the Caribbean or South America, Central America, where these people essentially they dive off of this.
It looks like a giant overpass.
We talked about
overpass.
it.
No,
Yeah.
we have not talked about it. No, and they dive into essentially like
a puddle,
2 feet of water, like max. And Steve, this is like at least three meters high.
It's common. There was a variation on a case where they tie ropes. Are they?
No.
They're just jumping into the
They're
water.
literally
that's
belly
stupid.
flopping in a puddle.
That's crazy.
And essentially a puddle.
I couldn't. I watched it once and I was like, I can't
Kath,
watch
I
this
saw
again.
another one. It was a guy dressed as Batman, and he jumped from it seemed like 10 yards from where the road ends, and then they go slow motion, and then sure enough, I was like, oh, that's the same place.
And the kid was fun. He was the one
fine.
that you sent me. He jumped right back up, climbed up the wall, and walked away.
There's a way to distribute your body surface.
That's what it is.
Yeah, to do it, and people are crazy that do it.
Correct.
But you can be done, and people die doing it. Obviously, and
trying
get
it.
severely
If
injured.
you do it right, the mortician should have very little difficulty putting you back together.
Yeah.
Back to the water fountains, though. Here's what bothers me about this: is that it's been 20 years. They have not turned them on. Well, what are you doing? Get rid of it. Do something else there.
I know.
But they look nice.
But do
Yeah, get rid of
They
it.
could look nicer.
yeah, but we can't use them. They can't use it.
Right.
So either fix it or do
You like
something
my hummus
nice with
idea.
it. I mean, listen. At least it's hummus.
You know what, Kath?
Chickpeas, though, does hummus go bad?
Hummus is a little thick.
Yeah, it goes bad. But
Yeah,
Kath, you're
hummus
right.
can go
Like
bad.
you could fill it with soil and turn it into like a garden around it,
something
or
nice.
Absolutely.
Cheese would work better.
Cheese would work better.
because that flows better than
You can get a fountain
hummus.
wit or a fountain without.
Yeah.
Yeah, with or without.
Cheese fountain.
I love it.
I love that.
So anyway, if you were ever wondering why, that's why. They would shut it down from time to time for people getting injured, but for the most part, it's deteriorated, and it would be, I would imagine, very expensive to fix. And it's city-owned property, Kathy. That's part of it. I mean, that's
Yeah, I know.
that we got other issues than the
I mean,
fountains.
like the collapse 95.
Things like
Yeah.
that. Yeah. All right, that's last City Beat story. So thought I'd share a few things with you. All right, we're going to take a break because we have a guest who is stopping by here in our studio.
Very
She's
punctual.
Actually in our Acme green room right now, probably enjoying some tasty food that we have from Sabrina's Cafe. But we'll get her in here in just a moment. It's Tori Black that I speak of. Is going to be at Club Risque, and I'll give you the dates and times and all that stuff. But let's give away one of those $50 gift cards for Sabrina's Cafe. We'll take caller number 11 at 215-263 WMMR. From tacos to Benedict's to loaded French toast, waffles, and sandwiches. Sabrina's Cafe, perfect daytime spot for the entire family to indulge in delicious eats in a family-friendly setting. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
It's very traditional, yeah, exactly. But then it also throws some curveballs at you. And the big thing it does, a lot of times when you see Agatha Christie adaptations, I mean, I love them dearly, but they're period pieces.
Yeah.
This is set today. It's modern,
that.
and all the characters are modern types, and so it's very much updated for 2019.
And you're inherently you have a good sense of humor, and you see it permeate all your work. And I think a lot of times people forget that the original Agatha Christie stuff and the original Hitchcock always had a sense of humor.
Oh yeah.
I remember there's a scene in Frenzy, the movie Frenzy, where they're sitting having a meal, and the meal is supposed to be analogous to the, and it's just funny, and all that stuff works, and that makes it even more, to see.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, and Poirot, Christie's Detective Poirot. When Peter Ustinov, he's my favorite Poirot.
I think you're right.
Back in the day, and he got the clownishness of him.
I think Albert Finney was a little hard to understand.
I love him. He's going all out, man. But I mean, I think Branagh's Poirot is terrific.
Yeah.
But Ustinov and David Suchet is terrific. Ustinov is my favorite, though. And there's something funny about they're having fun with these characters.
Oh yeah.
Well, Steve had mentioned a movie the other day that I loved, and I've run into very few
few people who remember it, but was Murder by Death. Do you remember?
Oh God, yeah, of course.
Such a hilarious movie. Now it's a little more slapstick, you know.
Yeah. Neil Simon wrote it. It's like it's more like Clue. It's more like a parody.
Right, and he was a fan. He was a fan of that. So, so you know, your one of your works, which I love, is Brick, which is everyone always says a Dashiell Hammett sort of vibe to it, with the sharp dialogue and everything. I mean, this is great stuff that doesn't get exercised a lot.
Yeah, it's fun to go back. I mean, I don't know. These are genres that I grew up just like loving, you know. And so the idea is to get the essential pleasure of what everyone loves about them, but then, you know, hopefully throw some stuff at you that you haven't seen in them before too. So it feels a little, you know, it feels like you are also on a ride and you're not quite sure what's going to happen next.
And the story written by you?
Yeah.
And so this is a completely original.
Yeah, this is an original whodunit. Yeah.
Okay, so do you start at the end and work your way back?
I start way zoomed back. I start just thinking about the shape of the whole thing.
Okay.
But I need to have that. I need to have the whole thing. I couldn't start writing at the beginning and find my way through. I need to have the whole shape in my head before I sit down.
I think you would have to. And there's a certain, the people who have done it the best, I think, approach it that way.
Yeah.
Because you know, it allows you to keep tagging things on, you know?
Yeah, and
MacGuffins and all that.
Well, when you get to the end of a good murder mystery, you know, and you have the scene, one of my favorite types of scenes in all of fiction, where the detective lays the whole thing out, like in the library.
Yes,
which we have a really good one of those. It's like, and with that, you have to have laid the groundwork, because it's only satisfying if you feel like, oh yeah, that thing. Oh yeah, if you recognize each of them and it's paying something off.
Did you have someone fact check and make sure that what you did was legitimate?
You know who was the best at that on set? Chris Evans. He would bust my balls, man. He would come up in between every take and like, I was just noticed this, and then every time my heart would clench up because I was like, oh no, he caught me, and then I realized, oh no, it's because of this, and I would explain to him.
Right.
Say, I got away with it with him.
That's a sign of a good mystery, because
you gotta check out.
Wait a minute, no, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I love it, and the critical response has been sensational, and that's got to make you feel good when you invest time in something you love. Not that it's everything, but it's something.
You know, I'll tell you that the bigger thing is, this is like a movie to be seen with an audience, and the audience it's been playing really well. It's been, you know, it gets big laughs, and then people are enjoying it. That to me is what's fun. So I'm psyched to show it tonight.
Allow me to quote the Hollywood Reporter, which says, an ingeniously plotted, tremendously entertaining, and deviously irreverent crowd pleaser.
Well, that's it. Yeah,
that's what you want.
So it is playing tonight at the Philadelphia Film Festival. Do you know if there's any tickets available?
You know, I don't know. I think I just saw a tweet that they had like released a few more, so you might want to check their website and see.
Yeah, it's Philadelphia.org.
Opening for Thanksgiving. If you can't get, and that's they wheel out what they believe to be the heavy hitters. For that, and so obviously, relatively speaking, you're a younger filmmaker. You know,
God bless you, sir.
with the body of work, but. You know, so obviously we're going to talk about the stuff and the Star Wars, universe that you're now in, and now you have your own trilogy that you're responsible for. That has been in this. If I'm not correct, tell me. So I can start weeping. But I think you have this potential, this new universe that you can create from the ground up. That's in the same environment but removed.
Yeah. That's what's really exciting moving forward, because they've said with episode 9 that JJ is doing right now, which I'm so excited for. I cannot wait.
It looks phenomenal.
Oh God, that trailer just knocked me out. So I mean, that's going to be, they've said over and over, this is going to be the end of kind of this era of the movies.
And I think it's time. Honestly, I love. And I love even the second trilogy, the Lucas trilogy. Certainly, there are issues. Perhaps you've heard some of the buzz about what fans think. I think I commend you for taking on something like that, because you're damned if you do and damned if you don't.
I love the fans so much. I am a fan. That's the thing. I grew up as a Star Wars fan, and so all of the passion for it. I was in my 20s when the prequels came out, so both sides of the passion for Star Wars I've been plugged into always, and that's what's great about it. You know?
I commend you for agreeing to do it. Like. Because you're such a fan, you're like, was there ever a thought of like, no, I can't do this?
No, I don't. I mean, it's just something that's so deep. You know, everyone is a Star Wars fan who like when those first movies came out. If you're like my age, like you saw them when you were like 5 and 6. It's so deep in your bones. It's something you love so dearly. And also the people who make these movies, and the producers and everything, and the talent. they're just the best people on the planet, and everyone is just working from such a pure place of love for what this thing is, you know. And so, no, man, I couldn't, you know. That's,
you had to. You had to let that purity guide. You know, at least you could have control over it.
The only thing you can do, yeah, exactly. It's just follow kind of, you know, what you want to do.
So I want to ask you about ownership of movies, because people take the Star Wars universe very seriously, and I'm a Star Wars nerd through and through. But people also confuse opinions and facts all the time, and it bothers me, because if you have an opinion on a movie, that's not necessarily a fact about that movie, but people state them as if they are. And I loved Last Jedi. There were so many layers to it that I think people are misunderstood, or they walked out of the theater with an opinion, and it's fine for them to have their opinion too. But what's your take on blowback or criticism or whatever? Does it bother you? Does it stick with you, or how do you interpret it?
Well, like I said, I got to come at it from, again, the perspective of being a Star Wars fan my whole life, and realizing that the passion for it, there are two sides to that. You know, the passion's going to land one way for some, and if you don't like something, that passion's going to apply back the other way, and there's no use. There's no, you know, you can't have one without the other, I guess. You know, people feel strongly about this stuff because they care about it so deeply. And people are going to respond to different things. Every fan is looking for something slightly different from a Star Wars movie. There's nothing that's going to...
And that's the general... I was in the theater on opening night for the original Star Wars because I'm an old bastard. and I'd read the paperback book that was that before the movie came out, that had scenes that were not even shot for the movie. It's from Lucas's screenplay. And the movie was always intended to be a fun homage to the movie serials.
Yeah, it's Buck Rogers.
And that's it.
Yeah, man.
And it was supposed to be loving and fun.
Yeah.
But then as its own myth almost started to weigh it down, and people lost sight of just go have a good time.
Well, also, but the thing is, though, I feel like there is always an element, because it was that, but then, you know, with Empire, it dug a little bit deeper into the mythic stuff.
And that's one of the, you know.
That was a fish hook that like got us all. You know, Empire really shook it up from A New Hope in every single way. I mean, not just the big I am your father twist, but tonally, and also in terms of how deep it went, in terms of digging into that kind of deeper mythological stuff, you know, the psychological stuff. So
and a classic second act.
Oh my God,
it doesn't
100%.
end happy,
and really turns everything up onto its head, and then in a way that can be really satisfyingly resolved in the third one. You see where I'm going with this?
Yes. Well, you did some things in this movie that that we hadn't seen in any of the previous 7 movies, I should say. And one of them was using light speed as a weapon.
Well, although the first, I mean, in A New Hope, the first time they talk about light speed, what's the context they're talking about? And they're talking about you got to do your calculations right, or you'll run into something, and then it'll be a big mess.
But the blowback on that, and you know, the fans were like,
but I never quite understood that, because the thing is, that was the context that it was introduced in. So it's not like it physically can't happen. So the only argument I've really heard is we don't want to think about the fact that it can happen, because that complicates how we have to think about war in this world.
You would have to make calculations, and you had like shields and things exactly for that. But I mean, it's your toy. You run with it. You know? It's like because no. So the 8-foot talking carpet, that's real. Relax.
I mean, it has to make sense within the context of the world.
And you're right.
But I feel like, you know, that I can stand behind. You know.
No, it was a mother effer of a scene.
Yeah, that scene. Come on.
It was, and the effects and all. It was great.
Speaking of fans, real quick, and I know you guys all have questions. Everybody's got their hands raised here. But now, I haven't gone back and watched The Last Jedi in a little while. But is that I think fans had a bunch of fun with the fight scene where Kylo and Rey, you know what I'm talking about? They used the different pieces of music. Did you happen to see those?
Yeah, that was really fun. Everyone started remixing it to different songs.
Our own Nick Murphy, who I introduced you to, he did a whole...
he did like a dozen of them.
He did a whole album. Some funny ones and some other ones that, like, you know, tonally absolutely made sense.
I love it.
I think he might have even used Firework from Katy Perry.
That's great. That's great.
I could totally see that. Yeah, that's a blast, man.
You gotta love that fans are having
fun. Well, that's what I mean. They take it and they make it their own, whether it's that or fan fiction or fan art, or, you know, people just take this stuff so personally. That's what's great about it. You know?
In A New Hope, Luke meets Leia via a hologram, and in The Last Jedi, Luke says goodbye to Leia via a hologram. Was that your idea?
Yeah, man. You got. I mean, the symmetry. You know, you're always looking for symmetry. If you can hit that sweet spot with symmetry, so that even if you don't, you know, the first time you watch a movie, you aren't thinking of it in those terms. When you step back and take a look at the whole thing laid out, you're like, oh, this rhymes with this, and this, it bookends this. Especially with something like Star Wars, you're always searching for those, you know, those things to lay in there.
Thank you for answering questions about it, because I know you're here to talk about Knives Out, and I can't wait to see that movie as well. But while we have a director of one of the Star Wars movies in the studio,
about Star Wars.
We lavish love on Knives Out as well. But I also have to ask you, Looper is an amazing film, and it also speaks to your ability to add. I remember watching that and go, wow, this is a really cool conceit. I'm thinking of like has a Harlan Ellison, Philip K. Dick sort of vibe to it. It's cool. It's jumping around. And then it gets you emotionally too, and you know when you're and that's something that I think when you can do that in all this stuff where you can go down one path and phone it in, and then it becomes something where it gets you viscerally with the kid and what his future will be and how things have to be right. That to me was just such an amazing. And I don't want to give it away if you've never seen it. You need to see Looper if you've never seen it. But working with Bruce Willis and working with Joseph Gordon-Levitt, who you worked with in Brick as well, you start to build an ensemble of people you go to, there are people that are comfortable. Who do you consider your go-to, people now?
Well, I haven't worked with him for a few movies, but Joe Gordon-Levitt is one of my good friends.
Awesome,
and he's so good, man. Yeah. He's such a good person, He's such a lovely, wonderful guy. And I managed even this Last Jedi. He wasn't. We got him in there as a voice, alien voice.
Okay, I was
Knives
wondering.
Out. We had to get him in there as a voice too.
Oh, that's
because he
great.
wasn't available. So you keep your ears peeled. He's in there. So
You guys are friends.
Yeah, we're buddies.
Okay, because he's in a scene of a movie. It's one of my favorite theatrical scenes ever, and it's a movie called 500 Days of Summer.
Oh yeah,
and it's when the Hall & Oates song comes on. To me, I just there's a hot solo there.
WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. Our next guest is going to be performing at Club Risque in the Northeast tonight, 10 o'clock. Philly tomorrow at 10 and midnight, and Bristol on Saturday at 10 and midnight. And not only is she an award-winning adult film star, but is the 2023 Playboy Playmate of the Year.
How about that?
Wow. Tori Black is here with us this morning.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing nice. Nice to see you, Tori.
Nice to see you as well.
We were having an extended discussion about your veganism off air before we started here, because we have all this great food from Sabrina's, but you're not going to dive into any of that.
No. I am actually. It's one of my favorite topics of discussion.
You were the first person I've ever met that says that they've never eaten meat or seafood in their entire life.
I have to say, it might be somewhat of a running joke in my industry.
Of course.
Yeah, I'm sure you get that. Yeah.
But it has to be, right?
You've definitely had meat, but
Yes.
okay.
Definitely had meat.
But your parents got you started, right?
Yeah.
Said it had to have. We used to work with someone who had a dog that tried. This is way a long time ago, and I'm like,
oh, she tried to veganize her dog.
Like, the dog is a different thing, and the dog started to get sick and so on and so forth. But that was years ago. It was a much more bleak thing to have to deal with. I mean, so for your life, you're kind of like a hero in that community, because to do that stretch of time when the food stunk and you had to be really creative.
Well, I think the biggest thing is cooking at home. You know what you like to eat. You know the flavor profiles that you enjoy, and you teach yourself. So,
But when you're out and you're an entertainer and you're out going all over the place or doing what you're doing, how do you do that? Do you have grocery bags?
You find the little tricks and little ways to get around things.
All right.
So there's always a pizza place that's open, and you could just ask for no cheese. So that is a really easy way to get a vegan meal in. You can load it up with all the veggies that you like, and at least you're going to get something in
in
your
the ballpark.
stomach. Yeah. So.
Hey, on adult film on porn sites, when you're doing a movie, do they have? Is there catering?
It really depends on how long your day is going to be. So we have things called features and things called gonzo scenes.
Right.
So a gonzo scene is really pretty straightforward. The setup is maybe 15 to 30 minutes out of your day, and the rest of it is the fun stuff. However, on feature sets, it's much like a regular feature where you're shooting a lot of dialogue. There's a lot of different characters involved. There's definitely people on set who are not necessarily performing. That will be catered.
All right, the industry as it is now, gonzo versus versus feature? What's the
Gonzo?
Right,
Come on.
It has
'cause
to
it's
be.
cheaper, it's
because
quicker,
and the
all of the
internet.
fan-
to the point. The fans like
the fan
it, right?
sites that are taking over right now, even big companies aren't even shooting the way they used to. Now it's creators creating content on their own terms, and that's never going to be a feature.
So, Tori, I was watching an interview with you, and you were getting into the specifics of how just the internet and OnlyFans culture and how that has changed. It's a miraculous thing. We just stop and think that the adult film industry determined what was going to be the predominant video format, VHS,
Right.
over the course of years, and the sway that it had, and how it's had to change and adapt. You got in at the point where it was
Still DVD.
right?
Mhm.
So you're like an OG as far as that goes.
That's right.
Has that worked to your benefit, or did that leave you in the dust a little bit?
It actually worked to my benefit because I kind of have a built-in fan base that has been super loyal and consistent and follows me wherever I go.
Right.
I feel like the pool now is so large and everyone is a content creator that it's harder to stand out. So I think actually it gave me a leg up in the competition.
And here's a double entendre, but does the cream rise to the top in this case? Because we see it with people who become YouTube personalities, and they'll go to the local comedy clubs, and they don't know how to handle an audience. They don't know what they're doing per se. They don't know how to work with the public because they're solely through that detached media. Is that where you benefit?
I definitely think there's a huge difference. There's a lot of people who just put out mass volumes of content to make their money, and that was not how I was brought up in the industry. For us, it was much more quality over quantity, and so I think that does play into my success and my continued success in the industry, despite the fact that I'm not a content creator, much as these younger girls are.
Do you believe, because we'll see these crazy dollar figures for these OnlyFans accounts. Do you believe those are legit, or is it being hyped?
Well, I think there are a lot of people who are hyping, and the people that are actually making hand over fist are not talking about it.
Okay. All right.
But they are out there. There's people who are, making just obscene amounts of money.
You mentioned younger girls. How old were you when you got in the industry?
18.
18 years old. So, did you know before you were 18 that it's what you wanted to do?
Oh, absolutely not.
No?
No.
Okay.
No. I needed a summertime job, and my college got out a little later than most people. So I was left with not very many options. And somehow, through Craigslist, I wound up in an agent's office. And
Craigslist.
Craigslist,
Wow.
yeah.
Which
And,
would have been which you would have been warned against, but it could be problematic.
Oh, yeah. No. Looking back, I don't know how I made it this long, but here I am alive and kicking. So grateful for that. But they said, do you want to make $20,000 a month? I'm a broke college student. Excuse me. Yes. So I was thinking I was doing it for the summertime, and it wound up a career.
So I'm sorry to interrupt you, but at first, at the very beginning, if you hadn't thought about doing that type of thing, and you answered this ad, and did you know ahead of time? Before?
Absolutely not. I thought I was going back to school.
Did you say no at first, or did you go, oh, okay?
I was pretty wild. I was like, let's do it. Let's do it. I was a wild child.
Okay.
Were you nervous at the first film, I guess?
For about 5 minutes. And then it was gone.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Okay.
You described something that was pretty funny. You had sort of an understanding with your mother. I will call and let you know that I'm safe, and then I don't want you to ask me any questions or anything.
Oh,
right?
you heard?
Yeah.
So it was aggressive on my end, but I definitely called and said, I will leave you voicemails and tell you that I'm okay because I want you to know I'm okay. I don't want you to worry. But I really don't want to chat right now, Mom.
But you
what you were doing?
Yeah.
She did not at the point that I left that voicemail. It took about 2 weeks for me to be discovered by friends and family online. It was very quick.
Just 2 weeks?
Just 2 weeks.
It was
a very big site.
Was it the son of your mother's best friend?
Yes. It was.
Oh my
and
God.
he told his mother, and she's a very big gossip.
Oh,
and
no.
immediately she called my mother instead of calling me. She had pretty much raised me. She was a second mom.
Yeah.
And instead of calling me or saying anything to me, she went straight to my mom. And then what I heard next was very, very high pitch. I have no idea what she said. It was
It was very high pitched.
Where were you going to school at the time?
Western Washington University.
And do you think, or do you care about former students finding out about it? Like, did it become a gossip thing?
No, we actually talked about it before I left. The trip was planned out, and I sat there with everyone like they thought it was cool. It was very party hardy, and I'll leave it at that because I was 18. Everyone was very excited for me. They were like, "We're gonna know somebody in the industry." Wow! And little did they know that I was gonna end up the person that I was. But I had people come to me years later, and they're like, "You never came back for us," and I was like,
No.
I didn't.
What do you do now though with videos? Because you have kids, right?
I do.
And are they boys?
I have an older boy and a younger girl.
So like, what are you going to do when they get old enough to find?
We're
this?
going to have a chat.
Okay.
And I honestly, I was very worried about it for a very long time until I really sat down and thought about it. And what do I want to express? What are the key morale points that I want to hit? And I really want to make it known that it's important that everyone has their own boundary and their own set of moral structure that they live by. And it's important that we all appreciate and respect each other's differences. So what I'm comfortable with isn't not going to be what you're comfortable with. And the biggest thing is we all just need to love and respect each other. And there's a time and a place for that conversation. And,
You live in Hawaii now, right?
I do.
I think they won't ask a lot of questions if the family's
we're
living in Hawaii.
We're living the life.
Oahu?
Yeah, Oahu,
Yeah.
Honolulu.
Oh my God, I'm so jealous of you.
I know. I was just describing my downtime while my kids are at school. I was like, I get my workout in. I come back home. I put on my bikini and lay out on my deck. And, that's pretty much what I do year round.
So that is.
I want to get back there so bad.
It's gorgeous. I mean, it's heaven.
stunning.
But so you were born in Seattle?
Yep.
Then you moved to the East Coast, did you?
I was in Florida briefly when I first began, and then
Okay.
I moved very quickly over to LA.
I wonder if because I would have to say overall with so many people and so many celebrities and so many people who have entered into the OnlyFans thing with like Bella Thorne and
That was a rough one.
Yeah, it was a rough one.
There was the
Maitland
most
Ward,
amount
is
of
it?
chargebacks that OnlyFans has ever had was Bella Thorne
okay.
because of false promises. She came and
Yep.
said that she was going to have nude photos.
Right.
And they were implied nude. And I think it was upwards of $1 million plus in
Yeah.
chargebacks. People saying that was not what you promised
Yeah, it's
me.
bait and switch.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah.
And so OnlyFans changed their entire policy structure based on her
Isn't that wild?
little thing. We were not very happy about it. Let's just say.
Yeah, I would imagine because it extracts from your credibility.
Yes. Well, it changed their relationship with credit cards.
Yeah.
So credit card companies were trying to pull out. It was just a mess.
Tori, I'd like to draw an analogy, if I may. I love stand-up comedy, and I've gone to a bunch of stand-up comedy, clubs over the years. And every now and then, like a movie star who's in funny movies will come in and try to do stand-up, and the stand-up itself isn't that great. It's a
Right.
funny person. So when you're touring the country and doing clubs like you're doing,
Right.
and you go and you see a dancer who is great at what she is doing, are you ever intimidated by it, or do you know that people are coming to see you in the first place?
So I am not a house dancer. I can do some pole tricks, but I'm very aware of my wheelhouse.
Okay.
I know what I bring is energy. I bring a big smile. I'm down to earth, and people love to interact with me for those reasons.
I mean, pole dancers are so impressive.
They're so impressive.
They're athletics.
No,
I
I clap and throw money.
Yeah.
I am a fan. So I am not intimidated in that same way. I know my lane.
Yeah.
And I know that they're coming to see me for other reasons. So I don't try to be like that. I don't expect myself to be like that. I appreciate the beauty that's there. I appreciate the dedication, the hard work, because that takes so much work and consistent work. It's not easy for your body, and it's impressive.
With perceived accessibility, right? Now, because I think people feel more connected to, I mean, you can tweet at a celebrity and maybe have them respond. If you have the OnlyFans, it's part of it. There's almost like a quasi-relationship vibe. How do you maintain boundaries?
Well, see, that is definitely the most difficult part of this OnlyFans era is there was a level of demure behind a screen during the DVD era. And now you find that most people can handle the consistent interaction without becoming, let's say, creepy, just to put it nicely.
Right, yeah.
But there are definitely the outliers that really feel like they are inside your life. They are a big piece of your life. And it's hard because that's what you're selling. So people come to adult stars because they want to pretend like that's the girlfriend.
Right.
So you're really playing with fire in that sometimes you get a little too close to people who are not mentally strong enough to keep that boundary. So the hardest part is the in-person meets. So I think it's about being aware, and when you're confronted with someone who's a little too close, cutting it off before it's too far.
Yeah. So you're a performer in the industry. Is there anything else you want to do in the industry besides that? Being a performer?
Not actually in the industry,
Okay.
but I really want to make a vegan food truck.
A food truck. Okay.
I want to make a food
Here's
truck.
so Algorithm was.
I just had Algorithm. It was so good.
It was the food truck of the year for Philadelphia Magazine, and they just catered a charity event. My wife and I did, and they're sensational. I mean,
I ate the hell out of it yesterday. I sure did. I had their vegan cheesesteak, but I had it the breakfast style with the tofu and the hash brown on top.
Yeah.
Absolutely delicious.
Awesome. So that's cool.
I wanted to ask about Playboy, Playmate of the Year.
Yeah.
Has someone who's been in adult film gone on to be the Playmate of the Year before? Has that ever happened?
I haven't done my research in that
I don't ever
department.
remember that
I don't think so. So for
Yeah.
a long time, Playboy actually used to disassociate with people in the adult industry, which really frustrated me for a long time. I do know Jessie Jane was involved with Playboy for a little while. I want to say Jenna Hayes was as well. There were a couple girls that definitely crossed into more mainstream, quote unquote, areas. And so Playboy for a long time was considered mainstream from our perspective,
Right.
because they didn't associate. As far as Playmate of the Year, I'm not really certain if they were awarded that title. What I do know is that Playboy is really gearing up towards shifting towards a more natural, the natural vibe of women's bodies and embracing less Photoshop and, different shapes of bodies, which is a really big deal. And that's, I think, why they've
had to go through a number. I mean, I remember for a while they tried to compete. It's funny if you look over the course of the years how all of these things have changed. When Maxim and FHM and all those magazines were very popular, Playboy changed their style. They even had an online magazine called Smoking Jacket, I think it was.
Oh, I don't think I've heard of that.
So it was geared to be a competition to Maxim, and then they kind of disappeared. And so I think everyone's still trying to figure out how to jockey for position when all of this accessibility through OnlyFans and online stuff. I mean, it's crazy if you just go through a regular Twitter stream, what pops up.
Such is the way it's business.
Yeah.
You have to adapt and evolve with changing times, and it's no different for the adult industry. It's just absolutely incredible how much it's shifted. And I want to say the tube sites are really what initiated the transition. And ever since then, everyone has been on their toes trying to shift their business model and adapt to the new ways.
Legally, it was crazy because I remember this. It was almost like when Napster. It was
The
that same
craziest
sort of
part
thing.
was when the people that were stealing the content to create these tube sites then had enough money and funding from the commercials they were airing, turned around and propositioned the companies they were stealing from. That actually happened.
It's crazy.
I actually sat down and interviewed the founder of YouPorn, and it was probably the most eye-opening, incredible few minutes of my life. I was just can you imagine being the founder of YouPorn?
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I can.
Yeah. By the way, if you're just tuning in, it's Tori Black, who's going to be at Club Risque, all of their locations. She'll be in the Northeast tonight at 10, tomorrow in Philly at 10 and midnight, and then Bristol at 10 and midnight as well. I want to ask you a question, and I want to phrase this properly. When people say to you, because you're very pretty, you're very, I don't want, do you know what I'm saying?
You know the default compliment. You're too pretty to be in porn.
Well, kind of like that. I mean,
I've heard
because, there are certainly a lot of hot people in porn, but pretty is a different category than hot, I think. You know what?
I hear what you're saying.
And how do you take that compliment?
I think that everyone's personality is geared towards different things. There was definitely a moment in my life where I considered doing mainstream modeling. And my biggest issue with that was there was so many things that I was going to have to compromise and let go of inside my head and in my mind. You really give your body to an industry in a way that I don't think that I have, which is interesting.
It does sound interesting that you're phrasing it that way. Yeah.
Yes. You do give your body and your health and a lot of your mental health to an industry. And it just simply was not in my comfort zone, which is interesting to say it that way. But I didn't feel like I was going to be successful or comfortable staying in modeling as it was, because when I was gearing up to do it, you know, the twig body was in, and you really had to break your body for that. It's not, most people don't come by it naturally. And I would say that I'm more athletic than anything else. And at least in the adult industry, it's much more welcoming for body diversity.
Is there more ownership, you believe? If you're these days, it seems to be the industry is in large part controlled a lot by the women. Is that the case?
That is new.
That's new. Okay.
And I want to say that I had a part in shifting that. Thank you, because I didn't really take any BS from anybody.
Okay.
And that was a really big thing. There was giant companies, and then there were women who were starting to really step out and become stars. And the stars started to say, I'm the star, and I am going to say what goes. This is my body, my choice. This is who I want to be. This is what I want to represent. And that became more powerful than the company.
It's fascinating to me, you know, because I'm 47, and Casey and I are the same age. And growing up, you know, you would have magazines, and occasionally a VHS tape would work its way into your collection. But now, whatever your kink is, whatever you want, whatever turns you on,
go get it.
It takes you 30 seconds, not even. It takes you 3 seconds on your phone, and it's there. And is that good for the industry? Is that good? Let me ask you a big question. Is that good for society, Tori Black? No, I mean, like, it's got to be interesting from your perspective, because whatever you want is there right at your fingertips.
So this was actually one of my favorite parts of that interview that I was actually just mentioning, was the idea of the search bar.
Yeah.
Because it gave the industry so much more information that we never had, which was essentially all of the different little niches that people would look up and hope to find content for. So knowing what people were looking for and not finding became the most powerful tool.
You had analytics.
You had the corner on a market that nobody even knew existed. So all of a sudden, one of the largest search terms was massage.
Wow.
As basic and simple as that sounds, our industry was not focused on massage-based movies. And all of a sudden, people were shooting them left and right. Sleep fetish. People like women who are sleeping. And that is something that, you know, we weren't thinking about. Oh, just have the pretty girl lay there. Do nothing.
Yeah.
So this search bar changed everything for everyone.
Well, you know, Pornhub,
Oh my God.
Pornhub was providing when surveys are done, they will cull from their database and provide it to legitimate news sources to talk about when internet traffic is skipped up. It's so weird.
It's bizarre.
Tori, you have to love when you get a sheet that says you're going to be doing sleep porn today. I'm just going to lay down.
To this
for
day,
a
I am
half hour.
I'm so mad because I was never booked for one.
Damn it!
All right, let's start.
I was never booked for
Attractive woman eats delicious vegan meal porn. How about that?
No, the mukbang thing, people really love it,
yes?
and they do want to watch me eat.
That's the Korean women eating food, like
yeah.
And
It's
kind of white lady do that?
It's eating noises.
Yeah.
And you know what? Depending on what you're eating, and I think you could definitely make it sensual.
Wow.
I mean, there's always been food porn. If I posted a video of me eating a dragon fruit on Instagram, and people went wild to the point where I thought it was going to get deleted.
Man, if there is a subset of middle-aged guys playing golf, I'm starting a new career today.
I honestly, I told my boyfriend to take pictures of his feet and put them up there because there's a shortage of male feet on the internet, especially straight men feet. So not manicured, hairy toes.
Oh, your dad, Preston.
Like real feet.
Preston's dad is
Make that guy
like
some money.
Yeah, make
gnarly.
some money.
Yeah,
Contribute.
wow. Imagine that if at this point in life your dad becomes the #1 search on Pornhub.
And actually later, way after my mom and I had settled all of our qualms, she said, I have really pretty feet. And I was like, Mom, don't you do it. She said, do you think if you said my mom's? Oh, I was like, we're not even going there. We're not even, you're going to have some people come out of the woodworks that you're not ready for.
How long did it take you to get to that point where you were able to have comfortable exchanges like that with your mom?
It took a decade.
Okay.
I had to become a mom. With my perspective had to shift. I had to calm down in a lot of other scary behaviors. I think she was most worried because all of my behavior was wild.
Okay.
Now I've gotten to a point where it's just my career. The rest of me is very tame.
I got
Did anybody else in the family go to your mom, say, listen, hey, look, Tori's building a career here, and, you should listen to her? Or was there anybody that kind of had your back that way?
No, not really. It was definitely an uphill battle with most of my family. They're very down home, very traditional kind of family.
I can understand it, and you can probably understand it.
I did. And the biggest thing was, it's okay if we disagree. I just really want to stay family. I just want us to have some sort of understanding where we can not talk about career all the time. Can we just hang out and have a meal together? And that took, I would say, a good decade.
You know what? That is tangential to politically divided families. Anything that have the family. Put that stuff to the side.
Yes, my family is actually really rough in that department as well. So it's not only that my career choice was something that was a hot topic, even to this day. Political conversations and ideas divide my family on a regular basis.
So stay away from them and love the family.
Yeah, it's it's something that I work towards all the time.
Yeah, very cool.
There's a food truck in our area, and they're called Corn Hub. And if you're thinking about starting,
do they use the little boy as their mascot?
They show you. You got to see this because they're hilarious.
My kids literally sing that song every day as we're going to school. They're like,
that little corn kid.
It's corn.
Yeah, but here's their logo. They came to it. We do a thing called Food Trucks and Fireworks every year, and their logo is just like the Pornhub logo. So if you're thinking about starting a food truck at some point,
I should maybe. Oh my gosh, can I have this?
Yeah. You can have that.
I'm keeping this.
Yeah,
I'm
great corn.
keeping this.
It's fantastic.
It's really good corn.
It's really good.
It is.
Yeah.
It's excellent.
The little boy is the most endearing little boy ever. I want to hang out with him. You guys know the little boy?
I don't know the little boy.
You don't know the little boy?
Corn.
He's talking
the little boy corn. I thought there was literally a Pornhub little boy rep. Like, how they get away with that?
No. It's the little boy who sings about corn. He's missing half his teeth. I don't even know how he eats the corn on the cob.
Thrilled,
But he's just so happy. Maybe I'll inspire ourselves to be this happy over anything edible at any point.
I never thought he would come up in a Tori Black interview, but here it is.
Wow,
it is what it is.
Wow. All right. So you're in town for the whole weekend. Have you done Philadelphia before? Been to Philadelphia before?
I actually believe probably 8 to 10 years ago, I did a radio show here. I was looking around like, have I been here before? I don't know. No, I used to actually dance at another club, and I got stolen away by Shannon at Risque.
Yeah.
She has
Shannon's
my heart,
great.
and now I really don't leave the island unless it's for her.
Yeah.
I
Why
live in
would you?
paradise. I really want to go and travel and dance where I'm happy. I don't want to go and struggle through a weekend. There's really no point.
Can you Hawaiian dance? Can you hula?
Can I hula?
Have you hula?
I belly dance, and I feel like hula is very sacred for people. I can pretend, but I try not to because I want to leave it for the people who actually have an emotional connection to it.
Can you do the belly dance thing?
I belly dance.
Can I see the hip thing? Can you do it? Because that thing is mesmerizing
Which
to me.
one?
Well, the way like Shakira does,
The
like
shimmy?
the pop the thing. Yeah.
Which there's all the pops.
I don't know.
How about the belly thing? We're gonna unbutton just a
Okay,
little. Don't be
we can do
scared.
that.
Don't be
Yes.
scared.
Wait, let's show our friend.
Wow.
My sons can do that. That's crazy.
Oh,
but
you
they,
can go the other
they
way,
roll
too.
the belly in and
I used to be
out.
able to go side to side. I used to be able to go side to side.
And you can't do that anymore?
No, after kids, you lose a little bit of muscle control. I didn't. There was no surrogate. It was definitely all me.
We saw a hula dancer. We were out. It was Don Ho's show in Oahu.
Yeah,
as
it
a
was
matter
near
of
the
fact.
end of his life. We went to see Don Ho in Oahu, and we actually got to sit and have a bottle of wine with him afterwards.
Don Ho.
But yeah, I think it was his niece or something like that came out and did hula, and I was just like
mesmerized.
This is
It's
amazing.
very reverential.
And she did the modern version of it, not the grass skirt and everything.
With
but-
all of that hip movement and isolation, really, the longer you do it, the more warmed up you are. Your hips can really go.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
if obviously right now I'm cold. I just woke up. But if I were to like warm up and be moving for like 30 minutes. They have a mind of their own.
Yeah.
They definitely do go, but it takes a minute for your body to loosen and warm up, just like any other exercise or dance.
Kathy, you've tried it, right?
Yeah, they used
Belly?
to have it at my salsa dancing studio.
Okay.
So I took a couple of classes.
Were you-
Yeah.
Did you get any good at it?
I
or-
used so I was able to do that. I don't know what they call it, but basically where you're lifting your hip and putting
Figure
it, taking it up and down and just moving the hips.
Because isolating the hips, doing a figure eight, and you could do a figure eight vertically or you could do it horizontally.
Yeah.
So you could do both direct. You could really do anything you want with your hips.
Yeah, and they had like
Our hips are awesome.
the little skirts that made noise and stuff like that. We
A
would
shimmy
put those
belt.
on- Yeah.
So I used
pretty
to
cool.
I used to do actually in Washington. We did fairs sometimes, and I had finger cymbals too. So I would do with the
Middle
little
Eastern sort
finger-
of? Yeah.
Yes, finger cymbals, and I had a shimmy belt.
Super
and-
sexy.
It
is. It's
I was set up for success.
Yeah. All right. Well, you can see Tori. Like I said, I'll hit those times and days again. Clubberskate in the Northeast tonight at 10 o'clock. Philly tomorrow, 10 at midnight. And then Bristol, 10 and midnight on Saturday. And if you need to get the listing and all that stuff, you can go to clubberskate.com. How about social media and stuff like that?
Yeah, my Instagram is Tori Black OFCL. No underscore, no anything else, because I have the most fakers on
Oh, really?
Instagram. So many fake accounts. So it's Tori Black OFCL. Just straight like that.
There we go.
OFCL.
All right.
Excellent. It's wonderful to meet you. Thank you for being here and enjoy your time in Philadelphia at Clubberskate.
Yeah, thanks you guys for having me.
Our
It's been a
pleasure.
blast.
Tori Black, everyone. We're going to take a break and we'll come back in a second. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
He is so cool.
Will you tell him that I love him?
Let's call him right now. Let's get him on speaker.
Whenever I hear that song, I bounce around like he does when he's walking down the street. Like I want to do what he did in that movie.
Yeah, no, we made the very first movie I made was called Brick. It was like a weird like high school noir, and
I've heard that
he was in it.
twice today. I haven't seen it.
Oh well.
Oh, did you shoot that at the high school you went to?
I did. Yeah. I shot at San Clemente High School down in Orange County.
That's wild.
Yeah.
That's got to be cool to come back with a film crew to the school that you.
It was cool, but we were really low budget. We were like micro budget with that movie.
Still.
So I think we were more annoying to them. Than, I'm surprised that they didn't kick us out before we were done filming.
Well, Knives Out, honestly, is I cannot wait to see it. It looks phenomenal, and so I assume, have you done the full premiere route yet, or is where this is one cog in the premiere?
Well, Philly is not a cog.
I know.
This is the main engine of the whole tour.
Thank you for saying that.
We premiered at Toronto, and I just came from the Chicago Film Festival, and we're here tonight, and I'm psyched to see it with like I said, man, this is a crowd movie. This is a crowd-pleasing movie. It's so much fun to be in the theater when a big crowd is watching this.
Love
I'm
it.
psyched
Love
for
it.
tonight,
Can I ask what the title refers to, or is it a plot point that we need to wait for?
No,
or?
it's. I mean, sort of. There are knives in it, but it's.
It's
I mean,
the same,
the
isn't it?
Radiohead song is what it kind of stuck it in my head years ago. You know, Amnesiac, I think it's on, and Knives Out.
Okay.
And so that phrase just always seemed like a cool turn of phrase to me. It seemed like a good murder mystery.
It always to me it always indicates.
And the knives are out
Your
for you,
knives are out. Your knives are exactly.
Yeah.
Somebody's got it. Yeah.
Which definitely applies to the family in this movie.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Can I jump in real quick? I just want to ask you, because I know that you do have your fingerprint on the Breaking Bad universe, and you directed a couple of episodes of the final season.
Yeah.
I watched El Camino, and then I was like, oh, God, I got to go back and watch the final 2 seasons. So I did that, and then I watched El Camino again. So you directed Ozymandias, and I got to ask, is that the episode where Walt calls Skylar and has the phone conversation with her?
Yeah.
That is like some of the finest acting I've ever witnessed in my entire life, because he is saying things to her
Without saying them.
But he's also on like, so what you're hearing through the phone is what he's saying, but emotionally he's not saying those words. And like, so can you explain that better than what I just said?
No, you put it just beautifully, man.
Okay.
And Cranston, I mean, that's the explanation. It's one word. It's Cranston. That dude is just
Cranston.
So you didn't have anything to do with that?
No, man. No, honestly, you show up and you do your work as a director, which is on set to be an audience for the actor, and so you watch it. If you feel something, you say it to them. If you feel, try this, try that. The truth is, though, especially at Breaking Bad, I mean, the writing is so good. Those actors. As a director, it makes your job so easy. You get to show up on set and just like roll with it and try and maximize it.
Real quick, how many takes for that particular scene?
I don't know. I think it was freezing that night. So
Okay.
I don't think many. I think it was maybe 3 or 4. And then Anna Gunn, Skylar's side of the call. It's interesting because I remember Yoda, with Mark and Frank Oz, Mark Hamill and Frank Oz.
Yeah.
Frank telling me, everyone talks about the expressiveness of the puppet and the performance of Yoda, and he said 90% of it is Mark believing, listening.
Yeah,
And
I can believe that. Yeah,
and it's a weird analogy, but what Anna is doing on the other side, the amount of that call where we're on her face and hearing her realize what her husband is doing, that's as much of the scene as
Okay, and for that, was she in the next room? Was she actually on the phone with him while he was doing it, or were you doing a playback?
No, we had him there, so he was. Obviously, we shot them completely separately, but then we have both, and vice versa. She was on set, kind of on the phone with him there, for his side of it, and then we were in the house shooting. It was a totally different day, but he was there for her side of it, so they were both there for each other.
Okay,
that's wild. And by the way, you should probably put some ointment on those fanboy burns you just got.
Yeah. Those could get infected.
That's all right. I'm scabbed over. It's all right. I got the scabs.
All right. Thank you very much, Ryan Johnson. Thanks, guys. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate it. Now, let's do the B5.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, so let's start with this. Smashing Pumpkins are going to kick off their Bright and Oh So Shiny reunion tour in July, and the band's Billy Corgan has now shared a proposed list of songs.
Are you doing
music news?
Son of a bitch.
That's amazing.
I was thinking,
I thought it was maybe
weird happen at the music news, or
grab the wrong folder.
Maybe he found a king cobra in his car or something, or.
Look, I'm just on autopilot right now.
That's exactly what it is, right?
You're at home right now watching The Walking Dead, aren't you?
I am. I haven't seen that episode yet, damn it. Oh, man.
That was great. Thank you. Hey, just sneak preview, guys.
I love the music, though. That wouldn't be a tip-off.
It didn't even register with me at all. A man dubbed America's most wanted deadbeat dad.
Let's just call him Billy Corgan.
Has been arrested.
There were a number of missed calls in my life that actually led to opportunities, and you always have to keep your radar open to the fact that there are things in play that you haven't even seen yet that will reveal themselves to you. You just have to be receptive to it.
It all starts with this girl giving me the clap.
The clap.
That's where it started.
You were saved by a social disease.
It all starts with that.
All right, so tell.
This girl gave me the clap. I dated her for 5 years. She was my girlfriend. She slept with my best friend, and then she gave me the clap. I remember going to the doctor, and he was like, "Yo, she's a hoe." By the way, this is
Is that a medical term?
No, this is. He used the more formal RE. I don't know if you can say it on. WHORE. I don't know if you can say that on.
Whore.
Yeah. Oh, if you want, like an idiot, I just spelled it.
Yeah.
Like you can't spell it. So he was like, "Your girlfriend's a whore," and I was like, "What?" By the way, this is when you thought doctors were like older. He's probably just 27 years old.
Yeah.
Like he's just a kid,
dude.
And he's like, she's a whore, man. And he said, I go, no, you got that wrong. He goes, let me ask you a question. When you go to a bar, do you and your junk split up to cover more territory? And I was like, excuse me? And he goes, do you? And I said, no. And he goes, then I'm telling you right now, if you're telling me you haven't slept with anyone else, just her, she gave it to you. She's a whore. She's sleeping around. That's how you get it. You just sleep around.
Yeah.
Oh
And I was like, that's impossible. I want the test. And he was like, I can just give you the medicine. You don't need the test. And I went, no, I don't. I must not have it. She's not a whore. And he's like, all right, I'll give you the test. Q-tip.
Yep.
Yes.
I remember saying, brace yourself. And I held on to the thing, and he did it, and I was like, she's a whore. She's a whore. And then I went to her, and I confronted her, and I said, yo, I have the clap. You gave it to me. And she's like, no, that's impossible. And then I said what the doctor said. Let me tell you something. When I go to the bar, me and my junk don't split up to cover more territory, okay? And so, but if that girl hadn't done that, because I told that girl I wanted to be a comedian. I laid in bed the morning of the Miami-Florida State game, and I said, I think I want to be a comedian. Because right after Russia, I'd gone to Europe, and I backpacked, and I ran into a group called The State. I ran into them in Greece.
Yeah.
We all partied in Greece, and I met them, and I said, how do I get into comedy? And David Wayne said, just write all the time, write down jokes. Anything funny, write it down. And that whole summer, I said, I was funny traveling. Everyone liked me. I could make people laugh. And I was like, I'm going to be a comedian. Came home. First week back, have sex with her, laying in bed, Florida State, Miami game. I say, I think I want to be a comedian. And she was an actress, still is. And she was like,
not somebody we would know, is it?
No.
Okay. Regional theater, stuff like that?
Yeah. And so
That's what we're calling porn these days.
And she goes, oh, honey, you're stupid funny. You're not smart funny. To be a comedian, you have to be smart funny, and you're stupid funny.
Wow.
So you
And
cannot
this is from the whore.
This is from the whore. Oh. And so I was like, oh, okay. Never tell anyone your dreams. I get the clap. I then break up with her over the period of you know how those breakups go over 6 months. Yeah. And then I start dating this girl who's, by the way, I love her, but just an oblivious idiot. Yeah. Like I told her I wanted to be a comedian. She's like, you should do it. Invest everything in it. Why wouldn't you? Right? Oh my God. And I just ran into her last week in wherever I was in Charlotte, North Carolina, and she's like, I'm so happy you followed your dreams. And I was like, I'm so glad you did not see the pitfalls in life that everyone else sees. Yeah. Like, she was just like, do it. Why wouldn't you? I didn't want to be a shot girl. And I was like,
dream big.
Oh, she went to New York to be a model. And, she's attractive, but she's not like a model.
Yeah.
But I remember
not a New York model.
And she just walked in and she's like, I want to be a model. And I was like, man, I wish everyone had more of that.
Yeah.
But if it wasn't for that girl to just give me blind confidence.
Yeah.
That I don't think. I mean, by the way, my first whole year of stand-up, I did not know. I was just doing all the jokes like Angry Sanchez, or I didn't have comedy. I wasn't doing comedy.
Yeah, you had little segments, but
yeah,
you know that's.
And then Will Smith discovers me, and I'm like, I'm so glad I did this. And then you move to LA, you get a TV show, and then
that's how it goes.
Yeah. Oh, thank you so much for not knowing about life.
And now you understand the weird science behind comedy. You know the efficiency of words and all that.
Oh yeah. I get blown away. I get blown away sometimes by just that, those little coincidences in life that send you on a path, and then you go, God, what if I hadn't done that?
When I did stand up, I learned, and I did it for about 10, 11 years, and I enjoyed it, but I knew it was actually radio that stepped in out of the blue and became a thing that I just loved because it allowed me to do comedy in a different way. But the refining and there's a joy in that with stand up and having things fail and having if you can have fun on stage regardless. Even if something's tanking and you're enjoying. Carson was an expert at having fun with tanking.
You got to be cool with the silence.
Right.
I went up one night in the store and I was just trying to write.
Yeah.
And I was bombing and then someone just goes. Talk about Anne Frank. in the audience. And then I go, I used to think Helen Keller and Anne Frank were the same person. Right. And it kills, right? Yeah. But I never knew. I didn't know that was funny. I thought I was an idiot. And then they laugh, and I was like, yeah, I found out the Anne Frank house, they're not. And everyone's like, what? I was like, yeah, you didn't. And I tell the story, and it's very simple. I thought they were like, you want to go to the Anne Frank house? I was like, yeah, we'll get a bag of weed and get high and we'll laugh. And they're like, laugh? I go, yeah, put a plunger in her toilet, chuck it up. And they're like, what? And they're like, I don't think you can go to her bathroom. And they're like, you can see the closet they kept her. And I was like, they kept her in the closet.
WMMR.
I mentioned the blood drive shirt. There's another cool shirt you can get if you join me for the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation Take Steps Walk. It's going to be Sunday, June 25th at the Link. And yes, if you make a donation and register for Team Preston WMMR, we are called the Shart Breakers, and you'll get a Shart Breakers team T-shirt as well. I love it. It's a heart made out of poop that is part of the logo. Yes, Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. So, yeah, like I said, there's a lot of poop-themed teams that walk, and it's part of the fun of the event. But it's for a very serious cause. Those who have issues with IBD, it's severely painful. It's debilitating. Some people can't stand the pain and can lead to some pretty drastic things. So it's important that we find cures for these issues that people have. So if you could join, that'd be fantastic. I've been doing this event for years. We have a blast. And again, it's Sunday, June 25th at the Link, and there's live music and all kinds of activities and foods and food and inflatables and things like that. And I host it, and I would love for you to be there. So you can go to PrestonandSteve.com or WMMR.com and sign up. But do that now, if you could, please. We're going to do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, a few stories to pass along to you, and we'll begin with this bizarre and messed up story. An Indianapolis woman who transported babies across the city in a milk crate strapped to a bicycle has been sentenced to a year in prison for neglect of a dependent.
So the baby, it wasn't like there was any padding in the crate.
Oh, no,
they were just stuck in this crate.
Yep. Police officers arrested 36-year-old Blossom Kirby after multiple witnesses called 911. Several callers said that they had seen Kirby riding a bicycle on the city's east side and almost fall off the bike. One man said he thought the Kirby was transporting toys in the milk crates attached to the bike. By then, he saw an arm move inside, and soon after, he and his coworkers approached Kirby and saw that what was inside the milk crate, 2 unrestrained 2-month-old twin babies. The coworkers at the restaurant Just Pizza contacted medics after noticing that the babies were inside and seeing Kirby almost hit her bike on a curb. Witnesses said Kirby struggled to stay awake while waiting for police and would occasionally come to and start yelling. Once officers found her, she told them that she always transported her children that way.
Well, that's comforting.
And she didn't have a car and didn't see anything wrong with it. The 2 babies were inside a milk crate attached to the front of the bike with a bungee cord and were only wearing diapers. Temperatures were in the mid-80s at the time, and they had like sunburn and stuff like that. It was terrible. So this woman,
thank God they found them,
is going to prison. A British man was detained after climbing more than halfway up the world's 5th tallest skyscraper in Seoul with only his bare hands on Monday. More than 90 emergency, police, and other personnel were dispatched to the 123-story, which is an 1,820-foot tall Lot World Tower, after the man was spotted scaling the building on Monday morning.
Was he one of these professional?
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't just pick that up.
No, he had reached the 72nd floor, which is about 1,020 feet high.
Come on.
Before officials took him to a gondola lift and moved him inside the building. South Korean media identified the man as a free climber named George King Thompson, where it said that he was carrying a parachute. He told police that he was going to base jump from the top of the building. He was arrested in 2019 after scaling the Shard in London, which is the UK's tallest skyscraper at over 1,000 feet. After the owners of the building pressed charges against him for trespassing, he was sentenced to 6 months in prison and served 3.
There was a guy in Manhattan for years, a Spider-Man they called him, who would do exactly that.
Yeah, he's mentioned in this story. Yeah. In 2021, he climbed the 36-story Stratosphere Tower in London and reached the top in less than a half hour. And he said that he picked that building because he was shocked by the flash floods that recently hit the area and wanted to raise awareness to the seriousness of climate change.
Yeah, that's what happened.
And they took him into custody. Yeah, in 2018, French climber Alain Robert, known as Spider-Man for his daring stunt, was also detained after climbing to the 75th floor of the Lot World Tower, which this guy was just recently caught at. A lot of officials said they heard that he was eventually released and left South Korea.
These gentlemen do know that there are elevators, right?
After they told police they didn't want to press charges for obstructing or trespassing. Marine rescuers in England said a paddleboarder came to the assistance of 3 men who drifted out to sea on an inflatable duck. The Royal National Lifeboat Institution's station said volunteers were conducting training exercises Tuesday when they received word that 3 men who had floated away from the Westward Ho beach on a giant inflatable duck were stuck.
We have 3 men on a duck.
A friend in a kayak attempted to push the duck to shore, but the unusual flotation device was soon more than 650 feet from shore. Rescuers were still on their way to the scene when a man on a paddleboard ventured out to tow the inflatable duck back to the beach, and the paddleboarder was able to bring the duck close enough to shore for the 3 men to jump out and return to the beach. The inflatable was then then blown back out to sea, by the way. I told you guys the time I was at the Inner Harbor in Baltimore, and we rented a paddle boat. It had a big dragon head on it. It had a long neck and a dragon head. What I didn't know is the dragon head acts like a sail, and if it's windy,
it's a mother.
You're gone, dude.
Yeah.
And the same thing with this giant inflatable duck.
Absolutely. Or those swans. Same thing.
Yep. A New Orleans chef reported missing and then dead, turned up alive Monday in a bizarre twist. Demetric Scott was reported missing on June 10th. Police say that the person who made the report had not had any contact with the person via cell phone with Scott in 2 weeks. Family members said earlier Monday that the Orleans Parish Coroner's Office had given them a preliminary notification that a dead body found dumped in the 9th Ward earlier Monday was believed to be Scott. So, but shortly before 4 p.m., as reporters gathered near the family's house to report on Scott's death, the missing chef suddenly walked up very much alive.
Hey, guys, what's going on?
He said, I've been around. He said, I've been around. I essentially just needed some time for myself.
That's it.
He said, life caves in on you sometimes, and that's just what happened.
That's Scott for you.
He said he was truly grateful for the outpouring of concern. He said, it makes a difference. I just needed to sit and get a moment for a little while. So apparently they had found an unidentified body and thought that it was his. And
You automatically assume a body you find is going to be Scott.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Hey, Scott.
Scott!
All right. Then we'll do one more story and then we'll wrap it up. As reports of more and more orcas capsizing or attacking boats continue to rise, a boat captain who was ambushed twice in 1 week is not keen to the new behavior. He said, my first reaction was, please, not again. He said, there is not much one can do. They're very powerful and smart. Marine biologists echo the sentiment that these whales are highly intelligent at adapting new habits and responding to a number of potential scenarios, including past negative experiences with boats or even the simple pleasure of playing rough with things that they perceive as toys of the ocean.
They're believing one of the matriarchs of a pod is the one that's teaching the others to go after these boats.
Sport or spite, these whales have opened up new conversations about the lives of marine mammals and how to proceed to protect the whales and folks working topside on international waters. But this particular captain said he thought he knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, you've been so good. You've stuck around all morning long. You've spent all this time with us. We'd like to reward you. I have 3 pairs of tickets to see Kevin James tomorrow at the Academy of Music. It's the Irregardless Tour. So we'll take callers 15, 16, and 17 at 215-263-WMMR, and we will give you those tickets. They are on sale now via kimmelculturalcampus.org, but callers 15, 16, and 17, you get to go. It's tomorrow night at the Academy of Music. We'll take a break, and we'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
How many times did this chick roll snake eyes? Can't see, can't hear, can't talk. Locked in the closet. Nazis are looking for her. And so I tell this on stage. I get off stage and Rogan's like, please tell me that's in your act. I go, no. I was like dead serious. I go, I'm being dead serious. And he goes, that is the funniest thing. He goes, are you being serious right now? I go, I'm being dead serious. He goes, when did you find out they're not the same person? I go, at the Anne Frank house. We're high as crap. I'm telling Helen Keller jokes. And I'm like, you know, she had a dog, right? And they're like, what? I was like, to my friends, I'm like, oh, he ran away. And they're like, how do you know so much about Anne Frank? I was like, well, you would too if her name was. And this lady goes, are you telling Helen Keller jokes? And I'm like, oh my God. So then I take that story, I tell it on Comedy Central with Ari Shaffir on This Is Not Happening, and then all of a sudden you got a bit. But if you're not willing to fail or get the clap, so if you have the clap right, I think what we're saying is, if you're listening and you have a venereal disease, this might be the best day of your life.
Look at it as a plus.
Success is just around the corner.
Success is just around the corner.
There's something you and your spouse you will never
don't discuss,
ever agree on, ever.
And that's not a hole in the relationship.
Right.
That's just smart. You just don't agree on some things. That's totally fine. If it's an agitation, there's an entire rest of your lives to live. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you know what, my wife and I don't
whether Hulk could beat Hulkbuster.
I don't think we'll ever agree on is which way the toilet paper goes on the roll.
Yeah.
And
or whether or not you should use it.
No. We both agree that you should use it, but I put toilet paper on the right way and she doesn't.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
Top down?
Yeah.
Yeah, it goes over.
Does it matter? It does matter to you guys?
No,
you know what? Consider this.
No,
You're bowling it up and jamming it in your butt.
It comes off of the toilet paper roll easier.
There you go. There you go.
Mr. Morrison.
Aesthetically.
By the way, did you guys see my notes in the bathroom this morning?
No.
You didn't?
No.
Oh, is it still out of toilet paper?
Yeah.
Oh, I saw that.
Dude, it was out of toilet paper yesterday.
Did you do that last week?
No.
Because someone had the courtesy to put up on the door.
Yeah.
out of TP, so I went to another bathroom.
Can you fill me in here?
I saw that. So we were out of toilet paper, and
In the men's room?
In the men's room. So this morning I went in there and I did my business. It was a flashback to Casey when you caught me with my pants down in there.
Did you have to move stalls?
I did. I moved over to the second stall, and Kathy was out in the second stall.
Did you have to use regular?
Fortunately, it wasn't so messy that I could pull my underwear
use your
up.
shirt.
And I walked in. I used my shirt.
You just sit over the sink?
No, I got some paper
Ass
towels.
gaskets.
Paper towels.
You had to use paper towels?
Yeah, but I
wet them.
I moistened them, so it didn't rip.
The man played it right.
And so anyhow, what I did after that is I happened to have my highlighter on me.
You put that in your butt?
No.
What is that?
I got 2 pieces of paper towel, and I wrote no PTP.
Yeah.
And set it over the toilet paper dispenser.
Awesome. Because if you go in and you see that, and you don't want someone to replicate your horrible situation. Someone actually stuck a note on the door going in last week, and I appreciate them doing that.
Fortunately, everything was a clean movement this morning. It wasn't mushy.
It was like a good cellist, Preston, has a clean movement.
Yeah. So anyhow, not every argument has a resolution.
Exactly. Getting back to the core issue.
When you start to hit these sub-freezing temperatures, anything below 32 degrees, and then when you get down into teens and the freezing happens even faster, there's all kinds of things that you can do with the weather.
You can play with the weather.
You can play with the weather.
So one of the downside is, of course, the needless loss of life. The plus side is you can do stupid stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So we decided we'd try an experiment or two while we have these conditions.
So what's the boiling water thing?
It is very cool.
So here's what you do, and this is a few years ago. This little thing started to happen and pop up. If you take a pot of boiling water, when the temperature gets well below freezing, if you go outside, Kathy, and you throw it up in the air, it turns into snow. Like immediately.
Why boiling water and not cold water?
Yeah, because it gets out. I guess because of the heat shift. Can we get our physicist back on the line?
I don't know.
Right?
I'm not sure. I didn't research it, to be honest, but there's a reason for it. So.
Yeah, and I watched a video the other day of a guy in Minnesota, and I think it was below zero where he was, and he had peed outside, and there was steam coming out.
Yes, that does happen.
Like just flat out.
In fact, maybe you'll have Nick take a dump and see what happens.
I don't know. Nick, you got one cooking?
Yeah, man. I'll do whatever you guys want.
Really?
Nick looks very uncomfortable. But Nick, should we just right out of the gate do the hot water?
I'm going to take the lid off. Max, you're going to toss it. Try not to toss it in my face. Okay.
No, wait, Nick. Before you do it, I would step away from Callie and step away further. Step out to the lot.
Yeah, all right. So Max is going to throw it into the lot, but I'll take the lid off because Max has both hands on the pot itself. Boiling water. You guys ready?
Yeah, we're ready, man.
Makes sense.
All right,
We're watching the video. Nick is going to give the description.
2, 1. Here we go. Took the lid off. Max tosses it in there. Oh my God! Now, not all of it turned into snow, but a decent amount of it did. Also, a decent amount immediately turned into steam.
And it's so windy that it went 50 yards away in the blink of an eye.
It was down the parking lot.
That was gone.
We did get instant snow, but the wind is whipping so much that by the time Nick was done talking, it was already half a parking lot away.
It was gone.
Two things also happened. Max's foot was burnt, and the pot of water is now empty.
Oh.
All right, so let's see Callie's hair now. I don't want her to weld to the.
Well, I don't know. I don't think they poured more water on it, Steve.
Well, we don't want her to freeze to the thing, right?
She's still not laying down.
At this point, I'll take it.
Well,
anything.
Yeah, I mean, her hair is frozen solid, guys.
All right.
It's not sticking up like we saw in some of those hot tub photos.
Yeah.
Where people, but I mean, like it's coated with hairspray and it is completely frozen solid.
All right, because she's got very thick hair, so to get that sucker to freeze up the way we want it to would be a lot of work. But you can see the tips; it looks like icicles.
Wow. Okay, so we've learned that water
freezes in
cold temperatures.
Yeah.
All right.
And that if someone's hair is wet with that same type of water, it will freeze in cold temperatures. Then we're looking at Callie here. I just don't want her to freeze to make sure she moves a little bit.
Yeah, we can. How long has she been out there? Anybody know?
She's going to look like Wendy O. Williams. What was that?
About 5 minutes.
The punk rocker?
Yeah, about 5 minutes?
Yeah.
All right.
Can she move her head so we can see if it's frozen?
There we go.
Yeah. All right, we have frozen hair.
Yeah.
It's sticking straight out.
No, that's cool. We got it.
All right.
It actually looks like, what does that look It looks like the when Maleficent turned the forest dead.
Yes. Oh, like all those
All the
branches.
tree
and
branches,
stuff?
yeah.
Yeah, it does look like that. Bill calling us?
Yeah.
Okay, Bill's calling us.
Bill's not wearing gloves.
Hang on, let me go to him.
Did he come in on his motorcycle?
No, he is. He just took one glove.
Why does he have a chafing dish?
There's no way he came in on his motorcycle. Bill Weston, Man About Town, are you there?
Good morning, my warm southern friend.
Hey, so first of all, what do you have in the crook of your arm there? Are those peppermints?
They're peppermints. And my wife went to like Costco and got like the 30-gallon size.
Yeah.
Realized that she only needed a dozen for her candy dish. And
Okay.
she said, well, why don't you take the rest into work? I said, that's really economically wise.
All right, fair enough. And so what did you want to, you wanted to jump in on this frozen hair thing, I guess, huh?
Well, I see an intern out here freezing her tail off and with no hat on.
Yeah.
You know, your mother always said, don't leave the house without your hat and gloves.
Yeah.
And zip up your coat. And so I said, I hope you get extra credit for your internship program for this. She says, no, there's no credit for this. So, Marissa, we need to have a little chat.
Well, Bill, can you just actually go over and just have her raise her head because I think her hair's probably properly frozen now?
Yeah, let's check on the hair.
Hold on just a second.
All right.
All right.
We just don't want her to freeze to this building.
Oh, yeah. We've got some nice...
All right, that's cool.
That's it.
She's good.
It's frozen solid.
Have her come in.
And it's rigid. It's sticking straight out.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Bill, how long are your pubes?
Oh, Jesus.
That's my second question. When Casey asked if they were gray.
Casey asked if they were gray.
Segment.
Hey, Bill, you can tell her to come in, Bill.
Yeah, you guys can come in. We want to see this.
Hold on, Marissa has something. Marissa?
Just want to say this is Callie's last week, so this is like her last
There you go. We love Callie.
Yeah.
All right.
Don't want to get me in trouble.
All right, Bill, you and Callie can come inside. A Volvo that was owned by David Bowie was auctioned off for approximately $218,000 in Switzerland. His Volvo 262C was one of the last of that line produced in 1981, and it was delivered to his Swiss home in June of that year. The car was initially registered under Bowie's own name, David Robert Jones, before transferring over to the record company Bellway Brothers.
This is the beginning of Philly Loves Bowie Week is today.
Can you do a commercial for the Chili Dogs place?
No, that was Cinderella.
Oh, Cinderella. Yeah. Pat's Chili Dogs.
Chili Dogs.
Ground control to chili dogs. Hi, I'm David Bowie with a passionate message about any fan who loves a good chili dog.
How'd you get Bowie to do this?
Well, he was in town.
Well, look who it is.
Yeah, hi. Bing, I'm here to tell you about the best chili dog I've ever had.
Sounds great. Do tell.
It's Pat's Chili Dogs.
How did they get him in the first place?
If you like a chili dog, bum.
Where is it?
I don't know. But anyhow, he definitely
like a good chili dog.
He definitely owned a Volvo, and that's.
Oh no, I've got chili all over my Volvo.
Pat's Chili Dogs is a We Buy Gold place now.
Oh, is that what it is now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anyhow, David Bowie.
Do you have extra gold you'd like to make some money off of?
That zero looked like a one. All right, so 10:13 on the Thursday morning. Warm day today, comfortable day today. Sunshine, 82 degrees. Tomorrow, some thunderstorms. High 78, and then afternoon thunderstorms on Saturday, 76, and we're looking clear after that. I literally, was in a short hailstorm yesterday.
Yes.
Which is pretty wild, because every time that happens, you're like, it's hailing. You know, it's like, what? Where the hell did that come from?
There was one maybe a month and a half ago, that was pretty substantial.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's weird. You forget, the atmosphere can do that.
Yeah. I was outside when that happened. I was at a golf lesson, and it started hailing on us. And we're like, should we run or something? But there were itty-bitty little hailstones. Have you ever been in one where it's like in the car and it's insanely loud?
Very loud, yeah.
It's scary.
Texas.
Yeah.
There was one that was, if they were not golf ball, they were pretty close.
I was in Colorado last summer, and there was one, Steve, in Estes, which is right outside of Rocky Mountain National Park. And this was in the summertime. They literally had to bring out this snow moving equipment to get rid of all of the hail because that's how big it was. And it was insane, you know.
Yeah.
But it caused traffic problems in July.
It is though cool.
It is, yeah.
Thunderstorms can make it happen, so we'll see. We're supposed to get some tomorrow afternoon. All right, let's ask a lesson question and give away a pair of tickets as MMR presents Bush Saturday, July 15th at the Excite Center at Parks Casino in Ben Salem. The question this morning is, what movies inspired us to give away 14-inch wheels at station events? 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you were listening. What movie has inspired us to give away 14-inch tires at station events? 215-263 WMMR. We're going to see if you know.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Zane Western Apparel and Work Gear in Piles Grove, New Jersey. They have the brands Dad wants, like Carhartt, Under Armour, and more. Online at zanewestern.com. What's happening, Steve?
Well, The Bachelor star Zach Shallcross says he's done with reality TV and would like nothing more than to get a regular 9-to-5 job. Shallcross says the difficult part is finding a job where he can bang 30 of his coworkers. Amazon's Jeff Bezos spotted conducting a sexy photo shoot of his bikini-clad fiancée, Lauren Sanchez, on the deck of his new super yacht. In fact, the session was reportedly so steamy that Bezos was able to weigh anchor using his penis.
Wow. Jeffrey Bezos.
And finally, Glass Onion star Janelle Monáe getting candid about her sexuality with British Vogue, saying she is polyamorous, non-binary, and pansexual. Monet admits that even she's a bit confused by all that and is fairly certain that one of those is a kitchen appliance. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we shall see if you do indeed know the answer to this. What movies inspired us to give away 14-inch tires at station events? 215-263 WMMR. We will go to CJ to try and get an answer. Yo, CJ, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, CJ, what movie inspired us for the tire giveaway?
That'd be My Cousin Vinny.
My Cousin Vinny, yes. That's right. Hang on just a second. We're going to get your information.
Michelin model XGV, size 75R, 14-inch wheel.
That's right. So we're going to give away some tickets to go see Bush Saturday, July 15th at the Excite Center at Parks Casino in Ben Salem. The show is ages 21 and over. Tickets are sold out. You can text concerts to 39333 for a link to the concert calendar and complete concert details.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
In my bedroom where my wife sleeps.
I leave you hanging, don't I?
Oh, yeah.
And my children play with you.
Where my children come and play with their toys.
So I got a couple stories for you, a couple old songs, a couple new songs. Ghost is set to release extended Impera box set this summer. The box set edition is due out on July 28th. Features all kinds of stuff. Impera and Live from the Ministry EP double-colored vinyl. Etching on side D, enclosed in a 3D die-cut jacket with a light feature.
Sounds great.
It sounds yummy. 28-page Impera album booklet.
Is he still Papa Smurf?
I believe so. Phantomime EP, or is he?
It was Papa Emeritus.
He was Papa Emeritus, and then wasn't he a cardinal after that or something like that? Yes, the Phantomime EP on Black Ice vinyl and with exclusive jacket artwork. Unreleased cover Stay on a limited edition Orchid 7-inch single with etching on B-side, blah, blah, blah.
Ah, come on.
It comes with a bunch of crap. A bunch of good crap, that is.
Or if you don't like them, crap.
Yeah. Nick, did you find his other character? Cardinal Copia.
Cardinal Copia.
That was it.
He was originally Leviathan.
Yeah.
And then he became Papa Emeritus the first, second, third, and fourth. And now, Cardinal Copia.
Cardinal Copia.
And Rabbi Ramon.
Yeah, you know what? He should head down other religions.
Yeah, just try, right?
As well. See how they go.
Did you know LeBron James' middle name is Ramon?
No.
Yeah.
He should be Rabbi Herschel Goldblatt. Just make it very, very standard.
Yeah. Aerosmith's Joe Perry remembered his one-off meeting with Kurt Cobain in the early 90s. He said that he was pretty quiet. He said he just wanted to hang out. He came in the dressing room with Courtney and kind of just sat around with us. He was a normal guy.
Did you ever see The Terminator?
She said when he went off to the bathroom, Courtney, who was very verbal, said he loves you guys. She said he doesn't like anybody, but he loves you guys. And he said, I had nothing but respect for the guy. He was an amazing songwriter and performer. And to hear that was great.
That is cool.
He explained that Perry was always open to new music as it sprang up. He said record companies would have you believe that the new generation hated the last generation. And I think I was the only guy in Aerosmith that loved the Sex Pistols. And I was like, it was like, what are you listening to that trash for? They can't even play, but he loved them anyway. He went on to say also he went to see the Foo Fighters a few years ago. He said they asked me to come and sit in with them, and they have a warm-up room where they have all their instruments set up so that they can go in and jam. And they knew every Aerosmith song cold. I couldn't believe it. I was embarrassed. They were playing songs that I hadn't played in 30 years. He said there was no bull ass. They were fans, but being able to play some of those early songs and know those riffs off the top of their heads, it was like, holy S.
I know what he's talking about, though. There was that perception that that's old crap. And yet so many of those artists that were of that, that grunge era and that period loved the bands that came before them.
Agreed. And I was surprised as I found that out, too.
Yeah.
And especially when we found out what a fan Dave Grohl is of all kinds of music.
Yeah.
I mean, from metal to disco and everything in between. So that's great to hear that. Alice Cooper has just dropped I'm Alice, the lead single from his upcoming album, which is called Road, and that's set for release on August 25th. The collection is going to feature a bonus DVD Blu-ray featuring Alice's full live show at Hellfest 2022 and includes all the classics and rarely played gems as well. I was sad to see this story this morning. The Turtles founding member Mark Volman, who is 76 years old, he's not dead, but he's opening up for the first time about his diagnosis with Lewy body dementia.
That's what Robin Williams had.
Yep. The Happy Together singer learned that he had the progressive neurological disorder in 2020 after experiencing hallucinations, tremors, and struggles with concentration. But with a new book out and a tour, Volman is continuing to live a full life despite the devastating disease, the same illness that, of course, Ted Turner and Robin Williams were diagnosed with. Since his diagnosis in 2020, he's been learning to live with the challenges of the disease, including fluctuations in cognitive ability and awareness, visual hallucinations, disturbed REM sleep disorders, and tremors and Parkinson's-like movement symptoms. He also knows that what's ahead will be even more difficult. Over time, the effects of the disease will progress into a slow decline that will eventually interfere with his ability to function. But Volman says that he's choosing to accept it as an unexpected next chapter. He said, I got hit by the knowledge that this was going to create a whole new part of my life, and I said, okay, whatever's going to happen will happen, but I'll go as far as I can.
It's a healthy attitude.
In the article, from the author's perspective, he talks about when he went in and they were taking pictures of him for this article, which I believe is in People magazine. There at the photo shoot, and at one point he goes, "Do you see the woman sitting on the couch? Her head is bleeding." And the guy's like, "No." He's like, "She's there. You don't see her." So he's like seeing these things.
But he knows enough to ask if that person's being seen.
Yeah.
That's pretty wild.
Yep. And he said after they say no, he says, okay. And he just matter-of-factly returns to posing for the camera. And so it's real to him. But yeah, he's...
That woman's real.
Yeah.
They actually hosted a midday show on K-Rock in New York for a number of years. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, and then finally, although Bruce Springsteen is focused on his countless soundboard live shows for his monthly archival release, he might be able to do the same with his studio outtakes. Nils Lofgren from the E Street Band shed light on the plethora of Springsteen outtakes currently collecting dust. He said, God knows how many hundreds of records that Bruce has in the vaults. He said he's a prolific writer, as I've ever seen, with very high standards, and I imagine he has dozens of albums in the can.
So these are alternate takes or mistakes or
just songs that never saw the light of day. He said all
this one's
sorts
called Thunder Julie Jerk. Excuse me, Thunder Road.
He said, I don't know
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
He said, I don't know that for sure, but it feels true. Last year, Bruce told Rolling Stone, I have a box set of 5 unreleased albums that are basically post-1988. He said, for one reason or another, the timing wasn't right or whatever. I didn't put them out. I have a series of tracks albums that eventually we'll release. Some of it is older stuff that the band plays on, and some of it is newer stuff where I was conceptualizing during that period of time. It'll give people a chance to reassess what I was doing during that time period. Also, a lot of the stuff is really weird, he said, and I can't wait to see the response to some of it. And then he laughed about it. So that's it. That's what I have. Music news. You know what else I have?
What?
2 final gift cards from Sabrina's Cafe.
I can see why people are nuts for this place.
Yeah, it's fantastic. The breakfast tacos were wonderful. The stuffed French toast is insane. I didn't try the chicken and waffles, but we have plenty of that too.
You're right. The French toast pieces are the size of large wedges of a cake.
Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah.
Just each one is just gigantic. All right, so I have 2 $50 gift cards, and we'll take callers 20 and 21 at 215-263-WMMR. And Sabrina's is a perfect daytime spot for the entire family. Delicious eats in a family-friendly setting, and that's everything from tacos to Benedicts to loaded French toast, waffles, and sandwiches. They got you. Callers 20 and 21 will set you up. 215-263-WMMR. We're going to take another break. Come back in a second, wrap up the program. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
I just had an otherworldly experience. As Major Tom, I took you into space, but now it's time to explore your belly.
Okay.
Introducing my new character, Ziggy Chili Dog.
Did he have diamond dogs? Chili dogs. Was that what his album was? Diamond dogs?
Was it?
This new one's called Chili Dogs.
How bizarre would it be just out of nowhere?
He just becomes enamored of chili dogs.
That he is all of a sudden he is a proponent of chili dogs. Oh, this is Diamond Dogs, yeah.
Yeah, Diamond Dogs.
Yeah. Did you guys hear the news that Khloe Kardashian is pregnant? You may have heard that, right?
Yeah. She was on Ellen, right?
She made the announcement, of course, a little while back. She may be head over heels in love with her boyfriend, NBA star Tristan Thompson.
Yeah, head over heels.
But the revenge body star has no desire to get hitched anytime soon. She told Ellen DeGeneres in the first TV interview since announcing the pregnancy that we're not in any rush for that.
We're in no rush to get married.
She added, as you know, I've rushed quite a few things before.
And I've made some mistakes, and I regret those mistakes.
Referencing her marriage to Lamar Odom after knowing him for 30 days. I forgot
wow.
that's how quickly that happened, yeah.
It was just 30 days.
Oh, my God. Look at this picture.
Yeah.
She does look like a
It looks
giant.
like, it looks like a scene from Pacific Rim.
And
He's a
listen,
kaiju.
not fat.
No.
She's just a tall person.
I love you, Ellen.
Do they have her stats on Wiki, like how tall she is?
6'9".
So, Nick, type in how tall is...
I think she's 5'11".
But like, even in their
Khloe
family
Kardashian.
pictures, I don't think she's towering over the rest of them.
No, she's bigger.
I don't know how tall...
It's because OJ's her father.
Ellen is either.
She's 5'10".
5'10".
There we
That
go.
would make Ellen like 3'11".
Yeah, because that's how tall my wife is. She's 5'10".
Yeah, that's not like
5'9", 5'10", somewhere in that range.
bare range.
But I think the other ones are just, everybody else is just tiny.
Tiny?
Yeah. So anyhow, as you know, she said I rushed into quite a few things before. Right now, I'm so loving the place I'm in and very happy with how things are. We talk about it for sure. What's meant to be will be.
I just love spending time now foraging through garbage cans. It's really a zen thing for me. Ellen.
Kardashian adds that she knows her 26-year-old beau is a good dad after watching him parent his 1-year-old son, Prince, in a previous relationship.
Okay. That's the tip-off.
She said he's such a good dad. He's so great just during pregnancy, and he makes me more excited, too. I'm excited. That's unbelievable that he has just a 1-year-old and has moved on.
He's a great dad.
He's fathering another one over here. And
Did he bring Khloe to the birth, Preston? Did she say that?
That's a good question.
Exemplary
To the first
dad?
baby? Yeah.
Sweetie, I'd like you to meet my girlfriend.
How long is her gestation period? Do we know?
I don't know because
It's 2 years.
there's a hibernation thing, right?
You guys are mean.
The one thing is that the baby can immediately forage for itself when
That's
it comes
cool.
out.
There is a picture here of the 4 girls, and she is significantly taller.
Significantly.
I'm a little bigger.
And you know they're wearing heels, Kathy.
Yeah.
to her laughing fits, man.
she's so
Watch
Can't
out.
stop. It's a runaway train. Her gynecologist actually zip lines in. It's crazy. Okay, everything looks pretty good. Is that a stalagmite? What is that? Oh my God. One-eyed Willie.
Chester Copperpot.
There's an entire pirate ship in here. Hey, you remember when we fought that octopus? Oh, that was in the edited scene.
Yeah, they took that out of the movie.
By the way,
The Gooies instead of the Goonies.
she's really pretty.
She has.
She's yes.
She doesn't look anything like she used to look. My assistant. Come on over here, Ben.
Hey,
Look
Sloth,
at
come
this. Look at this. Navajo cave etchings.
Then when they have to do the look around the back end.
Goonies taking place inside Khloe Kardashian. Quickly, hide in the fallopian tubes. I'll use my chattering teeth to pull us up.
Oh, God. All right, so anyhow.
Okay.
They'll name the boy, if it's a boy, Tristan Jr.
Okay, cute.
Just to let you know. Here's another bit of trivia for National Trivia Day. Long before rap battles, there was flighting, the exchange of witty, insulting verses. The verbal throwdowns were popular in England and Scotland from the 5th to 16th centuries. So it was kind of like, your mama jokes, I guess, going back and forth, but back in the 5th to 16th
Your mater
centuries.
gives handies to the house staff.
Your mater.
Yeah, mater. Your mater inhales snuff through her buttocks.
Burn.
Got you.
Dude, you know what that made me think of? Is we talked about knock knock jokes being a big thing in the 1930s and 40s.
Yeah.
And you were FDR.
He was trying to
doing a knock knock. Who's that? Your mother manually stimulates migrant workers. Oh my God! Yeah, so they were, it was called flighting.
Yeah, flighting,
and they would jab, do little jabs at each other.
Your mater is so corpulent when she sits around the house, the spire sticks in her rectum. Snap!
Oh snap!
Snap.
Oh my God! All right, so that's what they used to do apparently. So that's been going on for a long time.
I think we talked about this one time. The history of humor and what makes us want to laugh and makes us want to make others laugh, and it goes back. A lot of times, the basis of everything is in insults.
I felt like an idiot yesterday because my 8-year-old daughter got me with a little bit of a joke.
Did she?
Yeah, can I get you with it?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, righty. Steve, would you remember me in an hour?
Yes.
Steve, would you remember me in a day?
Yes.
Steve, would you remember me in a month?
Yes.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
I thought you said you would remember me. Snap! I was like, how did I fall for that?
My daughter got me one yesterday too, which was what do you call a suspicious noodle?
What?
An impasta.
I was like, spaghetti?
All right.
It's like beef stroganoff.
Yeah.
Hawaiian.
A herd of jerking cattle.
Beef stroganoff. Or did you hear about the peanut walking through the park? It was assaulted. I mean, they're so stupid.
I know, and they're great.
Yeah.
I don't even necessarily know how to verbalize the feeling that I have inside when I see like lame Eagles chants and people making up their own lame Eagles fight songs and lame quote unquote pep rallies.
As you
were, like forced pep rallies.
Forced pep rallies.
Forced
Okay.
pep rallies. All right, here's one. Yeah, and these I love the outfit and I love the zeal
Can
for
you
it.
describe it, please, for
All right,
those who are listening to the radio?
So it is an an
It's a
older couple. Married couple that has made up
93.3 WMMR. We have the distinct honor of being the very first place they ever played that song live. They did it on our radio show. It's called Strike Gold. And we're going to hear them do that live at the Barbecue.
Oh, so excited.
In September. They are amazing. Incredible singers, incredible instrumentalists, and really cool people, too. So tickets on sale now. Barbecue, WMMR.com to get them details and to get them tickets as well. Today has been an enjoyable day.
It's been a roller coaster of merriment and mirth.
We've had interesting guests on the program. We've had great food. I'm going to do a list of thank yous of everybody who was a part of that. We had John Fife, first of all, who is the head coach of the crew team at St. Joe's Prep, and they're on their way to the prestigious Henley Royal Regatta in England. And they're actually doing a fundraiser tonight, so they need some help covering the cost. And so it'll be tonight, 6 o'clock at Robert M. Gillen Jr. Boathouse on Kelly Drive. It's Boathouse Row,
Yes.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you've always wanted to go to one of those boathouses, this is a cool opportunity to do it and raise some money for these guys. I've only been to one. I went to the Vesper house for a charity event one night. It was really cool.
It is kind of this. The one I was in, maybe I was at that same one. I'm not sure, but it was.
You weren't there that same night, but you may have been in that same one.
Yeah.
But it's out. You go out on the deck, out on the river and stuff, and usually cocktails and things like that. Now, this is a high school event. I don't know if there's going to be drinks or not, but it was really cool. And you can check them out at sjprep.org for information. And then
There is going to be drinks, by the way. If they're under 21, they have to be there with a parent.
all right. And then we had the, he told us to call him Mr. Big.
Yeah.
But he is the Sultan of Slowjamistan. And his real name is Randy Williams, and it's the world's newest nation, the Republic of Slowjamistan in California. He was actually a really funny, nice guy. And then finally, Tori Black.
Yeah.
Adult film star. And she was awesome. One of the best adult film stars we've ever had on this program. And she's going to be at Club Risque Northeast tonight, Club Risque Philly tomorrow, and then Club Risque Bristol on Saturday night. And also, finally, thank you very much to Sabrina's Cafe.
Yes.
Brought by a bunch of wonderful dishes for us to have this morning. And you can check them out at sabrinascafe.com. So big thank yous all the way around. Pierre is here and Pancake. Or no, I thought you were Pancake. I looked out of the corner of my eye. It's Marcus who is here.
It's Mark Cake.
Hey, guys.
Good day, good day. Good
Nice
day.
to see y'all.
Very
To what
good to
do
see
we
you.
owe this wonderful surprise?
Well, today is an anniversary, and it was 2 years ago today. Not a happy anniversary per se, but it was 2 years today that we lost the rabbi. And
Sean.
due to COVID, one of the almost 1 million people, I think, in America alone that horrible disease took from us, and it feels kind of like a nightmare that's behind us, but yet happened. When you look back on it. But at any rate, Rabbi was one of those victims, unfortunately, and we've been thinking about doing this for some time. And Marcus had pointed out that today is the anniversary, correct?
Correct.
And you were very tight with him and his family.
Yes, and it's sort of surreal that it's been 2 years, and Rabbi, as we all know and got to work with him, was probably the kindest and purest soul in radio ever, and he's missed a lot.
Yeah.
Well, he's still, loved, and so we wanted to honor him, and we've been talking about doing this. So I like to premiere the latest frame that we have in his honor.
That's awesome.
Which actually is somewhat three-dimensional in that it has his yarmulke on it.
Yes.
This WMMR yarmulke.
Oh, my God.
Had a yarmulke, and he had several, but he had one, or maybe even a couple that had the MMR logo.
Yep, that's one I always saw him wearing.
And so our great framer, Gail Fogel from Original Images, helped out by Marissa and Sarah, put this together, and I just received it from her. So it's got pictures of Rabbi with Chris Cornell, Rabbi with a monkey.
Yeah.
With
Kirk Hammett,
from Metallica, Rabbi on stage getting crazy, looking at some metal show. The many confusing and fascinating things about Rabbi was that he was as religious as you could get, an Orthodox Jew.
Yes,
and
his faith
an
was very important.
absolute metalhead.
Yeah,
That's common in the Orthodox
It
community. Yeah, I know a lot of Orthodox Jewish metalheads.
No
Seriously,
kidding.
yes. Seriously.
Okay. Wow. But yeah, he was just a diehard music fan and just a sweetheart of a guy. I can't think of a better word to use than sweetheart. Of what a just a nice soul he was, and obviously MMR was deep in his heart.
Yeah, he was our musical director from 2003 to 2016. The lower picture is of a great challenge. He came in the studio one day and said, if you will go to any heavy metal show, I will go to a Dead show. And so I said, you're on. And the show he picked was effing Slayer.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
He picks Slayer.
Yeah.
And so
Trial
this
by
picture
fire.
is Sarah, Rabbi, Jackie, me, and Brent Porsche at the Slayer show at the Tower Theater. Now, true to his word, months later, when Dead and Company played at the Wells Fargo Center, he actually someone made him a tie-dyed yarmulke. I gave him my tie-dyed lab coat, and he twirled with Sarah and me on the floor at Dead and Company and had a marvelous time.
It's great.
Wow.
We present that today.
It's a beautiful tribute. That's wonderful. And that goes up in the hallways of
We're going
MMR.
to find a place of honor to hang it. And there you are. What do you think, Marcus?
I think it's beautiful, and it definitely gives us a feel for who Rabbi was.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
Good stuff. Originalimages.net is Gail's website. She does all our framing. Originalimages.net, and she's incredible. This is three-dimensional. It's a shadow box, so it's very deep, and it's actually got. I said, "How did you get his yarmulke to stick?" And she goes, "I sewed it into the actual fabric or the frame."
It's wonderful.
That's awesome.
Beautiful.
So she really spent a lot of time on this and did a great job. But
very cool.
Today's his anniversary of his passing, and isn't it in the Jewish faith that you, on the first anniversary, you do the unveiling? I don't quite understand. How's that?
Yeah,
work?
you unveil the stone at the cemetery, and one of the things that you do when you visit the grave is you bring a rock from your house,
Right.
And
Place it on there,
and you place it on the grave, and of course, when you're there, you say the mourner's Kaddish, and I actually have not been to his gravestone yet. I have the stone picked out. I actually have my rock.
Okay.
So-
It's up in New York, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Well, so I thought that would be cool that we would honor, and I'd ask Marcus to come in and join us for that.
Well, let's take a moment to acknowledge
Yes.
Marcus and the ACS Bike-a-thon.
That was part
Thank
two.
you.
And what you guys managed to pull off this year, man. Tell us about that.
It was a great year. We had 179 riders. We are so far at 94,000 raised.
Amazing.
Last year we hit 130. We still have 2.5 months about 2.5 months to complete fundraising. Team WMMR was incredible, and we had a lot of fun. I got caught in a really nice train of Team WMMR riders that I rode the last 55 miles with, and we were drafting off of each other, and everything was flowing in sync, and it was so much fun.
That's cool.
It was a great day. It didn't get too hot. The sun didn't get oppressive. The headwinds at times were challenging, but overall, it was a beautiful day, and it's just such a great day every year.
How many members? How many team
We had
members?
179 team riders this year again, and thank you again to all the Team WMMR riders for being awesome this year. It was a blast.
Excellent.
But this is what we mean when we say putting Philly first. People like Marcus doing this ride. Casey does another one in a month or so. Tomorrow is the big blood drive where we'll all be out. Camp Out for Hunger, events large and small that the station supports in any way we possibly can is putting Philly first.
Yep, absolutely. Congratulations, Marcus.
Thank you,
Great
man.
job, Marcus. Great job.
All right, Pierre, shall we get the letter of the day?
I think it's time.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the President and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
E as in educate.
All right, and one more to go tomorrow. We'll give it away. $500 from the Bagster.
Yeah.
The Bagster is the most convenient and affordable way to help with your home cleanup, but
You can buy it at any home improvement store, fill it, and simply schedule your collection, and it is gone. Clean it up with the bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. What's up on the show today, Pierre?
I thank you for asking. It will be a wild day. We have a block of Alice Cooper, a block of Rob Zombie, and Dead and Company. I'm wearing one of my many Dead shirts. By the way, Brent Porsche gave me these wicked Vans. They're tie-dyed Vans.
Oh, those are awesome.
Aren't they cool? Oh, yeah.
You like Baryshnikov with the way you raise that leg.
Well, it takes a slight crane to get the foot up that high. So in honor of Dead and Company at Pierre's Good Citizens Baseball Park this evening, we're going to, at 1 o'clock, start a block, which I think will go at least a couple of hours.
Nice.
So I know you'll be there with me tonight in the pit. I've got a tie-dyed lab coat for you, Preston.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go, this is Presbo the Deado.
Yeah. The
Okay?
Deado.
The Deado.
I love it. I'll be there. Wild horses couldn't drag me from there.
Dude.
All right, I'm going to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Polar Seltzer, Just Water, zillions of tiny bubbles and great taste, refreshingly natural Polar Seltzer. Tomorrow's program, we will be broadcasting live for the I Bleed for Preston and Steve blood drive, as I said. And we will also have Pierre Robert broadcasting his show. He'll be at the Casino Philly, Live Casino Philadelphia. And we're bouncing back and forth with the shows as far as broadcasts go.
We're going to go visit him after we're off, and then it's a long run. We're looking to do 1,000 pints plus. We'll see. It looks good.
Yep, and we'll have a couple of guests on the program. Ken Jennings of Jeopardy fame will be joining us, and David Rash, who is a member of the show Succession, and he's been in a bunch of other things throughout the years, will be joining us too. So that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.